stress response more reactive. That sentence is the epigenetics of the gene, the NR3C1. I really think we're critically thinking here, right? We're breaking it just a little bit, right? Like, you got where the process of the epigenetics was happening, the sentence.
There are hundreds of sad articles. Please
Transgenerational impact. None. And it's right there in black and white. Just read the article you posted. No
evidence of what?
Transgenerational impact. Huh? Read it. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact. So you could read.
Where does it say that right there? What does it say? Where does it say?
Read your article. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact.
A recent meta-analysis of many worldwide studies reveals that 1 in every 20 children is diagnosed with ADHD, which is a psychological and physical impairment in most NDs, and that also has to do with the epigenetics. The genetic etiology for most ND is still not clear, although some disorders have been linked to specific mutations in a single or multiple genes. There are many causes.
What has to do with trauma?
They are many caused by various factors such as genetics, epigenetics,
Not
and
epigenetics.
utero.
Genetics.
And it says it. I'm looking at it. It says genetics and epigenetics. I'm looking at it right now. Don't play with me.
So once
I'm reading it. And in utero
trauma can be inherited.
When genomic variation such as listen, I'm about to get when genomic variation such as chromosomal deletions, duplications, and nucleotide mutations could be either inherited or de novo in offspring. Non-heritable genetic alterations are largely linked to
What is de novo?
What did it say? What did it say? In utero. As well. You literally said there's no proof of in utero.
Yes, I didn't say in utero. I said in the next generation. I said
how is it passed down to the next generation? In fucking utero, you stupid ass. In utero, dumbass.
Incorrect.
Oh God, you're so stupid, bro. I can't.
No, I'm not funny.
No, you gaslighting with that big ass nose of yours.
I want you to
gaslighting with that big ass nose, man. You fucking with it.
While the baby is in her, it is possible.
In view of the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to fetal development, it is crucial.
Will affect the baby.
It's crucial that
it's not going to be permanent. Once again, there's no evidence that trauma.
I really found two pieces of evidence showing me right now.
No, you didn't.
Maternal factors contributing to neurodevelopment or disorders in offspring. You're not reading the article I posted. You're not reading my article. In view of the fact that epigenetic factors, listen, if I could talk, give me a penny, go pick it up. In view of the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to fetal development, it is crucial to elucidate the underlying epigenetic mechanisms playing a part in the pathophysiology of these NDs. Furthermore, the epigenetic mechanisms have been shown to be altered by several factors such as lifestyle, infection, genetic, and metabolism alterations, as well as other maternal factors contributing to neurological disorders in the offspring. This review will bring forth a comprehensive analysis of the recent findings regarding
as I said from the beginning, trauma of the parent is not passed on to generationally. However,
what does this have to do with trauma?
It doesn't. It's completely unrelated. However,
Someone
if the
looks
person
so much like I'm saying, no, it's about babies and
undergoing
kids.
stress or trauma while she's carrying the baby, yes, that can have an effect.
Fetal development is going to be affected. We're putting our exposed to various factors such as obesity, smoking, alcohol consumption.
It's going to change your understanding of your world.
If she drinks while she's carrying the baby, yes, it'll affect the baby. Not
just like the sound of Girl's voice,
by the way,
it doesn't make any sense.
to the environment in the uterus.
He's so stupid.
However, again,
someone that looks as
you're
much
literally-
like
you're
Epstein,
literally
I've not
very
been
confused
about
with
this.
yourself.
trauma as a kid is not
Maternal
going to grow
lifestyle
up
factors such as smoking,
yes,
alcoholism, and psychological
while
issues
they
are reported to critically associated with, hold on, listen, maternal lifestyle factors such as smoking, alcoholism,
yes, while they're carrying the baby.
Literally, syndrome in childhood, smoking and alcohol consumption during gestation are two. What's gestation?
While during
What is that?
gestation, exactly.
So how does it pass down?
It's passed down by
Who
what
offering?
happens when the woman is carrying the baby, as I said in the beginning.
That's what we're saying, Nora. Argue that. We're saying
the trauma that the mother experiences.
yes, and she passes it to the child.
Hang on, not while she's carrying the baby. Has some.
No, I never said it. I said it was while she was pregnant. Stupid. We talking about utero.
This is what we've been talking about the whole time, but you don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about intergenerational trauma, which is.
We're talking about passing it down to the children, bro.
Yes.
That's correct. So if the
Your
parents,
genes.
if parents experienced trauma and they weren't pregnant or they weren't even together, that's not going to get
Yeah,
you
but
that.
pockets-
That's not the claim, stupid. That's an argument.
That wasn't
That's
Beamer's
what they
claim.
mean by intergenerational trauma, stupid. Yeah.
Beamer was talking about in
Beamer never
utero.
said
He was
shit
talking about
about
the fetus.
utero.
Beamer, were you talking about in utero? Because I swear to God, you were talking about in utero. You were talking about the baby.
I'm talking about if the woman
I asked Beamer, and I said, yes.
Prenatal exposure.
Thank you, Beamer, because that's the only
Yeah, you
common
added that after
sense.
the fact.
That's the only common sense reason it can happen down.
That's,
That's
hold
not
on.
epigenetic.
I'm not saying that after the fact.
That is
That's
not
what the study.
Beamer, I'm not responding to you. I'm not engaging with you. I don't respect you. Shut up.
Common sense reason
Thank
for
God.
epigenetics to be
So
passed
what the
down.
mother eats, what the mother drinks, of course affects the baby. If she
So
undergoes
we've been
trauma,
agreeing with each other this whole fucking time. I hate you,
no,
bro.
not at all.
I
You
hate
didn't know
you,
what
bro.
we were discussing. You were talking
I
about something
hate
that
you.
we weren't discussing.
I really do.
You should
Beamer was talking about the baby.
Refuted. You didn't
Beamer
understand
was
what we were
talking about the
about.
baby. Beamer was talking about the fetus.
No, Beamer was talking about
the baby.
intergenerational
No,
trauma.
Beamer
You
was
were
talking about the
talking
baby.
about being in the Holocaust affecting the next generation. In and of itself,
Yes,
that's
how
not
would it
gonna be
affect the
true.
next generation,
Yes,
Marvel?
That's right.
But how?
It's not going to change.
You're talking about, I don't know about
Studies
It'll-
were done
it'll change
because
the
the
way
women were
behave.
pregnant. And that's
They were
that's
pregnant,
exactly
they
the
were pregnant,
repeated.
thank you, Beamer.
Yes, and that's exactly the repeated study that I'm talking about. The Syrian
The
families.
baby, of course,
Right.
it affects the baby.
Well,
The woman
that's
drinks
what
alcohol.
that's what
If
they
the
were
woman-
studying though. They were just studying the
Right,
people who
that's
had been
not- that's not
pregnant
what
during
we're
the
talking
Norm,
violence.
you're not
That's
listening.
just the
Song that never ends.
So
That is
go
not
for it.
intergenerational.
On and on, my friend.
I'll pay you to get rid of it. Hey,
If you guys want a big mic, if you guys want a big mic, let me get my big mic. Hold on. If you guys want a big mic, we can big mic. Let me get my big mic. Norm, don't shut the fuck up. Hold on.
We've had
Let me get my big mic.
babies.
Since Norm
If
don't shut the fuck
the
up.
mother takes heroin, the baby's growing heroin. If the mother's an alcoholic, that affects the baby. Nobody argues with that. No.
Oh, and we are
Nobody
lift off.
argues
Can you
with
hear me?
that.
We are lift off. Can you hear me? So Beamer was literally talking about the women who were pregnant
No,
during
he
the
was not.
Holocaust and how they.
Absolutely,
What do you
he
mean?
was
No,
not.
she was not. You don't listen. You
I
don't
do
speak.
understand. I was
You keep
listening
talking. You don't even
carefully.
breathe.
She's
You don't even
talking
breathe.
about
You have to
intergenerational
breathe.
trauma, which is a myth.
Like you want to talk about everybody. You want to talk over
I
everybody.
know.
I'm gonna talk over you.
And look at all the problems that they cause.
She's talking about intergenerational trauma, which is a myth.
You couldn't get
It's
away.
nonsense. And moreover, people trying to talk about it going from generation to generation to generation, that's another myth.
I couldn't get away. You know what's also a myth? You know what's also a myth? That Hitler didn't paint. I heard that man was a good painter. I heard he could paint.
There's
I heard
only
that man was a
15
big guy.
million of them, and
But maybe that's a myth.
problems they cause.
What are you talking about?
I also heard that I think Columbus was worse than
No,
Hitler.
you shut the fuck up. Take a walk. Go back to where you come from. You're annoying. Go some other place. Go back to where you come from. Your time
I ran
is up. Leave.
honestly, Norm, you should go back to where you came
Fly
from.
Your time is up.
Fly away,
And I
mate.
cannot wait
Go
for the
Fly away, mate.
retaliation
In it.
to wipe
Fly
out
away, mate. In it while I eat. Fly away, mate.
Are you saying what
I'm saying now you're being racist.
So okay,
We were racist.
intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon, and epigenetics helps explain how it can happen. When pregnant person experiences severe stress, intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma. Because you literally just said, Norm, that it's not intergenerational. You just said it's a myth, correct?
Yes, it's a complete myth.
But
Yes.
intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a phenomenon.
Oh, through yes.
Literally,
Crack,
and
yes, it affects the
epigenetics
baby.
helps
That's
explain
just
how it can
that's
happen.
just
When
common
a
sense.
pregnant person experiences severe stress, trauma, or chronic
Every woman
adversity,
in the
it
planet
affects
knows
the
that if
in
you
utero
drink,
environment
people don't
where the
even drink
fetus is
coffee while
developing.
they're pregnant.
Stress
That's
hormones
obvious.
like cortisol can cross the placenta and
Right.
influence how the baby's
Of
genes are
course,
expressed.
across the
This
both
can lead to
placenta.
epigenetic
This has never been in
complications.
dispute. You're talking about
For
something else.
instance, genes
That's
that
not
control stress,
intergenerational
emotional
trauma.
regulation,
Right.
or even
None of that is
metabolism can be
intergenerational
primed to
trauma.
react strongly.
You've
So
said
that is
you're
considered
reading the wrong study.
intergenerational trauma.
You're
I
reading
was
the wrong
reading-
study.
No, I'm reading the
You
exact
don't
study that
understand
I'm
You
reading.
don't know what you're talking
You
about.
don't know what you're reading. Post your stats. Post your
understand.
links.
I will tell you.
Where's
I
your
will
links?
tell you
Post your
again.
links right now. You got to post your links.
Intergenerational trauma is the
Post your
theory that when
links.
something bad happens to somebody, they pass it on to their kid, not when they're pregnant. And it would be
It's a
men as well as women.
multifaceted fucking term, you dumbass. It could mean multiple things. So intergenerational trauma or transgenerational trauma, right? It could be survival, environmental factors. It could be biological, epigenetic changes. Literally, listen to the definition. It's in the definition of transgender. I'm looking at the definition. You want to go to Webster's? That's your people's book. Your people wrote that book. So you want to go check your people, honestly.
Alright, let's vote at the top.
Who was Webster?
Thank you. So can we go with the definition of what transgenerational trauma is, please?
Sure.
Okay, I'll go. Thank you.
What's that?
So I've now posted 4 articles, including the one from Nature, which is one of the premier magazines, Science Digest. They also provide definitions, so you now have 4 articles.
Yes.
Why are you saying yes? You're not even listening.
Well, I am listening. I speak
All right,
to
then
him
shut
all
the
the
fuck
time.
up.
I'm excellent at listening.
No, you're not.
Actually, this is the way you sound. I'm excellent at it.
Stick your nose
So
in your
what are
mouth.
the conclusions of the articles? Tell us. Tell us. I'll tell you what the conclusion is. There's no evidence of that trauma can be passed to another generation.
Okay, so what's transgenerational trauma, and what are the forms of it?
Transgenerational trauma.
What are the forms of it? Label them all.
I'll tell you. Transgenerational trauma has to do with suffering from one generation.
And how are they passed down?
I haven't finished. Being passed on to the next generation. It's sort of self-explanatory. If
How are they
you
passed
knew it,
down?
You wouldn't have to ask.
How are they passed down?
By an alteration
In what
in the
forms?
genes.
In what forms?
By an alteration in the
That's
genes.
it?
That's
No.
what it
Healing
means.
forms? Communication
That-
patterns
that's
isn't
what
one?
it means.
Behavioral environmental patterns isn't one? Biological
Well,
epigenetic
I'm
changes
only
isn't one?
speaking about epigenetic. Behavioral patterns, yes, could be affected, for sure. And I said
Okay,
that,
so with the
that was one of the
epigenetic
that was one of the early
You
things
just
that I
said that
said.
transgenerational trauma can be passed out through epigenetics. You just said that, right?
No, I didn't say that. No.
Yo,
I'm
what's
saying
happening
that
right
it
now,
isn't.
bro? Oh, you're saying it isn't? So it's
I'm
not
saying
part of the
that it
definition
isn't.
at
It's
all.
a myth.
It's not a part of the definition at all, right?
It's a part of the definition that's been refuted. There's no
Oh,
science.
where has it been refuted? And what? Can you send me?
Are the articles that you posted?
I'm reading them right now from November 8th, 2025.
Yeah.
At literally.
So find it where it says that trauma alters your genes.
The National Institute of Health actually is what I'm reading it from. Which is
Yes,
incredible.
find the part where it says that trauma alters your genes, which then affects your child. Find that part.
Literally through that's epigenetics, bro.
Find
That's
the
really
part
within
where
the definition of
don't
epigenetics.
run away. Find the part.
I didn't run
where
away.
it
I had my
says-
stats. Where's yours?
Find the part.
Where's yours?
You don't
Where's
have to
your links? You haven't
just
posted
sit there
nothing.
trying to
where
play
it
semantics with
All
everything.
you're posting is your nose.
You don't have a
Find the
point.
part where it says
No one
trauma
likes you.
alters your genes, which then
With
affects
only
your
15
offspring.
million of you, the world will be
When the
when you're
child is not in
I've posted
vitro.
multiple links and you still don't find it. You still don't believe it. You don't care.
Yes, I looked at the link. It doesn't say what you think it says. Yes, I looked at them.
Oh, bro. Okay. You know what? I feel like you
It's
should
very
post your
common
links.
that you don't understand what
Post
they
your links.
say.
Post your links. Post your links right
I'll
now.
use your link.
Post your
There's
facts.
no.
How are you going to
evidence
use
of
my links to
epigenetic trauma.
fight your claim?
Beg your pardon? What's that?
How are you going to use my links to fight your claim?
Because your links prove what I said, not what you said. They
But
refute
you
what
don't
you
have any
said.
links of your own to prove what you're saying?
I'm
You was just going off your fucking head with shit?
The ones you're posting
Man, bro.
are more than. You're also posting.
You're honestly, this is honestly embarrassing, bro.
Pick one at random. Pick what
When
you're
my country
posting.
can be free.
This is well known by anybody.
Can I ask
over
you
there
a
with fire.
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If okay, your mom, your mom
Yeah.
was inside of her grandmother, okay, while she was inside her mom, your great grandma, and your great grandma experienced war, okay? Does it not make sense that the germline would be affected by stress and the acid?
My grandmother is pregnant with my mother.
He was new.
So your mom,
Correct?
so your
I'm asking you a question. My grandmother's pregnant with my mother, correct? Is that
no,
what you're saying?
no.
Okay, then what are you saying?
What I'm saying is your mom
Yes.
was inside of your great grandmother. Did you know that?
My mother was not inside my great grandmother.
Yes, that's the whole point. Yes.
Okay,
Can
I
I explain why?
I'm at an egg to form
I-
somebody.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Elmer, if you talk
Yeah.
less, I
And by
can
the way,
explain.
eggs are not passed from generation to generation.
Oh
Now
my
you're just
God.
talking nonsense.
Did you know the eggs
are not
Eggs,
passed
yeah.
down?
This is
No.
exactly what I'm talking about. The
You
oocytes.
have no idea about women's health, bro. No idea
No,
about
I
that.
have no idea.
With the woman
You're
lived
factually-
My grandmother,
Factually,
my mother was
your mom-
inside her great
your mom
has
was
my mother's
inside
eggs
your
inside me right now.
great grandma. Yes,
That
she
is
was.
I have my great grandmother's
I
eggs
don't,
inside me right now.
I don't mean to explain
That's just so
high school
stupid,
bio
like,
to you, but a
what's happening?
zygote is composed of a male component of sperm.
You know what I'm talking about.
He's not understanding at all.
A part of her, half of her DNA.
I literally have my grandmother's
I'm
eggs
talking about half.
Science.
So I'm
Say it
talking
again.
about half of your
Right.
mom, half of
Oh,
your
half
mom.
of my mom.
Right,
My mom
right,
wasn't in there?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
half
So
of
half.
DNA
Oh.
stats
So,
Yes,
you
right,
don't
right.
mean half of my mom was in there. You mean half of her DNA.
DNA literally splits. Norm, it happens.
So you mean half of her DNA, not half of my mom.
Half of what
I got my
created your
grandma's
mom,
eggs to me, bro.
half of the instructions
Okay.
that created
There
your
is
mom
some genetic material. from my
was
grandmother.
already
That's
being
correct.
I don't think
affected.
you wanna learn anything,
Not
to be
Yeah,
some.
now that's gonna be,
It was
it's not
your
half.
great
It's
grandmother.
25%. If you
Your
could do
don't
math,
wanna learn
biological.
if you could do math, you would know it's 25%.
Can you stop being such a Jew and just listen, bro, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you,
So
my God.
if you were good at math, you'd know that it's not
No one cares about numbers. We're not talking about numbers. Don't talk about money.
Because there's also a grandfather, there's also a mother, and there's also a father. So that's 25% of the genetic material.
Yes, yes, correct.
Yes, of course I'm correct, because I actually know what I'm talking about, unlike you. So it is fair to say that some of the genetic material was passed on. So some of the genetic, well, we're getting to the truth of the matter. This is over your head. So you're just gonna mutter in some silly accent. All of the material, Walaki was offered in the half of the material, blah, blah, blah. You can't even follow the conversation, Mike. You can't even follow
So
the
if I
conversation.
actually have the proof right here,
You have the proof?
so-
What proof? Yeah. Let's hear the proof.
apartheid, discrimination,
I'll
and
leave it for
violence
the-
suffered by pregnant women in South Africa affected their unborn children years later.
Absolutely. No question about that. Absolutely.
That's transgenerational trauma.
No. Transgenerational trauma is when it comes from the grandparent to the grandchild. No, I'm not gonna shut up, mate.
So now it's the grandparent to the grandchild.
Yes,
I
that
thought we
would
were
be
talking about the parent to the
transgenerational. In
child.
other words, nobody ever disputed.
So
that
a
these
mother
were-
and a
hang
child
on,
are not a
Dave,
different
hang
generation.
on,
That's
hang
not one
on,
generation right
Hang
there.
on, hang on.
They're just the
Nobody
same.
would ever dispute. Nobody would. You're a freaking terrorist who shits outside. You're an outside defecator. But let's not go into that. I know, and you can't deal with us.
Traumatic
And we
experience,
overwhelm.
the individual
But
who
nevertheless,
experience it
nobody would ever dispute poverty.
can be inherited by their children.
Hang on.
Research
No
has
one
shown
would
that
ever, one
each child
at
every
a
year
time,
their parents' anxiety
one at a
cues.
time, no one would dispute
Get back on the
that
train.
what the mother trained
How
us
is
is
intergenerational trauma transmitted?
quiet,
One way is that people who have
quiet,
experienced
mate.
significant
No
trauma
one, now I'm
may
going
be
to
more likely
respond
to
to you.
diminish
No
attachment
one from
skills.
the beginning, and I said this
Research
from
has
the
shown that
beginning,
children raised by parents
no
who
one
have
would
experienced
ever
multiple adverse
dispute
childhood
that what happens to the mother affects the child to the parent. That's common sense. Every mother knows this. You don't need science for that. That's never been in dispute. That's not epigenetic
Shut
trauma.
up, Epstein.
No, fuck you. Epigenetic trauma is when it affects
Shut up,
the genes
Jeffrey.
and it affects future generations. It's, for example, used to explain the bad effects of slavery. Though they'll say that 5 generations after slavery, people are still suffering from the effects of slavery. And that, my friend, is bullshit. That's
You
what we're
just made
talking
pockets
about.
point.
That's what
Thank
we're
God
talking
you're not a doctor. I mean, shut up to that.
Well, I could be a
It's not
doctor.
just
I
shit.
studied enough
No, you
biology.
couldn't be a doctor
Yeah.
because you
I
sit
studied
there
enough biology.
fucking whinging at your
Unlike
patients
most
forever.
people in this room,
Anything about
I'm actually
biology.
educated. And I actually am able to communicate. And my
When
ego
someone
is
recognizes their
involved.
trauma affected them, they may be able to
So
either
your
way
ego
on
is
their
all
own,
you are.
with it
Yes.
consciously commit themselves into, but commit themselves to parenting their children in a manner that takes
You're
their
just
own
speaking in a
experience
monotone.
into
Nobody
account.
can hear you or figure out
Okay,
what
my
you're
bad.
saying.
I'll speak like this. Are you
No,
ready?
just get to the point.
Are
Just
you
speak
ready?
the point instead of reading from an article that you don't
The
understand.
memories of a traumatic
Do
experience
not get
state
to
the individual who
Quiet,
experienced it.
moron.
However,
That's it.
can be inherited by their children, even young children. Research has shown detect and react to their parents'
Just say
anxiety
it in
cues.
your own voice.
Oh, you don't take me serious regardless. I'm speaking in this voice.
Well, when
I'm
you
sorry.
talk bollocks,
You know,
then yes, I don't
so,
take you seriously. But say
yeah,
it so that
I
it
mean,
means something.
No,
Like, you're just
I
reading in a
could dangle a
monotone.
penny in front of your face if you want.
Clearly, you're reading
I can
scientific
dangle a
terms
Jewish school in
clearly
front of you if you
without
want.
understanding what you're saying.
I can say Shabbat Shalom if you want.
If you don't understand it, then the person listening is not.
I can literally tell you that Paramount, Warner Brothers suck, and MGM is ass,
Right.
and that can grab your attention.
So in other words, you know nothing. Which was
No,
my point
I
in the
put
first
vague
place.
links. You haven't posted anything. All you're doing is picking your nose and sticking it in my head.
Euro posted them for me, and so did you.
I posted 4, yeah.
The studies that you posted proved the opposite of what you're claiming.
Oh, thank God.
In other words,
Shut up, shut up.
there is no such thing as intergenerational trauma. It doesn't get past generation. No, my mother is not my grandmother like me.
No, how do you say
Ain't
that?
no nose that's high enough. Ain't no balls
It's
that's
just ridiculously dumb. Then you thought there was 50% of the
Ain't no
DNA.
ego.
Then I had to
It's
point
not-
out
but
that
you
it was
can't-
25%.
Hold on, no. I didn't mean the DNA though. I'm talking
Oh, what
about
did you mean?
what the child would, what the eggs are exposed to. Okay, right.
What the eggs
So
are.
it's just, it's not in the way that you're thinking. It's not like,
Well, how do you know
so-
what I'm thinking?
well, because you explained when I said that your mom was inside of your grandmother, you're like, well, she only
She clearly
inherits
is not
25%, right?
of the DNA.
Okay,
Uh-huh,
so
which is
yeah,
really is in
child gets 50% of the DNA from their parents, right? So
25,
then
yeah, 50 from a
25%
parent.
comes from each
From the
grandparent.
grandparent.
That's
right.
a quarter that's
But
That's
studies
not-
for 5
But
minutes
that
would
was
have known
not,
that.
right, I know, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm
But you
saying,
didn't study it for 5 minutes.
hold
You
on,
didn't
but
study it
what
for
I'm
more than
saying
5
is
minutes.
that
talk to him.
it
so
wasn't
I
about
can-
how much of the grandmother's DNA ends up
Okay.
inside of your mom. It was
Okay.
about whether the
Okay.
future egg lineage was physically
Yeah.
present during the grandmother's
He's not
pregnancy.
That's not really
Okay.
the question. The question is
No,
how
that's
is it
what we're
affected by
talking
trauma?
about.
The question
So
is how is it affected by trauma?
in females,
the
our
answer
eggs
is that it is
are
not
formed
affected
during
by trauma.
fetal life. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Okay, so that's why I mentioned that your mom was inside your grandma.
What did that have to do with this conversation?
Oh my
What are
God,
you talking about? That's the
Just let him
whole,
talk to himself.
because of the
He'll-
germline. That's
So
how.
that
That's
is
how.
not
These
affected
are the
by
studies. These are
trauma.
specifically the studies. No, these are
No,
this
nobody
is what
studies
the
it.
studies.
Nobody studies
The
it.
Holocaust study, the Syrian study of the 3 generations of Syrians.
Yeah.
That was just yes.
Yeah, and what did they
Yes.
find?
Grandma. What do you mean? What did they find?
What did they find? What's the conclusion? You read a study. Studies have conclusions.
Do you want me to read it? Yeah, I could read the conclusion.
You don't remember?
I'll
Just see if you
read
can
the
summarize.
conclusion.
I don't want you to read it out loud. Just tell me what the conclusion is.
The conclusion is that transgenerational trauma exists.
I'll
That's
bet
the
you
way.
$10 right now.
If transgenerational trauma doesn't exist, then you lot can
Yeah.
shut the fuck up about the Holocaust.
No, that's not true. Holocaust had other effects besides epigenetic. And you can shut the fuck up about something you know nothing about. You ignorant twit. So, again,
Just shut the
it's
fuck
not
up.
going to.
We
It's
can
not
have the
going.
next one.
I know it took you a while to think of one, didn't it? It's not going to affect their DNA. It will affect behavior.
It's not
It will
going to take
affect.
long.
I'm
It
not
will
saying
affect
that it affects.
behavior
I keep saying it
culture.
doesn't affect the DNA. I
Okay,
keep
then it's
saying
not
that it doesn't
epigenetic.
affect the
That's why it
DNA.
has the word genetic in it. It's not
Oh my
genetic.
God! It's because it's another layer. Epigenetic is. I keep explaining that the genes aren't affected. The genes aren't affected. It's how they methylate. It's the chemical tags that are put on them. The
That does
instructions
not
on
go
how
from generation
on
to
what.
generation.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think epigenetics is? That's what we're studying.
Yes,
That's exactly
why
what they're
it's
explaining. That's exactly
right.
what they're
It's what I'm
explaining.
refuting. It's literally what I'm refuting. Like, just once again, scientifically, there is no evidence of epigenetic transmission of trauma. That's all I said from the
Okay.
very beginning. Now, again, if the woman is carrying the baby in her belly, of course, what she eats and drinks, if she has a trauma, if she's frightened, if she's stressed, if she's on crack, which has happened a lot in New York City, if she's an alcoholic, of course that'll affect the health of the child. If she smokes, if she drinks caffeine, all of that will affect the kid. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about stress that the grandmother endured having an effect on the grandchild genetically, and that ain't gonna happen.
So the grandchildren of Chernobyl have no effect.
Well, now you're talking about radiation. Radiation does affect DNA.
That's the
a
point
different
that
story.
you just made. You
So,
absolutely hypocrite.
well, we're not
That's the
talking
point
about
you
we're
just
not
made.
talking about
radiation.
altering the DNA with radiation. That's a very different story.
We're
I
talking about
haven't seen the
DNA.
study. I haven't seen the study of the grandchildren of Chernobyl. I imagine there might be some. But it's possible.
you've
That
just
would be
lost
worth
the
looking into. No, I haven't lost the point. We're
You
adding
lost
new
the
factors.
point.
You won the
And
point.
you've
We're adding
admitted
a
that
new
you're
factor.
speaking for an
Everyone's
We're
got
adding
radiation into
we're adding a new
electricity.
influence. Radiation affects the body
Yeah, no,
in ways
you
that
know
nothing
about
else.
everything because you
Nothing else affects the body like
That's all you ever
radiation.
do.
There's nothing
You
else like
assume that you're right,
radiation.
you annoy everybody,
and
and you fuck around and overtalk everyone. You cannot
no, that's
be
not true.
civil
I just tell you
in
the truth.
society.
I can tell
Every
you the
single
truth.
room that you're in,
Yeah,
you are
I know
nothing but an annoyance.
Okay, you can go to a different room if this is not
You're
your
nothing.
taste. Nobody will give
Well,
a
I tell
shit.
you
I'm
what,
sure we'll forget about
You
you
can go
before
to
you're
a
even
different
gone.
place and get
In
the
fact,
fuck
I've
out of
already
it.
forgotten about
You
you.
be filling
You're
us
that's
up.
how forgettable you are. Notice how you added nothing to this conversation. What do you want to
I
say
did.
about
I pointed out that you're a hypocrite and that you're just
Well, I'm
playing
not a
semantics.
hypocrite. No,
That's
I'm
all
not a
you ever
hypocrite.
did. You did.
We're talking science here.
P, did you want to speak on the topic?
Only to say that Tuna shouldn't overtalk Norm like that. It's bad. Tuna should leave.
Wait, what?
I was saying that Tuna should leave because he overspoke Norm on the topic. He introduced something about radiation, and it had nothing to do with the conversation. And once he gave up on that, he just started saying that there's
From
something
grandmother to
Norm's point. And so I think that Tuna should leave, and I think Norm should stay, given Tuna's request for Norm to leave.
well, just because you're offended doesn't make you right.
Well, you didn't add anything. I'm sorry, Tuna.
We were talking about DNA inherited from the grandmother to the grandchild.
Yeah, I understand it was here. I've heard this
It
conversation.
doesn't make her wrong, and it doesn't make you right either. But it does show that you didn't understand the conversation. Which means contributing is going to be very
Oh my
difficult
God,
for you
you just
if you can't
haven't been
follow it.
slapped enough. You
Beg your
honestly, you haven't been slapped enough. That's why you behave in this
Well,
way.
you should try
Everywhere
it.
you go.
If you want to do that, you should try it. Just make sure you say your prayers before, because it'll be the last thing you ever do. But I invite you to try it. It would be pleasurable. It would be a lot of fun. You should try it. And that'll be the last
Moderator.
The last thing you see will be my face.
Moderator, this is Chicago. I would like 60 seconds to talk about genetics, if I may.
You can go to heaven dreaming of my face.
Put me in the queue, Moderator Matt.
Alright, yeah, let's let Kitover give his statement. Go ahead.
So there's a great movie that came out.
Try to stop me. My face will be the last thing you ever see.
There's a
You go
great
to heaven dreaming of my face.
There's a great movie that came out years ago called Gattaca. If you've never seen it, you should watch it because it's about genetically modified humans and how they have special access to the off-world civilization. But Ethan Hawke, the actor, has a powerful will, and so he challenges his genetically modified brother, kind of in the same way like Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger when Danny DeVito's like, you're telling me that I'm the shit genetics? I'm the shit DNA? And Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, yes, you are the shit DNA. So what I'm trying to say is, that's all in the movies. Now, Bima earlier brought up and said, I think everybody should get genetically tested. Oh, wow. So the health insurance company can bill another $1 billion. Great advice, Bima. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetics and gene therapy.
You actually pay for it out of pocket. It's pretty cheap, and you only have to do it once in your lifetime because that doesn't change. So it's about a $300.
Oh, okay, everybody pay for it out of pocket then. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetic therapies and fraud doctors and bullshit artists that want to tell you gene therapies can prolong your life. The truth is, if you make it to 100, you're really fucking lucky. And if you want to make it to 101 and spend $1 million at my clinic in Mexico City and do some gene therapy, whoa, I'll take your fucking money. I'll gladly give it to me. Give me your $1 million so you can live another 365 days, multiply that by 24 hours, and give me your $1 million. So what I'm just trying to say is, take all this genetic bullshit with a grain of salt. It's not as good as a good book. I am complete. Thank you all very little.
How many books did you read? Moving on.
Well, we could talk about how children become trans because women become whacked out from propaganda, but I don't have any trans children. Does anybody here have any trans children?
She posted a study.
I have to go read more books, John.
I think actually John's a little bit busy. He's been pursued for election fraud for putting up
posted a study of people who are actually...
Sorry, a real person was talking. Shut up, big nose.
In the last
yeah. So John's actually being pursued for election fraud because he put a petition in for the whole...
No, I don't think he's being pursued for election fraud.
Didn't you
That's
just
another
say
one of
that
your
like
myths.
8 seconds ago? I thought you just said that.
He's been referred to the State Department.
According to who? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
Do you want the evidence?
Yes, I asked for it, yes. Obviously, I wanted it if I asked for it. It's English I'm speaking, I believe.
Calm down, stop speaking through your nostrils.
I feel calm. Try to stay on top of it.
I thought Kitover admitted this. Is this not true, Kitover?
Yeah, no, so the last two dismissed objections that he put befefore the court, both of them were dismissed, and
what we asked for, I said the evidence that he's being investigated for
semantics.
In other words, there is no evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud, correct? You lied, correct? Or you were mistaken?
No.
You didn't know what you were doing.
Just like to overtalk and insert your own narrative.
Oh, tell us. I want to hear the evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud. Show us. Let's hear it.
Okay, well, hey, so when I show you, Norm, your job is to say, I was wrong.
No, I just want to see the evidence. Stop.
When I show it,
Please, El Normo, no need to defend my honor. This poor man's child is trans, and he is suffering, and he has a lot of anger and anxiety, and my political career. If they're not talking about you in politics...
Kitover was investigated in Boogergate, and he was found... Yeah.
It was a robust booger. It was a profound booger of incredible spherical substance.
Isn't it easy to expose bullshitters? All you have to do is listen. I'm surprised other people don't do it more.
Well, Kitover told me he was being investigated.
He was not ever investigated for election.
I was investigated for wiping a booger on my shirt, though, El Normo.
So are you going to apologize now, Wanker?
You kept it there.
Boogie.
Videos.
I was using it as a rag. The shirt had reached its
And you
limits.
didn't even wash your shirt because then.
Your shirt reached its limits?
Boogie.
My shirt had reached its limits.
But Kitover, are you being investigated for election fraud, yes or no?
No, absolutely not. That's just slander, and I accused my opponent of committing fraud 1,000 times, and he created $20 trillion in debt. I'm also accusing the mayor of Chicago of committing fraud, and I am running for the mayorship of Chicago on February 23rd, 2027. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Vote John Kitover.
So do you want to apologize, mate? You feel a bit stupid at this moment? Feeling a bit embarrassed? A little bit shamed? It's tough when you ask for evidence, isn't it? Instead of just listening to bullshit.
I mean, I thought he was too, so I misunderstood.
But you were dumb enough to double down on it. You could see that there was some doubt once I questioned it.
No, Kitover told me this, so I was just taking him at his own word.
Kitover told you that he was being investigated for election fraud.
Yes.
Did you tell him that, Kitover? Kitover. Did you tell him that, Kitover?
To be fair, I did read an article mentioning this.
You read an article mentioning what?
That he was being investigated for, or he was being accused of election fraud.
Accused is different than investigated.
Yeah, I read the article and then I asked him about it. He confirmed it, and he said that the
What
lawyer.
did the article say?
The lawyer was wearing a Chicago Cubs hat or something. He was being.
That they were going to persecute him for election
So
fraud.
we got what his headwear was, but we don't know if he was being investigated, as the other guy said.
His only nominating petitions faced a successful challenge, resulting in him being removed from the ballot, found to have only had 266 valid signatures. The board also have forwarded the petitions to law enforcement over the fraud concerns.
Yes.
He is being investigated. I'm giving you. I'm literally giving you the two.
I'm waiting for the part where it says he's being
hold on.
investigated.
You asked for
election
proof.
fraud.
You asked for proof. I'm
So
giving you
wait. So I'm waiting for the part where it says that he was investigated for election fraud. Are you getting to that point?
It was an alleged accusation. Point of order, moderator. I'm happy to tell you what this is all about. When you run for office, you have to get petition signatures. The fact that they said I had 266 confirmed signatures is incredible because I hired people off of Craigslist and everybody on Clubhouse heard me hire my petition circulators. 266 valid signatures out of 1550. Now hold on. Many of the signatures on the petitions were out of district, and they are putting that in the same basket as the accusations of. Shut the fuck up, Tuna Boy. Thank God for the Declaration of Independence because we have eternal separation from these people. These people, they didn't genetically evolve, and these British people, their brains are retarded. Thank God we have eternal separation. The point is, in politics, people allege other people committed fraud all the time, and it's bullshit propaganda, and the Republicans and the Democrats, when you run for office, you will see that it is a personal war. It's not even the parties, it's just personal. And this is the way it is. You got to fight. And Tuna Boy, it was personal when your son got transed by your wife and you couldn't do anything about it because you don't even have testicles anymore and you don't read books and you come on Clubhouse and do, John Kitover committed election fraud. Tuna Boy, we feel pity for you. And we have eternal separation from you. We don't need your opinion anymore, Tuna Boy. Hello?
Kitover, you were not investigated for election fraud?
No, a big fat journalist with a huge herpes sore on his fucking front lip put out a little blurb to discredit me, and that's all it is. No Attorney General, Pam Bondi's not investigating John Kitover, I assure you. Do you think Pam Bondi, John Kitover's on her calendar? Because if I am, that'd be a fucking miracle, wouldn't it?
He was investigated for election fraud.
I'm asking him.
I'll take my apology now.
Were you investigated for election fraud, John?
No, absolutely not. It's a blurb on a fat piece of shit's website with a herpes sore on his lip named Fingston. It's on an Illinois website. That's it. It's a little blurb on a website. That's it. That's all it is. It's discrediting. It's fake news. It's missing. No. John Kitover never committed election fraud. John Kitover paid his employees. John Kitover. No! How many times do I have to tell you? No!
Even if you investigated, it doesn't mean that you actually did it. I mean,
you weren't investigated, you weren't charged with it?
Not investigated, never charged. It's a blurb. It's fake news on a fat piece of shit's website with a herpes sore on his lip.
Did anybody from the election commission come and talk to you?
No, absolutely not. I worked with them hand in hand. I met the chairman of the entire Illinois State Board of Election Committee on the elevator. These people are appointed, and in my opinion, you can't even trust them. Hello?
So did they investigate? Hello?
No, El Normo. No. How many times are you going to ask, El Normo? No.
Did they investigate you, John?
No.
Okay, so is there any ambiguity
You
about
bring
that?
money or good news?
No, people are just here repeating what they read when they Google my name. It's on Illinois, but it's just slander defamation. And I've already filed a lawsuit against the attorney that put out the fake news. They're trying to smear my name as if I am just mere cream cheese on a matzah.
Did you appear in court for this matter or any related?
No, but when you get challenged and you challenge your opponents, you go to a quasi-election court. Not many people have ever been to one. You would go to one if you've ever run, but has anyone here else ever run for committee person, congressperson, senator, or mayor? Hello?
Okay, last question. Did you consider eating the booger before wiping it?
Of course not, but I did actually observe its robustness. It was very vigorous. It was perfectly spherical, very gelatinous, and it was white. And it was a profound booger, and I'm sure you've enjoyed that booger video. The truth is, when I record Clubhouse, sometimes I have to sacrifice a shirt because I wore it for 3 days because Sarah, the Iranian, is screaming so loud I can't draw my ears away from the migraine.
Dude, you left it on your shirt for 3 days. Dude, you even had it on when you put on your robe. You put on your whole robe, and it was still on your shirt.
wait, like trousers exist, or like I don't understand.
Like he put a red robe over his shirt. Like he put it on like one of those thick ones, and it was still on his shirt like 2 days later.
But like, why isn't he changing the shirt?
Well,
No, ask
Boogergate is over. Boogergate is over, but I am running for mayor of Chicago, and I'm filing as a libertarian because if I put up a sign outside of my house that says Democrat or Republican, I think I'll get heat. But if I say libertarians liberate, I think it's like the third party. And basically, that's what Judaism is. You could be a Christian, you could be a Muslim, you could be a Hindu or a Buddhist, but the Jew, such a small minority, is the third party. And the disrespect that the people on this app give Jews who are such a small minority, and all of you Christians, supposed Christians, shame on you. It's an ashanda what you people do on this app. An ashanda!
Third party could copy the election.
Yeah, third party, aka the left or the right, don't want you. John, that's sad.
Beeman, we can always make ASMR videos for the campaign, though. See, it's an art creation journey. The experience is joy. The goal is joy. And that's what I hope to illuminate the voters with, is joy.
Don't you try to, I think it would be better if you're running as a Republican, stay as a Republican, and then just start talking to other Republicans so you guys can all...
No, it's actually strategic because the ballot, Libertarian gets its own special distinction on Chicago ballots for some reason. And so my goal is, because I've tried to run Republican before with no success, I do feel that running as an independent or a libertarian will strategically give me an advantage on the actual petition. And if no candidate receives a majority of votes, it goes into an April runoff. So the whole thing is strategic. And I think by doing it this way, if I can get through the challenge on the signatures, I need 15,000 signatures. It's a lot of signatures. But I'm pretty sure that I can get it done. So if I can get on the ballot, it'll be amazing because that's a national headline. And Chicago mayoralship is going to be one of the most followed political campaigns in the country. So having my name, in the starlight and getting on that ballot will be a big boost for John Kitover, Politics Incorporated.
I know, but it's like something out. Bruce, there's millions.
Well, if a dog could do it, you could do it.
When you're elected can do it, you can do it.
This guy at the park the other day, he yelled at me. He's like, "Hey, neighbor!" And I was like, Jesus, is that how you greet a neighbor? And I was like, well, at least your dog looks happy.
The dog was begging for you to save it, and you just let it go back to that hell.
Kind of like your ex-boyfriend who closed up those legs when you were like, if I had a dog and needed to borrow $5,000, would you give it to me to save the dog? And he's like, fuck no, bitch. She's like, you're never touching this pussy again.
You love me, don't you, John? You remember all my stories. Yeah, it's true.
Holy fuck.
True story.
I mean, how old would the dog have to be?
I had just gotten her, but I was trying to date this guy. He was just, we had such great sexual chemistry. And I wanted to test. We weren't dating yet, so it wasn't a boyfriend yet. But that was what gave the ultimate indicator.
I mean, that's kind
It
of a
was,
tough spot to put someone in.
so this is what happened. So we were seeing each other, not dating though. It was kind of like a friends with benefits thing. And it was kind of like getting heated. And I was just like, where is this going to go? I know he really likes me. So I had asked him, because one of our visits, he was very loving. And he would always, fill up my gas tank, make sure that everything was all set. And so one time the receipt from his pocket from the ATM fell out into the car, and I picked it up and I looked at it, and it tells you how much you have in your account, and it was quite a few bucks, and we were younger at the time, and so I was very impressed. I said, I didn't know that he had this money. So then I asked him as a test. I said, hey, look, it wasn't that day. It was, like a week later. I said, hey, look, would you let me borrow, you know, like $5,000 if I ever needed it. And he said, well, what would you need it for? And I said, well, I have my girl, and, you know, emergency surgery, you have to pay up front, you know, before you have the surgery. I don't believe in credit cards and all that other type of stuff. So I was just like, so, you know, would you lend it to me? He said, absolutely not. He's like, not for a dog.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a tough spot because my girlfriend, we have a dog, but it's my girlfriend's dog. But she asked me to save this dog's life. I mean, I would definitely do it because I'm obsessed with this dog. But like, I mean, I wouldn't expect her to just be like, yeah, pay for this dog type of thing, or have her expect me to pay for the dog.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense. I wasn't asking him to pay. I just wanted to see if he would.
Bima, we get the point, but do you think if you abuse a dog, do you think there's generational trauma to the puppies? Oh?
Yes.
Why did you change your vote? You changed your vote to I don't know.
I didn't.
What's the vote? I can't see it on my club deck.
It still says that I'm green. Did it change?
It does mean you're orange or peach.
Really? Let me look. I'll take a screenshot right now. Maybe I have to.
What are you guys voting for?
Who was correct about generational trauma?
No, it's still.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just joined the stage. Are we taking a poll over who likes Trump or who likes?
No, but we can do that. We can end this poll. This is over.
Well, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know how to answer the question. It popped up a poll on my page when I answered.
I can't vote, so just put me in the do not like Trump category.
Okay, so do we want to make America great again?
America is already great. Simon!
Does it have to be about? Yeah, okay.
Simon, why don't you like Trump? He's liberating 100 million people living underneath a fascist Islamic terrorist regime.
Okay, I mean, two things to be true. You could be doing a good thing and also be a bad president.
Wait.
Why is he a bad president? What don't you like about him?
Yeah, let's let Kristen speak. She's now.
Wait, may I interject something, please? Okay, so I thought Trump was going to be the person who forgave my student loans.
You thought that he was going to personally forgive your student loans? How much do you have in student debt?
I don't know if that's a troll or not.
$100,000.
Oh my God!
I didn't pay it off like the rest of my classmates.
All right, so wait. Have you chosen?
Which one?
It was originally $30, but like now it's $100.
Why don't you just?
I think this is a hard troll.
Why don't? Have you seen the movie Avatar?
It's just a movie. I mean.
I know, but it's are you delusional?
Wait, have you? Okay, so basically, like the new one is the water.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. This sounds like the woman version of Brock.
No.
Oh my God! Wait, are you guys friends with Brock? I'm sorry. Did I meet you? Oh my God, I love Brock.
What's your affliction? Are you drunk?
Okay, so, well, I'm one of those people. I'm like the 4% who didn't graduate.
Oh no! And you accumulated all that debt. You didn't even get your degree.
Yeah, so now I owe like $100,000.
Damn! So you went to clown uni. So what are you doing? How are you earning? Are you working?
Class, but like you're my best friend.
Are you working though? Do you have a job?
Yeah, I have a job, but my car's too old, so I can't work.
She's trying to be funny.
No, I'm being real serious with you. Don't take me as.
I mean, you should probably get off Clubhouse then and try and go and get an actual job.
But you guys are my favorite people, though.
That doesn't really change your circumstances.
Okay, so do you do science?
Yes.
Okay, like laboratory science or like science?
It's definitely generational trauma. I think she has epigenetic damage from a former generation.
Wait, hold on. How did you read that?
Well, we were discussing that before you came in the room when you thought we were all talking about Trump, but we were actually talking about genetic damage, aka retardation. And you came in here in perfect timing.
Wait, this is very enlightening. Can you tell me more?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you were talking about like ancestral healing.
Let's do a quick
This
diagnostic
is probably
here.
like some like California girl. I mean, Jesus. What?
No, okay. I want to take you seriously.
Seriously,
Still,
we have genetic diagnostic tests that we can administer right now. Let's do a quick diagnostic, everybody. What's 10 times 10?
100.
What's 100 times 200?
200.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 100 times 200 is 200. We have figured it out.
2000, right? Or 2000, sorry, I got it. 2000?
Are you sure about that? You don't know, do you?
Why are you asking? Like, why does it sound like you have a question?
Well, I skipped from 5th grade to 7th grade, so.
So you can't do 100. You can't do 100 times 200 in your head, right? Hello?
So you like math?
No, 100 times 200 is a pretty standard multiplication question. And if you're in your 30s or 40s and you can't answer that, you would not be qualified for 99% of all jobs on the planet. You couldn't even pick up garbage if you can't do 100 times 200.
200,000.
You should work at the Federal Reserve, you know that? Have you thought about being an economist? Have you thought about being an economist? Because I think...
I don't know how many zeros you want, but you're asking me for zeros right now.
Anyways, it's not important. What is important is Avatar was a great movie, no matter what they say. And no, it wasn't about Israel.
Oh my God.
Why does everybody judge me on my profile pic? That was just what AI made.
The answer is 20,000. It pains me that you couldn't get that.
I mean, to be fair, the people at the Federal Reserve probably would not be able to answer that as well. So, John is.
Let's test Bima's diagnostic here. Bima, what's 100 times 300?
Come on, 300. Come on.
What's 100 times 300, Bima? Quickly, tell us. 100 times 300. See, that's the epigenetic damage we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's generational trauma.
300,000. Come on.
She can't do mathematics. She can't do simple multiplication. What was your ACT or SAT score, Bima? Hello, are you there? Are you watering the begonias? Well, anyways, all we're trying to do in this room, ladies and gentlemen, is make America great again on behalf of Donald Trump, our glorious orange MAGA one. The man who's liberating 100 million slaves from despots, from radical Shia 12ers. God only knows what that is, but they must have some crazy cultish type behavior. Apparently they have checkpoints on every corner, and if just a little hair is coming out, they whip you now. Anyways, I am retarded, but I have been thinking about going to Iran to sell my kidney to pay for the campaign to become the mayor, but I'm also thinking about doing a transgender reassignment surgery in Iran because I am gay. And as Pepe admitted earlier that he's definitely one of the most hardcore gay men on this app, Pepe and I have agreed to get on a Spirit Airlines flight to Tehran. It's a new open route, and I have decided to do transgender reassignment surgery in Tehran because I am gay. I know they don't have LGBTQ over there, but what's important is that they have perfected trans surgery, which is an interesting tidbit.
Okay,
not in a lot of people.
Drink. It has gold flecks in it.
Gold flecks?
Was Tuna's child transitioned against his will? Is that what I'm reading in the chat?
Yes, unfortunately and sadly, he couldn't stop
I really
it.
hope not.
Yes.
I really hope not.
His wife is one of those crazy British women who are so woke and left. She decided to trans the child to Tuna's dismay.
It's all the person on stage right now. It's all about your hat.
All over the place, John. You're gross.
You were spewing like you just came over my chest.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
That's a pearl necklace. Oh, and on an avatar? Ooh, that's exotic.
Do you hear him?
Who said I was being sloppy over here? Talking about tuna?
You're
Tuna?
You're sloppy, messy fuck.
A guy that goes around by the name Tuna Fish? You think he's not open to, and he's got a big mouth on him and he talks all kinds of...
somebody's chest right now.
Ooh.
Holy shit.
Let me get a baby wipe. I don't even think that's sexy. Let me get a baby wipe.
Now she's wanting it. I don't get this.
Do you guys want to keep going with this, or?
I'm sorry, but he's speaking politics when he's really talking about his dick.
So we never
Ooh.
Okay, I have a question for you, Simon.
Yeah.
It's an ethical question. I'm gonna give you a quick storyline. It's about 3 minutes. Pay attention, okay? There's 2 kingdoms. There's the kingdoms of the bees, and then the kingdoms of the dragonflies. Okay. Now they live next to each other. They border each other. Among the bees is this sect of wasp. They're hornets. Okay. And the hornets love to attack and fuck with the dragonflies, constantly trying to kill them. Okay, but they live among the other bees. So the dragonflies one day say, you know what? Fuck this. We're going in and we're going to take out these wasps that are living among the bees. And in the process, they take a part of the beehive. But the thing is that they destroy a lot of the bees' homes, not the wasps. They're getting a lot of the wasps, maybe potentially even all of them. But
Wait, who's doing the attacking?
the dragonflies.
The dragonflies to the bees.
Right, because they're trying to get the wasps, or they're trying to get the hornets. Sorry, they're trying to get the hornets.
Yeah, but the bees were fucking with.
No, the bees were peaceful. The bees are peaceful. Well, we're just gonna say the bees were living right next to the dragonflies.
I think you got it mixed up, Beamer. The hornets are the aggressive. Dragonflies are non-aggressive. They're pacifists. You got to understand the animal kingdom.
So among the bees are the hornets, and the hornets, while they live among the bees, they attack the dragonflies all the time, and they try to kill them. The dragonflies had enough, and they said, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna go in and we're gonna take out the hornets. But the problem is they live among the bees, so they took out a lot of the bees' homes. Okay, so they destroyed a lot of the bees' homes on top of the hornets' homes. So my question to you is, who is responsible for repairing the harm or repairing the home of the bees that whose homes were fucked with, were demolished?
Why are we using like bees? Like, why don't you just be why don't you just keep the concrete?
Because this is an ethical issue, and people tend to be skewed, and I don't believe you, but I want everybody to follow along without being skewed. Because I want to have a real discussion about the ethics, and I want to understand where your ethics is coming.
You would expect 50 blackjacks, and therefore you shouldn't be surprised that in this universe you got 50 blackjacks. Now you'd say that's pretty stupid, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure. If those are the assumptions, but I'm disagreeing with the underlying principle. But go ahead.
Okay, if you say that's a pretty stupid inference, what's the symmetry breaker between that inference and the one
Because in the example where we're assuming like a normal night of poker where they got 50 blackjacks, let's say across like 3 hours, right? That would be pretty unexpected. I think we both agree, right? That's assuming what we're talking about?
Yeah, but it's not unexpected. In an infinite multiverse where there's a random universe generated.
It's more likely to assume he's just cheating, right? That's fair. I think we could both agree with that, right?
Why do you think it's more likely? Because it's equally expected on you.
I'm good, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Don't work.
Oh, okay. It's morning in your country, or it's
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay.
5 a.m.
These people are reinventing a new religion.
Yeah, they are. They are. Sometimes I feel like they are. They take the words and they translate them into the English. And,
not only just like we have in Islam, we have to pray, right? And they say not all Muslims should pray. Specific people should pray only. Lol.
Yeah, that's like the people that do Bible alone, or like the Protestants, they don't think they should receive the Eucharist of Jesus every time they go to Mass. They do it once a month. That's like a slap. That's like a slap in the face of all the tradition for the thousands of years we've been doing it.
It's
They want
not
to
only,
reinvent it.
yeah, it's not only about the tradition. Okay, forget about the tradition. I can understand them. The prophet himself, who made some action, they are against it. Like, what the hell? Why are you following this religion?
That's how I see it. It just Jesus said, "This is my body. This is my blood." Right? Do this in remembrance of me. He did these things. He was baptized. They say that baptismal is an option. How is it what? That doesn't make anything. They do the same thing. The same exact thing, the Protestants. It's gross.
Yeah, but I have a question for you. Do you think you eat his body for real with this bread?
So this tradition was done. This was done every time that we did Mass, and it was done even before there was a New Testament. This was how they knew and remembered who he was at his teachings. So there were people that believed that he was just a spirit, and that he didn't have a physical body. So,
Yeah, but
saying
I
this,
think
right? So
think
when we do this, right, we do this in remembrance of him because he did come in the flesh. It's like when they did sacrifices, right? It was a real sacrifice. It was real blood. So we say that in this prayer that we're not like re-sacrificing him. We're doing this in the remembrance of the Last Supper, of the covenant that we made with him, the new covenant.
Yeah, if you are doing this and the remembering of him, okay. But I know you guys don't believe that's his real body, this bread.
It's we call it a true presence. A true presence. So his true presence, for example, we have this thing called a tabernacle. It's a thing that we put the chalice and whatever's left from the Mass, that's the bread. We put it back in the tabernacle because we have an altar. We just wouldn't throw it out because it has his presence there. Right? We're doing this the prayer, just like how you have when you go into your supplications or your prayers, there is this presence. We say the same thing.
Yeah, understandable, but with all respect to you, there's like a big action the Romans used to do by assuming that there is a food, and this food is God, or the God in this food. Yet I understand what are you saying. But I can't see the effect of the pagans on Christianity.
Well, because if other Christians aren't doing this, so if you go to John 6, right? You have 51 to 58. When Jesus says this to the Jews that are in his room, he says, if you do not eat my flesh or drink my blood, you have no life in you. In the story itself, it says that the Jews didn't like this language and they turned away. They said, what does this guy mean? You know, what is this? What is he talking about? And they left. Disciples left because they weren't to us, they're not real believers, right? If you don't believe as a Catholic or an apostolic Christian that he gave his real body and blood for the sins of the world, then you're saying it's symbolic. You're saying he really didn't happen. It really didn't happen. It's just a nice story. No, we're saying it really did happen, and that he did come in the flesh. So this is the reason why we say if you've never done this, if you're not involved in this covenant with Christ, then you have no life in you. That's what we say to the Protestants. How could you all of a sudden say, oh, well, this is not important anymore? and we'll choose to do it once a month. Well, then who's doing it? Is a priest doing it? No, they have some pastor doing it. Do they have an altar? Do they have a tabernacle? No, because there's no presence. There's no true presence still. We say to them, they're just doing it wrong. They're ignorant. So we believe in the true presence. Does it literally change? But am I going to tell you that it's a spiritual thing? No, it's not a spiritual thing. It's a real thing. But I'm eating a piece of bread. I'm drinking a sip of wine. Just like the disciples did when he said it to them. Because they didn't eat real flesh, they didn't drink real blood. But when he was on the cross, that was real. And it's only until then they understood what he was saying. Because it's only Mary Magdalene, his mother, and I think 2 disciples at the cross. They all left. They all scattered.
You saying all the disciples left him?
They said, when you strike the shepherd, the sheep shall scatter. Yes. They left because they were scared they were going to get killed.
So he was
He says
alone?
this to Peter. Well, no, he wasn't. He was there with his mother and 2 other disciples.
Oh, Silvus and Peter?
No, Peter left. Peter was told that he would deny Christ before the crow goes off in the morning time. And when he attended the crucifixion, they started asking him, "Aren't you that Nazarene? You sound like them. Don't you follow Christ or follow this group of people?" And he was like, "No." And they kept asking him until he yelled, and he said no, and he ran away. Yeah, Jesus said that to him. Yeah.
So, according to your books, his mom, Mary, witnessed his crucifixion.
Yeah, because he tells John to take care of his mother.
No, I'm saying like your book says she witnessed, or because
it's John. No, it's
It was
John.
a robust
John.
book.
It's in John.
You say somebody witnessed the crucifixion from the Bible?
Yeah.
Who? Like, can you quote me the verse?
Yeah, it's in John. John. Yeah, I'll get it for you. Give me 1 second.
Because the farthest that I know, like, nobody witnessed, but like they say the Holy Spirit informed them, and the people who said they witnessed wasn't there at the moment.
I am surprised. I thought many people witnessed his crucifixion, according to their books. That's the point, Megatron. How will you be 100% sure of something that you don't have an eyewitness of it? It's...
Yeah, but it's not a miracle that a man was put to death. The miracle is that he was resurrected and people saw him as a spirit, as some type of transformation. That's the miracle, not his murder.
We're not speaking about miracle, we're speaking about historical event in a general way. And if I'm not mistaken, I heard that there's biblical verses, not only Jesus who have been resurrected, many with him have been resurrected, right? Chicago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Lazarus.
No, I'm not speaking about ladders. I mean when Jesus was resurrected, the people around him who were died, they resurrected. Not only Jesus, the one who was resurrected, many with him at the same time.
Oh yeah, when he went, that's when he went to Hades, right? Something like that.
I will bring the verse.
Yeah. You're asking like how do we know he got? I mean, don't you guys quote Bart Ehrman a lot? Like he's super critical against Christianity. He says this event happened. I mean, I don't know what other evidence you want. I mean, we have secular writers, we have historians. You guys have, though there is a few arguments that, like, you could say, like, there's no record of him being in front of Pontius Pilate. I respond to Christians, like, when they say silly things like that, like, is there Roman records or stuff like that? No, the Josephus writings we have about this and Tacitus, Josephus was, for example, he's writing about James being killed by the Jews, and the same people that are part of that Sanhedrin were the ones who persecuted Jesus, right? So there's, they had that evidence, but as far as like the records that some Christians say there isn't. So I'm not saying it didn't happen. It happened because it was that movement, that Jewish movement, which the Jews called a cult. But then why do they keep persecuting? Why did they kill Stephen in the beginning of Acts, and then James later on? If this was just a cult. If you want to ask the question of who deified Christ, who made him God, it's the Jews. It was important that he died. Why? If he was just this rebel troublemaker that's calling out Jews, just bring him to the Nile or whatever, slit his throat and throw him down the river. Why have to publicly punish him in front of everybody if what he's doing wasn't true?
The point is, you don't have a public evidence for this claim. That's the first problem we're facing here. Second one, you said a good statement. You said the Jews are the one who made him God. For me, I do believe Paul, the one who changed Christianity and made Jesus God.
Well, Paul came afterwards. So they were already, the Jews, right, were already saying that they put him on the cross and they killed him, right?
Yeah.
So when I say they deified him, right, the Jews themselves, Paul was a person of, was like someone who had this revelation from God, just like all the other prophets, right? But he's not a prophet. And when he met up with the disciples, they were telling him what he was saying was true. You know what I mean? So it's not like he made up. They talking to the disciples.
No, actually, when I was reading some biblical verses or studying Bible, I found that Peter and Cephas had a huge disagreement with Paul. Not only this, the Ephesians texted Peter or sent him a letter telling him, help us with this man who wants to change or to destroy the law, as far as I remember. And you mentioned a good statement. You said that the Jews were walking, saying they killed him, and they were happy.
So in 62 BCE, not CE, not the Common Era, not like when not one we're in now, BCE, 62 BCE, the Romans had taken away corporal punishment. They weren't allowed to do it anymore. And if you read the Jewish writings about that time, like the Mishnah or stuff like that, you'll see that they even speak about not doing any corporal punishment for, like, for example, adultery, stoning, or anything like that. Those rules were taken from them. So the only one that they could defend that the Romans let them is if you defile the temple, which Jesus said he would destroy the temple. So, it's probably a good reason to say he was doing blasphemy. Plus, he claimed he was God. So, but like I said, if he's just a nuisance, just why make such a public event about killing him? So they didn't have that power. They would have to go and you know what I'm saying? They would have to go in front of the Romans.
By the way, we are totally, as Muslims, with the Quranic background, we do believe that they wanted to kill Jesus, and they were happy walking. They killed him, and God says, وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ. They never killed him or crucified him, and they will be punished. Or that was to the Jews, this statement. Like, don't be happy, he not killed or crucified.
Lana, what year is it?
What?
What year is it? What year do you live in?
2026.
So, if you ask a Muslim, some of them are going to say like 1600 or something, and a Jew's going to say 55, 57. My point is, is anybody alive right now that had anything to do with the assassination of Jesus Christ? No.
No.
The obvious answer is no. And so what I'm saying is, when you keep saying the Jews did this, the Jews did that, you do know that nobody alive today breathing had anything to do with the assassination of that prophet. Nobody. Not one person living or walking on the earth today. So I'm just trying to say, it becomes a little political knowing that nobody walking the earth today had anything to do with the crucifixion of this poor guy. So I'm just trying to say, hello?
Yeah, but the idea is, as a historical event according to Christianity, the resurrection and the crucifixion of Jesus, Christianity relies on this. The whole Christianity based on this. So
he had to die, though, Lana. The book says the reason why, if you read Daniel 9, 24 and 27, this is devastating for the Jew. This is their own book. They're talking about a messianic age. They're talking about a Messiah coming. And that in 70 AD, in the middle of that 7, that will destroy the temple. This is what it says. And in 70 AD, it happened. So, and they're saying the anointed ones would be put to death and end sacrifice. That's literally what he did. They can't deny this.
Yeah, but I heard there's like another prophecy says this, that the God is sending angels to protect his beloved one, and as far as I remember, I don't remember the whole Bible as far as my knowledge is. When Satan took Jesus on top of the mountain and he told him to jump, he told him, I heard that the God is protecting you with his angels or stuff. So this prophecy about Jesus being protected from God, it's about Jesus. And why you're not jumping, because the angels were going to hold you.
Yeah, I don't know what verse that is.
You don't know this verse?
No.
When Satan deceived Jesus and he told him to jump from the mountain.
No, I don't know. He never was deceived from Satan. He was tempted.
Tempted, yeah. The word
Tempted, not
maybe
deceived.
the language. Yeah, the language period. Yeah. And he told him, I hear that your God is protecting or sending his angels to protect you.
Well, then why isn't he fighting? Why isn't Satan fighting the angels?
He's fighting the angels because the angels is protecting Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. So he should be talking about fighting the angels, not talking to Jesus if the angels are protecting him. But I don't think. What story is this?
It's when he tempted him when he was alone in the mountain, and he told him, "Your God is protecting
the
you."
40 days and 40 nights. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so this is when. So he didn't have to suffer as a human. And Satan is telling him, "I'll give you the land. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to die. This is what this is about."
No, my point isn't this. My point is Jesus was already. There is a prophecy. I'm not mistaken. The Old Testament. This God is going to protect this Messiah from any evil or any bad stuff. So what I'm saying, that he didn't crucify, it means God protected him. You know, because Satan himself told him, your God is sending angels to protect you. And he told him, by the way, he told him, your God.
Okay, you have the verse?
Yeah, I bring it, okay.
You want to hear something funny? You know that girl? You know the girl Saxton?
Yeah.
So she's married to a Muslim man, right? But she's like Bible alone. She's not a Catholic, so she's always getting on us and calling us pagan and this, that, and the other, right?
Yeah.
So in the beginning, like a few weeks ago, she was arguing with us about infantile baptism, right? Like how babies get baptized in the Catholic Church, right? And she was against it. She was against it. She's like, "Oh, you guys shouldn't do that, this, that, and the other." Now she's pregnant. You know what she said the other day? She said she wants to baptize her child, and if her Muslim husband doesn't allow her to do it, she wants to get divorced. Tonta. Una loca, man. ¿Qué le pasa con ella, man? What's up with this woman? She's crazy.
That's her problem.
Yeah, but she's telling everybody. It's the weirdest thing, man. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand some of these people. That's why I don't allow her to talk to Muslims on my stage. That's why she doesn't come to my room. I tell her she's not allowed to talk to Muslims when I'm on the stage. I'm running no one. It's just too rude.
So now she's spreading hate.
Well, no, she's spreading hate. That's why she's upset.
Because of her kid and things like that. But even if where she lives, like she lives in the USA?
The UK.
She's probably gonna get the kid there.
I don't think she shouldn't be getting divorced over something like that. That's ridiculous. You're just saying that, but I don't even understand why somebody would say such a thing. Such a silly thing to say, right?
Yeah, of course, she isn't like she shouldn't, but like the laws like give her the permission to do so. But if she doing so, I think the Canadian government give the kid to the woman. And if they do that, like she gonna do whatever she wants with him, then he will become Catholic, and after years he will look for his father. And this is a sad story for the kid, not for her, because she's dumb.
Well, if the man is a good man and he's providing for his family, why get divorced? There is something so small, right? If she wanted to get the kid baptized, she would just take it one day the way the church would do it on her own, right? She doesn't have to make a big deal about it.
But it kind of sent the message how things will go like along the way. Like if you disagree with this point, then you will disagree with the further point. So she's trying to make a stand. So she wanna raise her son like I don't know.
Does it make a difference at this age whether he's baptized or not? It doesn't. I don't think it
It doesn't. No, for the kid it doesn't because he did it. He's not knowing and he doesn't care, to be honest. Feed me, change my diaper. That's it for his kid.
That's it. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. For the kid it doesn't matter, but for her it matters.
She thinks it's an easy thing, though. It's not. Any godparents think they're gonna clap and stuff. You can't just go there and say, "Oh, I'm gonna get him baptized." It's a little bit of a process.
Anyway, Megatron, I read the verse. It's in the comment section. And you know what? There's a beautiful verse. He says, "So they will not strike your foot against a stone. He's sending his angels to protect you." And actually, he's quoting Psalm, if I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament. The one that I'm speaking about. So God is in prophecy saying this Messiah, not a stone will harm him.
Oh, see, this is verse from the Bible.
Yeah, when Satan was tempting Jesus, he's telling him through yourself. And he told him, I heard that the God, or he's protecting you and sending angels will be concerning you, not letting a stone be against you.
So this is Matthew and Luke saying this.
Yeah.
And this is at the time of the crucifixion.
No, that was before the crucifixion.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, he was protected, and Satan knows he was protected.
All like the prophet are protected in somehow. Like they can feel pain, but they won't go through humiliation, I guess.
Yeah, you know what? Even in Quran, yes, I do believe that they were protected. But even about Jesus or Isa alayhi salam, God says, وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدُسِ, which means we gave the angel Jibril or the Holy Spirit to protect him or to be with him.
Yeah.
So literally, he had like a huge protection from anyone to harm him. So when we are saying that he wasn't crucified or got harmed, not only crucified, because in biblical verses they said they stripped him, literally making him wear a woman robe, like humiliating him on his face, and this stuff. We don't think it's about Jesus. That's not Jesus for sure. And that's not Jesus as a prophet, and that's not God for sure.
We'll screenshot that.
What's your point?
Do facts actually relate to each other in reality? Or if they don't, can they explain each other? Yes or no?
If facts don't relate to each other, then can they explain? No.
Okay, so, and if there's no reason, like metaphysical principle for why they relate, then the relation would be arbitrary, right?
There's no metaphysical reason for why they relate to each other, then they'd be arbitrary.
Yeah,
Charles,
the relation would be arbitrary.
P Mars is a waste of time, bro.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Alright, well, yeah, that's great. I think that you're also a waste of time, CM, so shut the fuck up, please.
So what I'm saying is what you just admitted to is that the relationship between facts is arbitrary, therefore explanations are arbitrary, therefore knowledge is arbitrary. So that's the demonstration of tag, right? That without God, facts would not.
I didn't admit to that. I was like, wasn't even sure what you were saying. That like this thing, everything's ultimately arbitrary. Like there's no ultimate reason for everything.
Facts don't cohere and conform to a unified structure of epistemology and ontology.
I mean, they may. I don't know.
Well, they either do or they're fragmented. Are facts connected or fragmented?
They may, like you were saying, they may ultimately connect to a universal structure. They may not. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? We can assume if they don't connect, then knowledge is impossible. If they do connect, then knowledge is possible. And you don't know.
What's the argument for that? That knowledge is impossible.
Well, I just gave it that if the relationship between the facts is arbitrary.
Why do you need, wait, but if there's a factual relation, why do you need to know the ultimate starting point? Like, for example, the farmers back in the day didn't need to know that water was H2O to understand that it was important to drink.
It's
They
just
didn't need to know the ultimate chemical composition or where water came from to understand the relation water had to the plant in their own bodies. So no, I reject that argument. I reject that argument. You need to understand the ultimate foundation. Right? That's just some precept nonsense that you're parroting and talking points. Right? You can understand a causal link down the chain without understanding the ultimate start of the cause.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that the farmer has to know something, right? I'm arguing that this has to exist in reality.
Hey, Mark, you know there are people on deserted islands and shit who've never even heard of God and no concept of God. Okay, and they still understand how to fucking farm and how to get on with their lives, right? And they have no idea what the ultimate foundation of everything is. They don't even think about that shit, and they still operate with logic.
Yeah, but they lack ultimate context.
Yeah. Okay, and yet they can still use logic and they can connect facts together. Right?
Okay, but use isn't.
Okay, so they don't know about God, right?
But using something doesn't make it non-arbitrary. You can use something to be arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. They just don't know what the ultimate foundation
It
is.
is definitely arbitrary. It's definitionally arbitrary because there's no reason why one fact would connect to another fact, so it's arbitrary.
No, the chain of logic that they're using when they're putting the water on the plant or drinking the water is just that the water is useful for those things. They don't even think back. They don't even think back to why the water is useful, right? They just know the water is useful for these things because they put it on the plant and they see the plants grow. They don't need to understand that the Christian God or whatever, Muslim God, whatever ultimate cause of the universe is.
If water making plants grow doesn't conform and cohere to a unified structure of ontology and epistemology, then the relationship would be fragmented and disconnected. And so there'd be no reason that they connect each other. And so it's not like it wouldn't work, but it would be arbitrary. Because they would have no reason to think that there's this connection that they believe in.
Even if it ultimately came from nothing, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be connected.
Yeah, it does. Because they would.
How so?
Because they would ultimately be fragmented facts.
What's the argument for that?
It's just definitional. It's if they're either ultimately.
No, perhaps out of nothingness, water was created and plants were created.
But it's a unified
Logically
description.
possible.
But you're describing unity, but not describing the unifier.
Why does there have to be a unifier? Maybe things just naturally, just have unity. Like if your God, P-Mars, if your God exists, he naturally, as at the start of the universe, has all of these things programmed in him, logic, understanding, right? The state of the universe is already naturally in this uniform way that you described, right? So you could just remove the mind, remove the God, and just take this uniformity, the very uniformity that exists in your God, right, at the start of the universe. So either way, we both believe that the universe is natural and ordered and things are connected, right? You just have one extra character added at the beginning with the mind. And I'm saying the nature that you're ascribing to him, right, is just how nature works minus the mind, minus the intentionality.
Okay, but all you're
It's the same uniformity.
Okay, but then, like, when we start, there's a starting point in our epistemology, there's going to be entailments. So it's like you can't start on a plane that's flying to New York City and get off in Tokyo. And that's what you're doing, like in a philosophical sense. You want to start with like human reason, but then you want to deny like hard solipsism without a defeater. So that's kind of the problem, is you're just denying like the commitments, what you're committed to in your starting point.
I have no idea how that was addressing what I said.
Well, you start your system starts disconnected, with your mind disconnected from the world. My system starts with them connected.
Says who?
The starting points in our system.
P-Mars, if your God exists and he's all powerful, could he create beings who just understood that plants need water and they didn't understand any prior connection, but they just simply understood that? The same way your God just simply understands things without having any prior connections himself, right? He just exists at the start of the universe and he understands all this shit. His brain works in all these ways, or his mind, maybe you don't believe in the brain, right? His mind works in all these very complicated ways. He just knows and understands all these things. And that's the nature of the universe with your God. So why couldn't your God create us the same way, where we understand these things, right? The way certain things work, the way induction, deduction works, without understanding the prior links that are necessary? Isn't that logically possible?
He did. Like everyone thinks induction.
Right. Okay. Wait. So you admit that that's logically possible. So I don't need to believe in your God, and your God doesn't even need to exist because P-Mars, the universe you believe in is the same one. You just believe there's one more character before all of us who naturally just knows these things and works this way. It's the same thing. You believe in nature, right, is your God who is uniform and understands these things and has logic and has patterns and has all of these things, induction, and connects concepts together and facts, and understands everything that we understand, plus more, right? So we believe the same thing. We believe that we're naturally like this. This is how nature made us. And both are logically possible because you believe the natural state of affairs includes a being with all of those same abilities that you ascribe to us. This is why the fucking precept argument makes no sense, bro.
Because you're ignoring the starting points. We have different starting points, and so that's going to have different entailments and problems, but you just want to ignore that. I mean, you conceded that your knowledge is arbitrary. So.
Knowledge is arbitrary. That's hilarious.
Well, it isn't.
If that is not meaningless, I don't know what is.
If knowledge isn't grounded, it's arbitrary. Right? So, are we allowed?
What do you ground your grounding in?
That's like asking what's the Supreme Court. It's like what's the Supreme Court? What's the Supreme Court of the Supreme Court?
I mean, that's how dumb what you're saying is, Femur.
Who's
the point. It was supposed to be
who's the president of Donald Trump?
Oh, no, that's not the point. Donald Trump. If you say everything needs a grounding, then what do you ground your grounding in?
Yeah.
You don't say everything needs a president, so that the president needs a president. You don't say that.
The point of a ground is it's a terminating point. It's the terminus of justification, because it's the ultimate authority. So if it's not
No, determinism is making that arbitrary. Everybody sees.
Your God is arbitrary. There's no reason for him. He's just there.
I mean, that's all you guys just do arbitrary debates, so that's not like, what does it matter then? You're fine with being arbitrary, that's not an insult.
You said knowledge is arbitrary, or our knowledge is arbitrary.
If it's not grounded, it's either grounded or it's arbitrary. I ground my knowledge in Jesus. What do you ground your knowledge in?
Facts.
Facts. So your knowledge is arbitrary.
It's the opposite of arbitrary. It's grounded in facts.
That's arbitrary.
How is
Grounding
that
knowledge
facts
in Jesus is arbitrary.
No, because Jesus provides a reason for like why we do things. Because he's like a concrete.
Wait.
No, he doesn't. Because my
Definitions for these two words. These are big words. Do you have definitions for these?
like so.
Listen, tell me the difference between grounded knowledge and arbitrary knowledge.
Grounded.
One of them, he mentions Jesus.
Your knowledge is grounded when facts would cohere and conform to a unified structure of ontology and epistemology. If your facts are ungrounded, they would be fragmented, disconnected.
Okay. Tell me if you agree or disagree with the following definition that I give. The definition that I think is grounded knowledge is belief that is supported by reasons, evidence, or reliable method. So you explain, defended, and tested, you fit into a broader system of understanding without contradicting. It connects to something outside of the belief itself, so logic, observation, or what we consider reality. So that would be my definition of grounded knowledge. And then arbitrary knowledge, or arbitrary belief, is something accepted without a sufficient reason, or where the reason given is random, irrelevant, or interchangeable, so it lacks solid connection, evidence, or logic. It can be different but no loss of justification. There's no way to defend it over an alternative. Do you agree or disagree with the following definition I gave?
Your definition doesn't include like metaphysical arbitrariness. It's just it's focusing on epistemic arbitrariness. So I would include metaphysical arbitrariness.
Those words are too big for me. I'm kind of like on Andrew's side of things, you know, like so I'm sorry. I can't handle the bigger words, but I think I narrowed it down.
I know, the intelligent Christian. That was a great Christian.
Andrew Harvard.
See, I did pretty well on that, right?
What's the symmetry break between arbitrary and not arbitrary? Mars?
If it's
just
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know how many times, like, you guys should know this shit. This is like basic debate. So some of these arbitrary. There's no epistemic reason, or there's no like metaphysical principle as a reason as to like why it would exist, or then why you would be able to know it.
But the reason is arbitrary also. Like you can believe that reason is true and other reason is true also. But the reason that you're making is
like your parents' cousins.
The simple test is to ask this question. What makes this belief this one instead of a different one? If there's a clear non-random reason, it's grounded. If not, it's arbitrary. It's very simple.
Exactly. So I believe facts are connected because of a metaphysical principle in the triune God, right? He connects facts as all. Jesus upholds and sustains all facts.
And it's like,
so it's like, and if you don't believe in Jesus, then what would uphold and sustain all facts? You know?
I told you it was Jesus.
Well, I mean, I don't believe in a triune God, so that's also very.
Oh damn, you're gonna go to hell.
I'm a Unitarian. I know.
If a Unitarian, then logic would look like this in a Unitarian situation. If A, then A, premise 2, A, conclusion A. That's Unitarianism.
It's not very accurate.
Everything would be A, because they're ultimately
there only one God?
No, P-Mars just prays
Yeah.
to his gods.
Okay, what's his name?
What's his name? Yahweh.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so it's not Jesus then?
Well, Jesus is Yahweh.
Oh, Jesus is Yahweh. Okay, so they're the exact same thing then?
Well, God is.
Exact same
God
thing?
is. Yeah,
They're the
God
exact
is.
same thing, right?
God is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You can't like separate them.
Wait, no, I asked about Yahweh. Is Yahweh the same thing as Jesus?
Yahweh is Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. That's Yahweh.
Oh, okay. Yahweh is Jesus. So Yahweh is the exact same thing as Jesus.
You can't separate the persons.
Right. So tell me. So say it out loud. The Father is the exact same thing as Jesus. The exact same thing. It's just.
It's not the exact. They're different.
Oh, they're not. Oh, they're different. Oh, they. Oh, so there's two gods.
They're the same.
I think you're forgetting. Well, you're forgetting that like ghost.
Oh, we'll get to the third one. Yeah, we'll get to the third one. They love to focus on these two.
Well, it's a false.
Yeah. We'll get to the third one. Let's just look at these two. So Yahweh is Jesus. They're the exact same person. Or they're different people.
It's a false either or, right? So it's a both and.
P-Mars, did Yahweh get nailed to a cross?
Yeah, did the Father die on the cross?
You know, it'd be a miracle if these guys could make an argument.
Hey Mars, did the Father die on the cross? That's funny coming from you. Who want to run the fucking precept script?
Well,
Did the Father die on the cross? Did the Father die on the cross, P Mars?
The precept script showed that.
Did the Father die on the cross, P Mars?
What you're saying arbitrary.
Christian answer.
Yeah, did the Father
Here,
die
I'll
on the
answer
cross?
for him.
If you want to talk.
No.
Right. Oh, so they're different because one of them died on the cross and one of them didn't. So they're not the same thing.
Yeah, but you're arbitrary, so it doesn't matter.
Right. You're right. None of this does matter. Thank you for admitting that they're different gods, P Mars. Welcome to being a polytheist. Hey, lots of people are polytheists. It's okay.
Look, Charles is evil. Dude, you just enjoy Charles and see out, bro. I mean, it's a... Unless you want to become a Unitarian like me.
What? Why are you bullying me? It's because I read.
What's reading?
Exactly. Well, it's TV though. What you reading for? You got TVs now.
P Mars, I expected better from you on the Trinity debate, honestly. You didn't even give me the three persons, one being, and all the other bullshit.
Yeah,
Come on.
like the monarchical, like...
Yeah, oh no. Well, they share one essence. So really, what God is an essence. Come on, you didn't give me any of these bullshit arguments.
Well, no.
You couldn't even get past the level 1 argument. Well, he just scooped. He just fucking scooped.
Well, you equivocated relationship and being.
Oh, now he's gonna try. No, you already tapped out, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Charles.
Yeah. Now he's gonna try.
Charles,
Now
let's
I
make this
gave
an
him those
analogy.
arguments.
Charles, let's make this an analogy, right? You ever watch the WWE, Charles?
Yes. I do jiu-jitsu actually, so I do real.
Okay, spectacular. So Charles,
You guys are good to dudes.
Mars, hold on for 1 second. I know I'm arbitrary, and I know I feel like this.
No, you're
whatever.
great.
Just give me a minute. I need a minute, just a minute. Right? You know how the WWE, like, they have like fake props, and then they're able to, you know, somewhere on their body, able to have like fake blood and shit.
Sometimes the blood's real, actually.
I don't think that's.
Sometimes
I don't think that's fake.
I'm saying, Mars, I know I'm arbitrary. Just give me 1 minute.
I'm pretty sure the chair is real.
Hold on, just give me 1 second, right? So my point being is that maybe just maybe. Holy shit, I forgot what I was gonna say, dude. I like this shit.
We're gonna give me the Molinist metaphor, where like, oh, you become the mayor, but you're still you, but then you stop being the mayor. Yeah. But of course, that's a heresy too. You don't want to say that because then that's just God role playing, right?
Okay,
Pretending.
here's what I think we should do with Mars, okay? I just want to do critical thinking here. Instead of trying to convert it to atheism, I say we need to convert it to Unitarianism. And then from Unitarianism, then we can break it down.
The same shit.
Unitarianism and atheism are the same thing. You hear that?
Basically the same.
It's basically the same, yeah. I mean, he just tapped out of the Trinity argument at like record speed. Aren't you on these debate rooms like every fucking day, P Mars? Come on.
Yeah.
I'm the best. I know, but then you have to come on, P Mars. You gotta give me at least a level 1 response back to the Trinity.
I also read. I don't just sit around bullshitting. I also read.
Oh, it's good. I'm glad that you read. That's good. Very few people read these days.
I'm glad you're.
But you don't read Trinity
praise to the Father, and they're distinct, and the Spirit is separate by both of them. So the conclusion, knowing all these factors, is that there's one God, but there's three distinct persons, which is why we have the Trinity, right? Why would it not be like this, Charles? Why would it not be triune?
So I'm gonna ask you now. Go ahead and define person for me.
Define person?
Yeah.
That's arbitrary.
You can't tap out that quick, bro. Come on. I can do it. You want to be the atheist? I'll give you the Trinity.
So here I got you, Charles. Definition of a person would be the distinct center of a consciousness or a relation.
There's three distinct consciousnesses, right? And your God is the mind, right?
Well, I mean,
so then there's
like
three
said,
distinct
the Father,
minds,
the
so
Son, the
three
Spirit
distinct
are not
gods.
three beings. They're not to share one essence. So it's one God and three
So
persons.
Christian, does Jesus 2% of what it takes to be God?
It's three distinct seats of intellect.
Three distinct seats of intellect. Okay, so three different minds then. Right.
No,
so then now the question is, does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
It's one mind.
Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
Are you asking me or mine?
Either of you. Who wants to do it? Does
You
Jesus have 100? Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
keep separating the Trinity, so you can't separate it.
According to you, that's the point of the argument. You can't just say I can't separate it.
Well, if you separate it, then you're strongmanning the position.
But you can't say the Trinity doesn't make sense because then I lose the argument.
If we talk,
Okay, now does the Father have 100% of what it takes to be God?
It's just a problem with I read, so this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes. Well, yes.
Okay, now is the Father the same as the Son?
The same.
Has the same,
It's not,
the exact same divine essence.
you're thinking over it.
Oh, okay, so they're the same essence. Now, what does essence mean? Go ahead and define essence for me.
Yeah, I got you. Essence is I'm not sure. I would say the fundamental oneness of a thing. So it's like set of actions.
Okay, so you and I share the essence of being human. Are we the exact same? Are we distinct? You and I share the essence of being a human. Are we the exact same person? Are we different?
Well, we're different.
Right, okay. And we would be counted as two different people, right? Because even though we have the essence of human being, we have distinct minds.
No.
Do we disagree?
No, of course not. Of course not.
What's the argument for that?
It's just our.
Okay, so you did better. You did better.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you at least knew how dialogue goes.
See, I tried. You see, I'm not a Trinitarian though, so yeah.
You do share humanness, and that's my share. You actually are identical in terms of humanness.
We're identical in terms of we are not identical in terms of humanness. We share humanness. We are different in other ways.
Yeah, and that's what differentiates you.
Yeah, so we're two different humans. Because we share humanness, but we have different minds, right?
Humanness is what's in.
Is the essence.
Yeah.
Okay. So each of the
And you're
persons.
different in terms of persons for various
Yeah,
reasons.
so you have three gods.
A Trinitarian is going to agree with that.
Yeah, so you have
But
three
there's
gods.
different persons.
Well, actually, either they're gonna agree, they're gonna say it's our.
God is anything uncreated.
You know what they could do? A good move that they could make? They could just say the essence itself is God. But then, of course, you wouldn't have God being a mind, right? And stuff.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Then they have to get rid of the.
Obviously, the essence is God. Duh.
Okay, so you're
But
God.
how real then?
So you're God.
Charles, why don't we let our leader defend it? And any of you critiquing, because he's probably going to be one of the better defenders on the stage, right?
Why?
So, Peter, do you want to defend it so we can all listen? Charles and Marcus and Christian and whoever else can challenge the notion that you presumably the challenge for the people who are challenging is that it's incoherent. Is that the challenge, or what's the challenge against?
Well, it's either incoherent or it's blasphemous.
Yeah,
So there's ways
is
to
like
make
much weaker claim.
Yeah, there's ways to make
Yeah, but I think typically that, Charles. Okay, but that's what. Okay, if you concede that, then the blasphemous thing is a weaker claim, right? Because typically this thing, I'm not saying for you specifically, but typically people want to claim that this is somehow incoherent.
Well, no, like
I
you could
think
do,
as long as
you could do
one concedes it's not
partialism,
incoherent.
right? You could do partialism. You could do what's the one? Monism, right? There's
Well,
ways to make
Albedo
it
what
make
he
sense.
does. But let's see what Albedo does.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I think if you're going to retreat to, which is fine, one can, I guess, that it's blasphemous, that's going to be a weaker claim against it, that it's incoherent. So I don't know if Albedo
Well,
wants to
it's
defend his
incoherent. It's incoherent given that they view. I forget the term.
Well, Charles, can I give you a better term to use?
How could you call it blasphemous? You're not a Christian.
Wait, hold on. Can I give let me give a better term to use for Charles. Charles, use logically inconsistent instead. It sounds better.
Well, it's it's logically inconsistent
Oh, it's
given
sort of
that they
defined.
believe partialism.
Whatever words you're going to use.
What's the other
What's the
term?
key?
Monism, partialism, monism, and what's the third one? I'm trying to remember. I'll go against Churchill. What's the third one?
Modalism.
Modalism. Yes, yeah.
Go ahead,
Given
Albedo. Why
that,
don't you defend your view? Tell us what yours is.
Yeah, I
And then
usually take
get
the
guys.
monarchical roads of identity.
Well, just explain to everybody, because I don't remember what that is.
The father is like, this is sort of an analogous, but the father's like a big G God, and the other persons are little G gods. They share in the same substance God, but the father has like a particular relation that the other two don't have, and that's a deity, and that's what differentiates the kind of title that's used for the father. Like, what's it called? I always forget this word. It's like when you go, the president spoke to the president. Is it from a president?
Exclamation?
No, definite article? Definite article.
Right.
I mean, so it just sounds like you're conceding to polytheism and just that the father
Well,
is
no,
more
Charles.
important.
There's also something else you're missing, because on top of that,
So-
there's also just a logical gap here. I mean, he made the analogy of a big G and the two little G's.
Yeah,
As we know, in Trinitarianism, and it doesn't really matter what sect of it or what type, it usually follows that all three, however
Co-equal, they're co-equal.
co-equals. They're
I was gonna bring that up too. That's a
Yeah, but
yes, they're co-equals.
okay, what does that refer to?
You said what?
Like, do you think we are equal?
Do I think me and you are equal?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In what way? Because certainly you don't think that we're equal in every, like, you don't think we're equal in strength. Probably, right?
Well, I mean, obviously the concepts will vary amongst one another.
Right. But you do think in
equal.
some cases we might be equal, in other cases we're not. And yet you might still say, yeah, we're equal. Because what you're denoting there is something very specific.
We'll continue.
And because the doctrine doesn't tell you what in specific, you can denote basically anything you want. I think really what's mattering here is the general kind of divinity.
So when you say Jesus and the Holy Spirit are little G gods, can you explain further what you mean by little G gods?
The only difference here is that they don't have a say.
And define a deity for me again. I've heard the term before.
Lack of dependence.
Okay, so Jesus and the Holy Spirit are dependent upon the Father.
Yeah.
Okay, so they lack what it would mean to be fully God without the Father.
Correct.
No.
Also.
Why? They're dependent on something. They can't be fully God without the Father. They're dependent upon Him.
Well,
They're fully God.
I want to be clear about like the dependence there. The kind of dependence that we're talking about is one of like it's true. You could make the statement it's true. One wouldn't exist without the other. However, it's like a necessary connection. So there's no worlds where they exist without each other. It would just be like a counter possible statement. Like
So then Jesus couldn't exist without the Father, and the Father couldn't exist without Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then now it sounds like what you're talking about is partialism, and you're taking away the aseity of the Father too.
Because there's no parts.
You said
What do you think counts as a part?
They count as parts because they're distinct, and because you said one could exist the other.
They're not distinct in terms of
They're distinct in that one of them died off and one of them didn't, right?
But that's not the part that we care
ask this. I know classical Trinitarianism enough to understand that it does not support subordinationism. And what you are advocating for right now is that it sounds like that you're saying the Holy Spirit and or Jesus, vice versa between the two, are subordinate to the Father. If that's the case, well, you use your analogy of the two little G's to the big G. Big G being the Father, and little G's, big Jesus and the Holy Spirit. So it sounds
What do you
like,
think being a subordinate means?
do we really need to define what a subordinate is?
Yeah, because if you think that just having dependence means you're subordinate, then you're
That's
wrong.
not- no,
You
that's not what I'm saying.
don't
That's
understand
not
what
what I'm saying.
subordination means.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, Christian, no, I think it's more partialism than subordination.
Just one of you guys spend a minute time. Charles, either you do it or Christian does it. But
Christian,
do
you go.
different
Christian,
things.
you go. I've been talking for a while. You go.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Go ahead, Christian.
Both
So
practices
now you're going to have to define your words. You're going to use words that Almeda's going to object. What I heard was, hey, the scripture doesn't make it clear exactly what is identical or whatever it is. And if he takes a particular thing that's identical, you'd have to show him why he can't do that. And if you're appealing to some notion that other Christians have, you're going to have to show him why he should change his view or something, if that's your line of attack. But you go ahead and do it, but you're going to have to define your words so that you understand what he's saying. He says the same about you. Otherwise, you're just going to not address what he's saying. So go ahead.
No, fair enough. Okay. Definition of subordinationism. And by the way, this is also just a belief within Christianity, but I'll define it for you. Is the theological belief that the Son and or the Holy Spirit are somehow inferior to or less than the Father in their divinity and or their essence. So it's either or. It can be one or it can be two.
Yeah, and I deny that they are.
So okay, well let me ask you, are they?
They are in fact equal in terms of their divinity.
They're equal in terms of their divinity. Are they equal in terms of their essence? Okay, spectacular.
Well, could I interject for 1 second? I wanted to introduce someone who's, I think, a great philosopher, super, and she's an amazing person. And yeah, I think so I think she's a pretty good one. So if you ever want to check this, super is like a great philosopher. She's an amazing person. She's also a Thomist. Yeah, she's a Catholic. Albedo like you, right? She's Catholic.
Wow, that's awesome.
Welcome, Super.
Yeah.
Cringe.
Yeah. So have I dispelled of your charge of subordination?
Oh yes, my will continue. Okay, so just to clarify, because kind of straight off, you're saying that the Son and the Holy Spirit are equal to in both divinity and essence.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you give an argument for that?
Well, we look at the traits of each one that require divinity, and we ask ourselves, do they have them? And the answer is yes. It's just obvious.
Well, what traits?
Omnipotence, omniscience, benevolence, and the typical classical theist traits. I don't really think you need much more than those three, though. I think that would be sufficient.
Well, I'm going to tell you why that doesn't really follow. You're saying that the specific traits of defining divinity, or what it seems like to be something of that, is just totally wrong. Because number one, divinity may be just relational or functional. It's not necessarily trait based. And trait culture would continue, and they're conceptual constructs, right? What counts as omnipotence or perfection? These specific traits that we would dedicate to a god, as an example, right? Vary by theological or philosophical framework. If our understanding of traits is limited or human constructed, right? Like defining divinity solely by them is just I don't want to pull what Mars said earlier, but it's just arbitrary, right? Like I'll give you an example.
Yeah, I don't accept quite a bit of what you just said, and I don't think you could give an argument for any of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then what makes you to believe that traits would be able to define essence for these?
Well, do you want to actually argue it back on me.
Yeah, I can. I mean, if you
If you're not willing to argue, I'm just gonna dismiss all of what you said.
No, sure. I can do that. You ever heard of like conceptual relativity?
Not specifically. You want to go into it a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So basically, it discusses like the traits like omnipotence or omniscience or moral perfection, right, are defined in human philosophical terminology. So different cultures.
What is human? So there's regular philosophy, and then you qualify it by calling it human philosophy.
Well, I mean, I just went to.
What is the human doing there?
I mean, the human philosophical terms addresses humans
If you had not added the word human, would anything about what you said changed?
I mean, does it really matter? Do we really need to stick on one word?
Yeah, I really want to know why you added that.
I mean, why not?
Oh my God.
My question isn't that. My question is, if I just remove the word, does the meaning of everything you said remain the same?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. So we don't have to worry about what humans say. There's just like philosophy or something.
Yeah, sure. We'll put it to that. So different cultures and religions would define divine very differently. So basically, the implication is that if traits are culturally or conceptually variable, using them to define divinity is arbitrary. So divinity may not require traits at all. It would just be more about the existential status or the relational function or the power to create and meditate reality. So saying God must have X, Y, and Z traits is like a human imposition. It's not a necessary condition, right? So therefore, your claim, based on fixed traits, can absolutely be questioned.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, for one,
Sorry, what is even this critique? Like, I don't even understand.
He's
Are you saying because a human did conceptual analysis on theism and arrived at a set of traits? Oh, you can't do that because, different cultures have different traits for divinity.
Essence based off of traits. That's what I'm arguing.
Why not?
Let's not be that do it, Mark. Can we let our leader do it?
Okay, I'm just like trying to follow what the critique even is. Go ahead.
Right now, I don't really think this matter too much. But I mean, first of all, I think it's just wrong because there's just is a stable thing you can look at for ascribing the traits, and it's more or less true of a lot of cultures. So I don't think it is culturally dependent. I think the fact that many cultures arrive to that truth is evidence of it not being dependent on culture.
Well, I can also give another argument, but we don't have to stick on this like tangent. I'm just.
I don't think it's going to change a lot. Like the question, even if it is relative to my culture or my theology or something, that doesn't make it less true. Is within that context, it is true.
We can move on.
It may
Wait
be
a second.
I mean, basing it off of traits is kind of insane. But we can.
Yeah, but Christian, you haven't offered a. He's giving you a rebuttal. Are you conceding that you don't have a critique against his monarchalism?
I mean, there's no other. I mean, I just gave a critique and he dismissed it as well.
You just sort of wanted to move on. I'm an independent observer, right? I don't think Christianity is true, but you didn't critique it in any way that I would. Yeah, you made a good point there. Peter's in trouble. In fact, he responded to you, and you said let's move on. I mean, that seems like you're conceding that you don't have any objections against monarchialism. Do you want to do?
But even the critique itself is like, well, you can't define it like this because different cultures have different ideas about divinity. So what?
Maybe you could give
like different cultures have different ideas about logic and ethics. Does that mean that we can't say that, hey, what I mean by ethics is this, because different cultures have different understandings?
I was just diving into conceptual relativity. I mean, and the implications of it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just basing off of the idea that he brought.
No, but did you hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think it makes sense to critique someone's understanding of ethics by saying, well, you can't define ethics that way because multiple cultures have defined ethics in different ways? That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That is what you said.
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, so just to be clear, your point wasn't that, well, here's an obstacle to defining divinity in this way, and it is rooted in this like cultural relativism, this like idea that, well, different cultures are going to have different understandings about what divinity is. Was that not your point?
So this is what I did.
Was that not your point?
Well, let me break down what I did. What I did.
Well, can you answer yes or no?
I first brought up conceptual relativity.
No, but did I give you an accurate statement?
A statement of what?
Did I give you an accurate steel man?
Of what?
Of your point, dumbass. I was recapitulating the critique you made, and I asked you, is that accurate?
I said it was.
You didn't.
I thought I did. I thought.
I mean,
Okay, so
are
what?
you done with that, Christian, or?
Yeah.
But
Yikes.
let me just check something, Christian, because it doesn't seem to me like you even gave Albedo anything to like really worry about. And I don't think Christianity is true, but like your attempt didn't seem to work. Is this conceptual relativity, or whatever the term was you used, is that supposed to be a rebuttal against monoculism that Albedo should like give up monoculism? Or is that you just like testing the waters or defining something? Can you tell me if that was supposed to be a rebuttal? Because I didn't hear.
It was supposed to be. I mean, it was a point.
Sorry?
It was a point. It was supposed to. It was supposed to be one of the points out of the many to discuss why it should be questioned of why traits should be defining divinity or essence in a Trinitarian viewpoint, and he proceeded to dismiss it.
I told you
He
why.
gave you an
I
answer.
just dismissed that one. I told you why. I was willing to dismiss all the other stuff if you didn't give arguments for why I should accept the ones I disagree with.
Most Unitarians,
You said a whole lot.
most Unitarians rebut using scripture, Christian. If you want to use scripture to like disprove the absence of Trinity, that's another good option, I think.
That's not one for me though, because I don't believe in the Trinity for Scripture.
Like Christian, I'm a non-believer. I think Christianity is silly.
Why don't
But
you
the point you made was that.
How do you get your doctrine if it's not from scripture? Like, where are you getting your doctrine?
No, through the interpretation, I'll be saying through the lens of the church fathers, right? I'll be through the lens of the
No, doing it through my epistemology.
Oh, okay.
How do you know? Where does it come from, Albedo?
Maybe like through the one at the beginning.
Your epistemology, before everybody goes off track. Christian, are you finished? Albedo gave you a version of the Trinity.
Yes.
How come you're still a Unitarian? Because his position seems to be not refuted by.
Yeah. So number one, I wasn't arguing Unitarianism. I wasn't arguing Unitarianism at all.
Yeah, but he's arguing for Trinitarianism. And if that's true, presumably your view is false.
If we were arguing Unitarianism, I would have already converted him.
Yes,
But
but
we are not arguing today. We are arguing.
Weren't you trying to undermine Trinitarianism?
I was undermining traits to describe or define divinity in essence. I wasn't.
Yes, but in pursuit of what?
Honestly, I lost track.
Yeah, honestly, Christian, like I'm on your side. I think the Trinity is total nonsense, but like I still didn't really follow what you were saying either.
Okay, but Charles, I think that's fair. If you think it's like nonsense.
If you cry again, I'm moving you down to be Mars.
Well, you're the head bully.
Okay, Charles, you want to have a crack at
That's
it?
right.
You want to have a crack at it?
I mean, I don't know
If
because
we
I
think
kind
it's
of did,
nonsense,
and
presumably by nonsense, you mean
Albedo essentially hand waved my argument. It was like nobody cares about that when I mentioned that.
What was your argument?
I'm on your side.
I gave the argument that Jesus experiences. I mean, it's in pursuit of a larger argument that Jesus experienced dying on the cross, right? The Father did not. So
Right.
there was that minimum qualia of experience that the Father did not. They definitely had different mental states as well. Jesus thinks I have to die on the cross. The Father has an othering about someone else needs to die on the cross, namely his son. Right? They 100%. They have 100% of what it takes to be God. Right? And they do not have the same mental state, even if they agree on the same goal. individuals that cannot have the same mental state just due to the laws of logic. So I mean, for all of those reasons, you're going to end up with polytheism, unless the argument he was making with the little g god, then you're going to have partialism. And I put something in the chat too.
There's so many things that I
Because
just.
he made an argument about aseity.
Well, maybe we
but then he
can
also
focus in
said-
on one thing.
Making arguments.
What about this what about this mental state business?
Well, let me just dispense with that real quick. Omniscience is possessing like all the true positions or whatever. It's certainly at least typical convention on that. Has nothing to do with knowledge of experience. It's knowledge of propositions.
But it's not.
I don't really care
It's
about
not
the
just that, because Jesus also had a quality that the Father didn't have.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care.
No, but qualia, what he's saying is that qualia isn't the type of thing that the Father knows.
Exactly.
Like it's not the kind of knowledge Father has.
He can't have it.
Yeah, and that doesn't undermine omniscience.
I didn't say it undermined omniscience. I'm saying
What
they're not
does
the
it
same
undermine?
being. I'm saying they cannot be the same
No,
being.
no.
They are different beings.
Why do you
You're saying if the Son has some qualia or some mental state that the Father doesn't have, they can't be the same being.
Look, nobody. Okay, well the being there. I'm not gonna like see why we have to set that, but clearly like we can say there's a distinction, which obviously like all Trinitarians accept there's a distinction between persons.
Right.
That's why
But he's saying something more than that. Obviously, he's saying the distinction is substantive enough that they can't be the same.
Right.
The same thing.
And I want the explanation for that. That's the rub. So give like the argument for why that makes them, the fact that there's any distinction means that they're like a different substance.
Do you think they have different minds?
Hold on, you added substance. I didn't say substance at all.
I don't think you have to think they even have minds. The church father
No, but what does it mean to have a mental state? You don't have a mind.
I don't think you have to use those words either.
Why not?
But then that should be where you're saying, hey, I don't think they have mental states at all. But that's what you should be saying.
Which is impossible because Jesus had a fully human experience. Then that's in your book. I mean,
Right now,
so you
what
can
I'm
deny
trying
the
to say is
Bible if you
what
want.
the creeds demand of a Trinitarian does not include like ideas of mentality or things like that.
Of course not.
Although
They're not going to include my arguments that
if you don't
That's
mind,
not about your arguments, bro.
although oftentimes when we talk about like we're in 2026, we have lots of concepts that we are going to want to implant on there. When we talk about persons, almost always we think of persons of having minds, and so when we think of Jesus or the Father, we think of having a mind. You just don't have to be committed to that to be a Trinitarian.
Right. Well, okay, then let me just ask.
Oh, sure, but
Go ahead.
I agree with that. Just saying what this guy is providing is something more than that. He's like not just saying here are some violations that you can't hold, or here's some commitments you have to hold. He's saying, well, here's a conceptual analysis of the Trinity. And like it doesn't work to just say, well, that's the church father said this about being a Trinitarian. That doesn't seem relevant.
Yeah, and in fact, like I would use the Bible itself.
Here, I'll read it out. You want to say that the fact that they have different qualia is obviously a distinction. But you want to say it's a relevant enough distinction that they're separate beings, huh? And where's the argument for that?
Yeah, so a quality of experience, and not just a quality of experience, but also a quality of experience for a human being, because Jesus is fully human, right? According to Trinitarians and the Church and the Bible, is an experience that is distinct from a being that does not have that experience, which is the Father, which the Bible also backs up.
Yeah, I already grant that this is not a controversial premise. The controversial premise is the fact that they have two different qualias means they're two different beings.
Yeah, because qualia is something experienced by a being.
Yeah, we agree that no. Look, it is agreed on that there is a being there that they both reside in. God, the substance God. They both do. It's the same one though. You're trying to say no, it's two different ones.
Well, okay, if you want to make that argument, then that argument is like essentially the Cerberus argument when then you're talking about partialism. You can make that move if you want, but that's just partialism.
I don't know how it's partialism either.
Because you said they share one being. So it's essentially the Cerberus analogy.
I wouldn't
Right.
they share.
So a
there's
Cerberus,
animals.
so a Cerberus, right? The left head of the Cerberus has a different quality and experience than the right head, but they share, quote unquote, a being. Although that I don't necessarily even agree with that, but for the sake of the argument, we can just say that, right? That's just going to be partialism. The left head of the Cerberus is still going to be.
Look, you don't even know what a part is. Do you know what is denied when we talk about divine simplicity in terms of proper parthood?
Yeah, you don't believe that. You believe it's all part of one. You don't believe that there's
Using the word part in there, I'm asking
you don't
what
believe
is what is proper parthood?
I don't know what you mean by proper parthood. Never heard that term in my life.
Which is important for figuring out if things can be divided or if they're.
Okay, can you just explain it to me then?
Yeah, it's something that you could take away and it would cease being. But it's a contingent feature of it. And nobody's saying it's a contingent feature of God. These persons exist. They're necessary.
Right, then they're not. Okay, so that was the argument I made earlier about aseity. So if you're saying it's necessary, then they're not. Then there's no aseity because it's a necessary feature. You said they would cease being without the other one.
If it's a contraposible scenario. And aseity is talking about the Father. That's true.
Yeah. So you're saying right, exactly. So you're saying Jesus, right, needs the Father. The Father needs Jesus. They would cease to be, which is a contradiction of aseity. The Father does not have aseity, right, because he needs Jesus to be God. So it is literally a contradiction. Your belief is a contradiction.
Why does he need Jesus?
Because you just said, right, that there are proper parts and he would cease to even be God.
I denied that. I actually denied that. They're not proper parts.
So they're not proper parts. They just happen to make up what is God.
The things that you can say that are true of an object, but that doesn't make the part.
And yet they're connected, right?
I don't know what connected means. Is that like
You said earlier that with that the Father needs Jesus, that you can't envision one without the other. Did you? Maybe I'm wrong. Did you say that?
So far as there's a relation between them, yeah. For holding
only for the relation then. So the relation is not necessary.
Look, the Father. It doesn't even make sense to talk about a Father without some kind of offspring, right?
No. Okay. Forget the word Father. Let's just talk about Yahweh.
No, Charles, he was saying that Jesus is interdependent upon the Father. That's what.
It's
okay. So
in terms of like being a father, like you have to have like the progeny or.
I think the word Father is getting us confused in the conversation. I'm just talking about Yahweh.
I'm trying to
Yahweh.
Okay, what does Yahweh just denote?
Right. So okay. Do you believe that it's logically possible that we have Yahweh, right, just as the God of this universe, and there's no Jesus, there's no Holy Spirit?
Which logic?
Logically possible. It doesn't entail a
Which
contradiction.
Well, I
Proper classical logic.
I think logic is a subset of metaphysics. So I think that there could be many different worlds, metaphysical worlds, where there's different logics.
Well, let me ask you, Charles. I want to bounce off that for a second.
If you're asking me about worlds that are like subsistent to like logical relations, then I can really tell you about the order of like the way the world really could be.
Well, let me ask you. Do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yeah.
Do you believe that the Father is God?
Yeah.
And do you also believe that the Holy Spirit is a symbol of God's power?
It's a symbol of God's power.
Yeah. Can the Holy Spirit be a symbol of God's power?
Doesn't seem like.
You said what?
I said that seems fine. I guess like I don't know what you're baking.
Okay, spectacular. So
I don't know what you're baking into that when you say.
You're about to find out. So with those 3 points being considered, with the question you just asked you, is it logically consistent or possible for there just to be, the Father is God and then, no Jesus and, all that? Why can't there, in a logical consistency, I know in a Unitarian views, like, Jesus is the Messiah, but he's not God. The Holy Spirit's like a symbol of God's power, but the Holy Spirit's not God. But the Father is God. I mean, you have all what it can take to be a Unitarian instead of a Trinitarian right now, just based off of the 3 questions I just asked you. Why does the Trinity have to be your set belief when you could just be a Unitarian?
what you're saying.
Well, you just filled like all 3 slots to be considered a Unitarian.
Okay.
With the questions you just answered and the answers you just gave me. So
I feel like I also fill all the slots of being a Trinitarian by answering.
Yeah, those don't seem to be sufficient conditions to be a Unitarian.
Well, I mean, those are the defining ones. I mean,
no, but because he could understand and agree to all of what you said. He can understand like the being a symbol of the power that could be understood metaphorically. Like a Trinitarian could say, yeah, the Holy Spirit is a symbol of the Father's power or of God's power. That doesn't mean they're suddenly not a Trinitarian.
Can I go back with LTO real quick?
No, it's a bad coax. Because there are metaphorical understandings of those expressions that you can accept while maintaining that there are 3, there's a triune Godhead.
yeah, I try.
Yeah, okay, so Albedo, you said that you believe that there are different potential logics. So do you believe that there's a possible universe where like A does not equal A?
What scope are you asking that possible?
I don't even know because I mean I take logical possibility to be the end all be all.
Are you asking me under like the
classical
like,
logic?
The biggest scope that I have?
Yeah, like I mean for me it would be classical logic, but I guess for you
that's not for me.
Okay.
The biggest
Well,
scope that
then,
I have is like conceivability space or something. It's like
yeah, can you
things that I can
okay,
like even
can
make
you
sense of.
That's fine. Can you conceive of a universe where there's just the Father and there's no Jesus, there's no Holy Spirit?
I can conceive of many, many, many things, and that includes that.
Okay, I don't know why you answered that. Well, okay, but fair enough. Okay, so then it's logically possible, right, that there's the Father and or not Father, sorry, there's Yahweh, and there's no Jesus, there's no Holy Spirit. Yahweh contains everything needed to have, the metaphysics ground of knowledge, all that, right?
If your argument be like logically possible, it's not going to do you very much good with me.
No, I'm just maybe entertain me for a minute, okay?
I mean, I'll probably just grant it.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think there's a metaphysically possible world that trivialism is true. So
yeah. So the Father. Okay. So the Father, Yahweh. I keep saying the Father. Oh my God. Yahweh has everything needed to be fully God. And then what we find ourselves in this universe is a universe where, in addition to that, there is Jesus and there is the Holy Spirit, and He doesn't need them, right?
He doesn't need them in what sense?
In a logical sense, like to be fully God.
Do you remember what I said to you? Like, you don't have to go through this if, like, I already think there's a metaphysically possible world where trivialism is true. Like, that world is going to say every single thing you could ever muster to say is true.
Okay.
And false at the same time. Everything.
Well, okay, then if you believe in true contradictions, then
no, I don't.
Well, you just said you believe. You just said you believe. You just said you believe. I know you said you believe it's possible that there's a world where something's both false and true at the same time.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we live in that world.
Well, if you believe that's even possible at all, then I can understand why you believe in the Trinity. I don't think
you're operating with different understandings of possible worlds.
Yeah, so I can't give you an argument. I mean, I would just appeal the principle of explode. I can't give you an argument against the Trinity where you're not able to just appeal to something like that.
I don't think explosion happens in this world. I think we happen to be in a world where LEM by valence is false. LEM probably dispensing of it, although I don't.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what if that's how you believe this world operates, and we can just discuss this world with logical possibility and the laws of logic, right? I mean, it seems like you're afraid. It seems like you're afraid to be like trapped in a corner, and you're appealing to this like.
Yeah, I'm literally telling you my commitments, and you refuse to let me say them.
I agree with Charles.
I'm trying to trap myself right now by giving myself commitments that you can hold me to.
No, but what I just explained to you is, if you believe that it's logically possible that a fact is both true and possible in a different world, right? If you believe that that's possible in any given world, then I can't give you any argument against the Trinity. Although I will say that the principle of explosion will apply here. I mean, that's going to be where the end of our dialectic is.
I don't. Do you hear what I said? Do you hear my response?
Yeah, it didn't address what I said at all.
Okay, well, just tell me what you think I said to that.
You said that doesn't mean we're in that world. We're in the world where classical logic applies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is that if you believe that there's any world where it's possible that a fact is both true and false, then the principle of explosion will apply, because you can say that we're in the world where that's not true, but then guess what? That can also be false at the same time.
No,
So if the Trinity is incoherent,
because that's two different modalities.
No,
it can't.
And by your light, that's possible.
It's a different modality. So we're not holding fixed the same modality, because if we're switching between logics, we're switching between what counts as a possible world.
Yeah, my point is that if you deny classical logic is what governs every possible world, right? Even when we discuss possibility, we use the phrase possibility, we're describing what can be true given logic, right? Like,
no,
is it possible? Yeah, is it logically possible? I can jump. Yes.
In one sense, no, we're not. We're doing it in one sense. That's one modality. You can describe what's possible under logic. You can describe what's possible under physics. You can describe what's possible.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. So, like, okay.
Well, that's inconsistent with what you said earlier.
It's not. No, I'm literally about to explain this. It's not possible for me to jump to the moon, right? But it's logically possible. It's the larger scope that I could jump to the moon right now, right? But it's not part of the metaphysics of this world, how this world we're in operates. But Albedo was saying that he believes that it's possible there's a world where a fact is both true and not true at the same time. And what I'm saying is, if that's possible at all, right, when quote unquote using the phrase possible,
when you say
then
at
the
all,
principle of explosion applies.
See, you keep switching.
Yeah, in that world.
What you're holding.
How would we know which world we're in if you can have logical contradictions?
I will explain it to you. Because what you're doing is you're saying, okay, we're going to fix what's possible given a logic. Okay, I agree with that. We can fix what's the possible worlds given classical logic. And you know what's an impossible world if we fix that? The trivialism world. Okay? That world's impossible. I agree with that too. But when you just give me, is it possible, where we don't fix any specific facts and I'm able to like just kind of pick the ones I want, I can think metaphysical modality, I could think some other modality, anyone I want. Because you're not telling me what to specify as to what makes it even impossible. You're allowing me the freedom to choose.
Obviously, when I say logically possible, I'm talking about the laws of logic. Do you accept that the laws of logic would apply in any given world, no matter what?
When you say any given world, are you specifying a modality?
Yes, classical logic.
Yes, all of the possible worlds given classical logic are the worlds where classical logic
applies. But what do you think? Do you think that there's a world where classical logic does not apply?
Yes, there are metaphysical modality now. We're moving to a different modality. We're not talking about logic anymore. You understand that now. Listen to me very carefully. We're not talking about logic anymore. We're talking about metaphysics. And in the metaphysical space, there are different logics that can be applied. And those are different. Those can be...
Yeah, so, okay, I got you. So my argument is that logical possibility is larger than metaphysics, and it encompasses any given metaphysic, but still is what governs it.
Okay, Albedo disagrees. Yeah, I don't accept that.
Yeah, so then,
my
only response to that then is that it then employs the principle of explosion. If you think of whatever modality, I don't even care, is that it's possible that logical contradictions are true, right? In any metaphysical world that you think could exist, then, I mean, the conversation ends there, because you accept that contradiction to be true, and then, hey, look, then maybe the Trinity is true.
I don't if we accept the logic already.
But you don't. You believe it's possible. You said that.
When you say, I believe it's possible, what's the
break the law of excluded middle, so the principle of explosion wouldn't even, you know.
Well, right now we're not even into a logical space. It is true that I don't really. Well, right now I
Here's
don't
a-
by valence. LEM I might.
Here's what, Charles, here's what LB2 is saying.
Imagine there's a bunch of pocket universes that he thinks are logically, or in some way metaphysically possible, I should say. And some of these pocket universes, classical logic doesn't hold, but like paraconsistent logic holds. That's the way he thinks about it.
Yeah.
He doesn't say that those worlds exist, but that's the kind of logically, that's the kind of possible world. That's the kind of semantics he's using.
No, I get it, yeah.
No, you don't get it.
No, I do.
Because you are, because you spent like the last 15 minutes arguing against it as though you didn't understand.
No, his metaphysics is that there is a world, a potential world, according to his metaphysical possibility, that classical logic does not apply.
Yeah.
That he literally
And
said,
you keep saying, well, that commits you to the principle of explosion.
Yeah, but we would be holding to that principle in those worlds.
Yeah, okay. Right. So I guess
Right, or in those worlds, you know, they got rid of disjunction introductions and
okay. This is so fucking semantic. Let me not say the principle of explosion then. Let me say that would just be the dead end of the conversation for me.
okay, that's fine. I guess.
Can you tell me how the principle of explosion works without bivalence? Go ahead.
I have to even read up about it again. I don't remember, but it's getting late. But the point is,
I feel like you're just dropping that.
If someone's metaphysics accepts that logical contradictions exist, then I'm not going to have any argument against the Trinity for them.
Yeah, you don't have an
I don't
argument.
think that they accept
It's very, I would say it's very.
You don't have an argument, thank you.
Okay, say whatever you want. It's very unpersuasive to, I would say, the vast majority of people who hold that logical possibility is going to be governing over metaphysical possibility. But if you don't accept that, then, yeah, I mean, it's just a conversation dead end. Like, because showing a contradiction isn't.
Here, let me give you the intuition pump for why I don't accept that. Charles, do you think that logic is like something in your mind, or is it like the world is the logic?
Logic is the description for how the world operates.
Okay, but is that like a mind thing, or is that the way the world is?
Like, when we describe logic, it's just a linguistic for like how the world is.
And linguistics are the way in your mind, right?
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
sure.
And then a separate question: do you think the world dictates the way your mind is, or that your mind dictates the way the world is?
I wouldn't use that verbiage, but
like the world. Maybe I'll just rephrase it. The world constrained the way that your mind could be.
Yes.
Okay, then you're closer to my position than your virtual position, because you think that the world must come prior to any like systems of like language, and so if language is constrained by the world, then it can't be any bigger than the constraint of the world. So either it's the same space or the world space must be bigger.
No, you're both wrong. It's a unified whole.
Any given constraint is going to have to follow logic. Because even to describe it as a constraint or describe any of these things, right? Any point that you're making, right? The counter could just be true if you're not following logic. So
I don't think you know what a logic means.
You think you've got me like trapped in some specific point, right? But all of your points are relying on classical logic too. Like that your point means its point. Yes, it does. Do you think the words that you're saying mean the words that they're saying?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with logic?
Okay, so any argument that you're giving, right, that metaphysics is a bigger scope, is going to still follow logic.
Look, Charles, what do you think it's required to be a logic? What counts as it being a logic?
What counts as what being logic?
Like, why isn't the shampoo bottle a logic?
Logic is not like a thing that's like physically touched.
No, I'm asking, what are the requirements to be counted as a logic?
I don't even understand that question.
Okay, you don't think English is math, right?
Actually, in some ways it is.
Okay, do you think number one?
No.
Okay, because you have some idea that one of them is different and counts as something else rather than the other thing.
Sure.
Right. And I'm asking you, what makes something count as a logic? I'll
I'll
just fucking tell you, because this is like gonna go nowhere. Look, logics have to have it's a system for deriving truths. Okay? Me just saying a proposition does not tell you about derivation. You do not need to derive anything, even if you can.
Any system that you're going to bring up, right, is going to rely on logic. You're utilizing logic.
But say a proposition does not require logic. It just doesn't. Because you don't
fundamentally disagree with that.
Okay, what's the inference? If I just say there is a car, like why do I need to infer?
Because when you say there is a car, there are underlying assumptions like car is car, right? There is refers to the specific location, right? When the location is the
If I grant you all of the laws, that will still not get you to logic. Those 3 laws are not sufficient for logic. You understand that?
Yes, you utilize the laws to make logical inferences.
Oh my god. Are you like combating me on this? Do you actually understand this, or?
Yeah, I understand that you use the laws of logic.
No.
You use them.
My question is very similar to: have you ever taken logic courses?
I took philosophy like once in college.
Okay, so not logic, like the formal system logic.
Well, I mean, it was like philosophy 101, so we focused primarily on logic, but yeah, I took that in college back in the day.
Bill 101 is primary logic.
No, it wasn't primarily. I'm saying what the philosophy class was like primarily focused on was logic. Like A is B, A to B, B not necessarily A, like shit.
Oh, yeah, well, that might be about logic, and that's fine, but...
That's what we did most of the class. I mean, this is forever. I'm not claiming to be an expert. You clearly know more about the shit than me, but...
Well, look, then just don't be so combative. When I'm talking to you about this stuff, it's what you're kind of asking me to defend is like, well, tell me really why like 8 minus 5 is 3. Like, I'm not doing.
I'm not at all doing that. I'm not asking you to do that.
But isn't what you're claiming, Albedo, is that doesn't that have a isn't that gonna be, it's gonna have a truth value, right? Like what you're saying, like the proposition. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So wouldn't that just
that doesn't get you to derivation?
That assumes logic.
No, propositions by themselves can just be like possibly true or false. You mean that's fine.
No, it depends on what is meant by truth value.
Depends what you mean by possible also.
Like propositions could have Boolean values or, 2-valued logic or whatever.
Yeah,
but
that's why
any proposition just is something that's... Sure.
That way you can have more than one, 2-value.
But not even like classical logic is like one thing. There are just like a bunch of like sub-logics within the domain of classical logic. It seems like this person has like a semi-colloquial understanding of what logic is.
Well, maybe I have less than that, but I'm just trying to make sure as far as what Albedo's saying here. Albedo, are you saying the proposition that you're putting forward can be both true and false?
No.
So it's either true
That
or
was
false.
never the stuff we were just talking about. I said you can have a proposition and have no logic.
But you said it's metaphysically possible there's a world where a proposition is both true and false, right?
That's a different
state. That's something I did mention a while ago, yes.
Okay, but that's what started this argument, right? Andrew, you're robotic.
I'm just...
Yeah, but that's not the...
I don't know what you're talking about. If you're trying to revert all the way back to that, Andrew, we can talk about that.
Well, that's
what we're going to talk about right now.
No. I'm talking about the...
Last thing I said back then, or within the last 2 minutes.
No, the last thing you said to him about propositions don't require logic, or there's no logic. Yeah. I don't, so saying Are you saying that the proposition can be both true and false? Did you say no or yes? Okay. So is that not employing law of non-contradiction?
No. Aren't propositions supposed to be bearers of true value?
Yeah. I think that's I thought they must.
Or possibly either true or false.
Binary logic though. Yeah, but wait.
That's just what it means to be a proposition. But that's not what it means. But that's not what it means to be a logic.
What does it mean for something to be true?
Well, that's a different mentality.
That's relevant.
Not relevant to this.
So you're saying you're saying that doesn't necessitate employing any logic or there's no logic inherent to that.
Correct, because you don't do any inferences.
But don't.
Logics are about inferences.
So if a proposition must have a truth value, and it cannot be both true and false at the same time, then how is that not?
But I'm not saying that. I just told you.
Wait, you're not saying what?
I'm not saying it can be those things.
I know, I just said you're saying that it can't.
Albedo is saying this is not a requirement, but what you asked him, Andrew, was do you affirm this?
Correct.
Like you're asking Albedo, do you think that the law of non-contradiction holds? And he's responding yes. But what he said to you that you misunderstood, he's saying it's not required to for the proposition to just hang there in a vacuum. You're not required to accept it. No logic is needed to kind of for the proposition itself. But what you asked was, do you affirm it? So when you ask Albedo, can a proposition be true and false at the same time? When he says no, he's not saying it's not possible for this to be. He's just saying he personally thinks that the law of non-contradiction holds.
Yeah, I think that's a true law. In this world,
because Andrew, what you're asking, Andrew, is something like, hey, do you think this is true of the propositions or possible of the propositions? And he said yes. And then you said, so do you think that it could be true and false at the same time? He says no. That confuses you, but those are different questions. But I understand where you were going with it, though.
Well, wait, don't. You do believe that it's a necessary feature of a proposition for it to have a truth value.
Well, if you count neither as a true value, then sure.
Okay. So why isn't it the case? Wait, so maybe you can speak on this. I'm baffled. Isn't it?
Very baffled. Speechless even.
Isn't
You're in the matrix.
So what the best
You have to
say? So propositions can be put forward without employing any kind of logic.
Correct. You can ask Sully.
Yeah, what do you mean? Of course.
I don't know why they're asking that. It seems like very obvious to me. Like, logic's just employee proposition.
It's kind of like saying, Andrew, like, can you just put forth a number, like 34? And you're like, yes. And then you're asking, well, can I add to 34 so that it becomes 38? And then someone, I think that's like how the addition operator works. And you're like, oh, so do propositions require, these laws? It's like, think of the proposition as the number. You can just put forth the number, but the formalism, like the formal structure that you then use to manipulate those numbers, you don't have to agree to some specific. It's not entailed that you apply classical arithmetic to those numbers. Like you can use some other formalism, some other formal framework. But the number itself can just be put out there in the world. 36, okay. But what can you do with 36? Well, that's where the formalism of, you have this arithmetic or that arithmetic, in classical arithmetic, you can't take the square root of a negative number, but in complex analysis, you can.
I get what you're saying, but like from where this conversation started, I'm not sure how that relates to what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's completely.
Well, it was was in the stuff like this, like the tangent comes in somewhere. There was probably some point that was disputed and some term that was not understood properly, and then you get into these tangents.
Assuming it was some pretty.
But yeah, like
in order to predicate.
no, it wasn't.
This all kind of stemmed from Sully because I said that metaphysical modality was broader than logical and they lost their minds.
No, they did.
But Andrew, does that analogy make sense?
Well, I heard what you're saying. I mean,
did the analogy make sense?
But the albedo, most of the time people are just going to want to say, like, you're talking about the wrong logic then or something, right? Like, so you should actually adopt a different logic for metaphysics if you think that, it's broader than logic.
Look, I'm open to like people giving arguments. At least I tried to give Charles the intuition for what I'm doing. But like if people wanted to put forward why I should accept the particular one or something like that, like I'm open to that.
So Andrew, did you get the analogy?
Yeah, I got the analogy. I'm just not sure I agree with what's being said. I mean, if albedo.
No. But do you understand what is going on?
Yes.
Okay.
If albedo is putting forward a proposition to Charles, and it's employing the law of identity and non-contradiction.
Yeah, I don't think it is. It's just a proposition.
Well, but you. Wait. Isn't it built into what it means to be a proposition that it must be either true or false?
No. Okay, proposition is fair.
Yeah,
possibly true.
Being referenced.
Okay, can find this looks only so.
Yeah. A proposition has a truth value, right?
Okay.
A truth there, or it's capable of, or it's truth at to make it valid. Now, obviously, there are systems that have more than two truth values, right?
Yeah, but he's not in. Well, okay.
I do accept that. I don't accept bivalence.
Right? Like, if I just give a proposition, you don't know whether I'm doing like fuzzy logical truth values with it.
Right. But he's not putting that. If he's not telling it, well, that
In
seems
this
kind
world,
of.
I think bivalence is false. In the actual world, I think bivalence is false.
What's going on is like Andrew's talking about logic.
Yeah. No, that's great, D-Mark. Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew's talking about logic.
Yeah. No, we got way up. Yep.
Come on, man. Andrew's talking about logic at a meta level, and albedo is talking about logic like a logical system level.
We all are.
Yep.
Exactly.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andrew, what was the question you were going to ask?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
Identity is not about propositions. It's like, a lot of identity gets complicated because there's a couple different ways of thinking about it. But like, usually, like, when you see it in first order logic, it's saying like, for all x equals x, right? So x is not a proposition there.
You need to study meta logic, Sully. Then you'll understand how Andrew's actually correct.
There's something that seems wrong here with the way that dialectic went.
It's meta-logical, Andrew. They don't understand meta-logic.
At the end there, when albedo said that, to the context in which albedo said that, it feels like kind of like there's some hidden commitments there that I don't think Charles would have been privy to at the time. That he can say, well, yeah, that's actually what I have operating in the background, but I don't think that's what is being carried when he says, like, this is the proposition I'm putting forward. Like, I don't think that's.
No, but that's a different issue.
Well, I'm kind of couching it. Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, he said he believes it's a metaphysically possible world where facts are both true and false. That's what Sartre is. So, like, I agree with Bob that putting out a proposition, just 34, right? Well, is 34 true or false? Well, there's no context, so like.
34 is not a proposition, bro. He used my analogy.
Yes. Hold on. Can I talk to Bob?
No, that was.
Bob, can you give an example of a proposition then that has no.
The sky is blue. Oh, that has no truth value. No. It is a feature of propositions that they have truth values. But like, what kind of truth value? How many there are? If it can be true, none of that is entailed. But the proposition in and of itself,
Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought.
What is constitutive? What is constitutive?
Without truth telling. Did you say that?
No. So no, it's constitutive of propositions that they have truth values. That they're semantic. They're semantic constructs. They're semantic constructs that have truth. That are truth bearers.
What about truth gap logics, Bob?
What about them?
Yeah.
Do you think on those there's a truth value?
Yeah, because
Of propositions.
There are logics where there is a value which is like and neither, right?
Right.
Like so, that would be a gap, right?
I get it. So gap in truth value is a truth.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Wait, so Sully, I don't know if you heard.
Part of that PE, but like whatever. If you don't like it, it's great.
So Sully, I don't know if you heard how it got to where it did. That little part there when they were having the back and forth, because it felt like when Albedo put that forward, I just don't understand how that's not. I always understood that to be couched in these laws. Albedo's presupposing those, at least in this context, he was presupposing those and putting them out there.
Usually we are doing that, right? I mean,
yeah.
I'm usually doing that. I'm usually just assuming everybody's like applying classical logical assumptions.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But if you're getting into like the weirder logics, then yeah, this is not wrong.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think you took a shift in that direction. I mean, so the way that it's being presented, I think
It did take a shift in that direction.
Well, no. Sorry, that's not what I meant to say. I mean, the backdrop, I think, is classical logic, even though he's saying, well, that's not required.
Using that in all possible worlds, like in talking about the Trinity. That's kind of where this conversation went from when he said that.
No, but like very early on in the pushback, in this particular exchange that started after the other guy was done, there was quickly a move or several moves made to bring it into these like, hey, I don't accept this principle, I don't accept that logic.
Yeah. The principle of explosion thing, though, when you brought that up, Charles, and he said, well, no, because you were saying like, look, unless you're gonna be employing some logic here, like you have to be just to be putting forth these propositions to me. Like to put them forth to me, you need to be employing, the laws of logic or the classical.
Even the intuition pumping.
No, but that's wrong. That's confusing.
Yeah, because he was trying to hold me to like some global thing, and I said, well, if we're already fixing the logic, we're going to get certain, worlds that are possible or impossible. But that's not like the scope of every world. Like if you ask me to think of the largest scope, that's not the one for me because logic doesn't do that. I said that like if I wanted to pick the largest scope, it's like conceivable or something.
So you think
there is a thing to be mentioned here though, Albedo, which is like, okay, you want to say you have really inclusive metaphysical modality, right? But there's going to be like a logic that corresponds with that probably, and then that.
Yeah. That was my point.
But that one is going to be like way.
You're including this kind of.
Yeah, it's gonna be way like less. Like, if we're gonna like try to figure out what that is, it's gonna be way subclassical.
The issue here is that if you bring it back to Trinity, this is a red herring. This whole conversation is a red herring because it doesn't address the issue that's at hand. When you talk about Trinity, when you talk about Trinity and incarnation, this topic doesn't address those issues. And what are the issues? When you're looking at
addresses them on a meta level. What do you mean?
No, it doesn't. So if you presume that logic is necessary, so contradictions, they can't exist in a coherent world, and that's what we're dealing with, a coherent world. So redefining divine properties and human properties, you're just abating the problem. It doesn't solve the issue. And when you deal with Jesus and you deal with the different modes of Jesus, this is undermining your claim anyway, which is a single being. So if we're talking, if we create,
I mean, you're putting the cart like 2 kilometers before the horse, bro.
No.
Are you a Muslim, Al?
Yes, you are.
I'm a Muslim, yeah.
Yeah.
I like El. Be nice to El. I like El.
I like El too.
I don't have any commitments like that. He sounds like a dumbass.
But just because you can't address the issue, insulting just makes you look like a dumbass.
What makes you think I can't address the issue?
So you don't understand.
I'm just saying you're confused about what the scope of this particular context is.
No, I'm not.
Yes, yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
He's just trying to change it to something else.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Can we just let Bob? Can we just let El give it?
Yes, you are.
You just don't understand.
It's a complete topic shift about what we're talking about right now.
Well, it was the
That is
original
perfect.
topic.
That
I
is
think we exhausted. I think we exhausted the possible world.
Well, no, I wanted to say one. I wanted to say
We're having a meta conversation about it. Like, what's wrong with that?
I just wanted to. Yeah.
Meta conversations are hypothetical, and they're not.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Albedo. Sorry, Albedo. That was strike 5,000 immediately. Meta conversations are hypothetical.
So
Why would you say?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying he's gonna say that stuff.
Okay, you've entirely disqualified yourself from this convo, bro.
We can create a fictional, constructed world, but we're dealing with Jesus here. That's the.
I mean, there are people like J.C. Beale who think that there's a nihilist solution to the problem of the Trinity. He just thinks that it's a contradiction.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait. So if Albino says there's a metaphysically possible world where trivialism is true, and then Charles is like, well, just saying that to me, you're implying, just by you telling me that, that's holding things fixed, and you're implying this, you're trying to tell me that that's true, and it seems like are you saying that? So you're saying when you hear that, that's not employing, there's not like the background commitment to.
If somebody is saying trivialism, they're obviously not talking about classical logic, right? Because trivialism just violates a bunch of classical logic.
Yeah, just to be clear. No. He's saying this is what Albedo said. There's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And then
I was sort of being a little good with that. I don't know which worlds are actually all the logics that are metaphysically possible outside of like maybe a handful, but like I was just throwing something out there. It was the first thing that came to mind.
That's fine. I'm just trying to understand if this makes sense. So saying that there's a metaphysical world in which trivialism is true, saying that to Charles as though, hey, I'm putting this proposition forward to you, and you should accept that this is, what I believe, and I'm putting this forward to you. Is that not relying on at least a couple laws, classical laws of logic? I mean, I don't understand.
That was my point too.
Albedo, my question to you is this: if we're talking about Jesus, then
Oh my God!
let me
Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah, be quiet.
We can have the conversation. We can finish.
Shut up! You're derailing.
Yeah. So the original claim that you make is
Enough chances. We're good. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just asking you solely. Isn't there some, isn't that an implicit presupposition or whatever of the laws of logic? At least, whatever classical laws of logic.
I mean, wait, what is it that you're saying assumes the classical laws of logic?
Because he's putting forward the proposition he's saying this is true, this is what I affirm. I'm saying there's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And Charles said, well, look, even just telling me that, just by you putting that proposition forward, you are employing classical laws of logic. I mean, it is.
That's clearly wrong.
So you're saying so Albedo is not. There's not some identity going on there. There's not some law of non-contradiction. Really?
No, there is not.
When he says this is true.
Yeah.
Just saying this is true. No, it did not assume any of those things.
They think that because one thing's true, that means like globally it must hold or something, and that's what law is supposed to say.
It's this half.
Again, even just like if you understand what a glut is,
understanding of logic.
The idea is like a glut is what a nihilist says exists, right? Where there's some proposition that's both true and false, right? So if they just go up to you and say, well, hey, it's true, right? That doesn't mean that they're, assuming non-contradiction, right? Because it's true and false.
No, but he doesn't. I know, but Albedo doesn't think it's true and false, right?
No, I understand that. It doesn't assume what Albedo's saying. The deeper is what Albedo's saying, which is something like there's a general notion of what a logical truth is, right? And a general notion of what a logical truth is that it's something that's going to hold across all conditions or contexts, right? Now, this is why I'm saying, like, you want to bring into alignment, like, whatever logic you're using to do metaphysics, right? That should be your logical modality, right? I think what Albedo is saying is like, okay, just assume logical modality means classical logical modality, right? And then say, okay, I think metaphysical modality is more inclusive than that, right? Which is another way of saying, like, classical logic is not the right logic for doing metaphysics, basically.
Yeah, the way that the way that Sully's trying to frame it, I actually probably would agree that there is some kind of principles of derivation that we can apply, and in that way, I probably would just say metaphysical and logical modality collapse. But those, I'm saying the formal systems that we have, like currently, those are like possible worlds, and they're a subset of metaphysics.
That's it. What does any of this have to do with the Trinity?
No, that's fine. We can get off into that.
It's a meta conversation, CM.
Yeah, see, the point was I was trying to get to something about the Father Yahweh, right? And then he said, look, I believe that there's a possible world where a proposition could be both false and true, metaphysically, right? So, if he's committed to that, then I can't give any argument for the Trinity that he couldn't then just appeal to, well, it's at least possible under his lights, right? That's the case. So, I mean, to me, it just renders the conversation kind of meaningless, like personally.
No, that's actually not the criticism I have with what you're trying to do. Is if you assume classical logic, I already, for one, and I mean like all the classical rules, like propositional logic or something, then I already think we're outside of the actual world, okay? Because I don't think classical logic is the correct logic for this world. So we are already outside of that. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I mean, if that's your belief, then, like I said, I'm largely uninterested in continuing the Trinity.
Okay, well, you can try to argue why classical logic is true. I think there's lots of reasons to think it's false.
I'm uninterested in that conversation. I know a little bit about philosophy, definitely not as much as you and Sully and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting to listen to. But, yeah, I mean, if you're going to deny that, every possible world, the laws of logic, the classical laws of logic are going to apply, then to me, that's where the conversation stops.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe not the principle of explosion, but yeah, just personally. I mean,
no, I get what you're saying, Charles. I can understand that. I can see where you're coming from.
Look, this is kind of interesting in an academic way. I think that I'll say this.
Why do you keep bringing up explosion? I didn't understand that.
Don't worry about it. This is better. I'll say this. Like, I think that if the goal is to defend the Trinity to laymen's or even somewhat well-educated people, but who aren't very well versed in philosophy, that making that claim as kind of a way that felt a little bit to me, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, kind of as a way to escape continuing where that was going, then I think that's not going to do a lot in terms of defending the Trinity to most people, including the Christian Andrew here. And I'll just say that.
I think he's held to these. I think he's held to these views before he was a Christian. No, I think he's had some.
No, fair enough. I'm just saying.
I also don't think I can assume classical logic, and I don't think there's any contradiction. I don't think I need to get any of that stuff.
Well,
wait. If we're asking about my actual beliefs, then yeah.
Yeah, which laws do you think? What about? I'm just curious. We can go right back to wherever you guys want to go. It's fine. I'm just curious.
Reject it?
No. But what do you think? You said there's plenty of.
You're lagging. I think you're trying to say there's plenty of stuff.
Fix your Andrew.
I can't hear Andrew. Are you there?
You're lagging.
Andrew, you're lagging.
Yes.
So,
can you tell me?
It's kind of tied down. Andrew, are you there?
He's trying to come back. Just wait. Andrew, you there?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
quickly, can you tell me? I can hear you, so I'll cut out. But can you tell me what about the real world, the actual world that you think the possible laws don't apply, and why you think it's clearly false.
Yeah, I think that vague predicates just make it that bivalence is false, and possibly LEM as a result too. And I think if you give up bivalence, you have to give up classical logic. Pretty sure. Classical logic's a little bit of a fuzzy concept in itself, but I'm pretty sure if you give up bivalence, you are already subclassical. I might be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Wait, but Sully, you agree that you can make.
I'm not sure about that, but
Yeah, those ones are kind of strange, but obviously if you get to LEM being false, you definitely are subclassical.
Well, what about the law of non-contradiction?
I accept
Or non-contradiction?
I do.
Oh, I hope so. What about identity?
that's why I was confused as to what this other person he kept bringing up explosion, and I didn't understand that.
What about identity? Albedo.
Well, I mean, like in propositional logic, I don't even think identity is even
That's-
law, but sure. Like,
That's correct.
generally, yes. Like if you're talking about like first order logic, x equals x, sure.
Even like stripped down first order logic doesn't have the equal sign. There's first order logic with identity is when you get the equal sign. And it's funny because Tomaszewski made this point when he was debating Danny about the Trinity, which is it was kind of funny. Danny messed that up real bad, and then did.
Yeah, he did.
So, but you think that the Trinity is consistent with classical logic, right?
Yeah, I think that there are a few different consistent interpretations of the Trinity. I think relative identity is like your best bet if you're going to go with classical interpretation.
Danny did that. Oh, sorry. Danny did how in that debate? Sorry, I just didn't hear it all. What did you say?
I thought he did pretty bad, but Chris Tomaszewski is like a legit ass philosopher, so it's not like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Actually,
Why would you do that?
You got all your answers, Andrew?
yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry, I was cut out.
So can we go back to the Trinity being logically, at least in classical logic? Let's put it.
Oh, you think so? Sully believes that.
Where is the Trinity? I mean, Sully has written in the chat that it can be possible.
There you go.
Trinity is still. But how is it like using modalism or something? Like what are the ways to
What relevant?
Trinity?
The kind of identity that you apply even in classical logic is not built into classical logic. You get like Leibnizian identity, and so you can use relative identity.
Yeah, so there's absolute identity, and then there's relative identity, where identity is relativized to a sortal predicate. So like the idea is like you can have a sortal predicate, like I don't know, like let's say something counts as an apple, right? So you have x and y, they both count as apples, and they happen to count as the same apple. So like between x and y, you count one apple, right? There are cases where x and y count as the same f, but different g's, and this is like the formal structure that's used for relative identity. So you can think of it like this: like with relative identity, you're putting a little predicate letter above the equal sign. Okay, so it's not just like these two things are absolutely identical. It's these two things are identical relative to a sortal predicate, right? And if you do it that way, yeah, you can give a consistent formal interpretation of the Trinity, but then there's still like a bunch of kind of like semantic work that you have to do further from there. But it does resolve like the formal contradiction at least.
Without
So
falling.
you mean like father is equal to and on top of the equal you put G and son. So basically father and son are
The transitivity
equal.
argument. Yeah. Because its transitivity is assuming that argument is absolute identity.
That's correct. Yeah.
Give me an example of like relative identity, Sully.
Your people. So like Narcissus is the same person as she was 5 minutes ago. So you have.
Yeah, like that's what we do is like personal identity.
You're lagging a little bit.
Sully or
There.
So Nargis was the same person 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, most people want to think like the personal
Yeah, that is
identity.
something-
Maybe it does change, but like there might be like I am.
But I
a
think
person,
Margaret
but, yeah.
wants like an
no, but
analogy.
that's a different thing, right? So
Yeah, yeah. She wants
Give
to.
me the apple and yeah, don't use that. Give me
The
an
same
apple
person
and
at different times.
yeah, but it's they hold the same names they look
But that's
the other
easy,
same
like
for the three, right?
like an example. classic example of relative identity, which I really like the analogy that's used is like with the material hydromorphism, microarrays model, where microarray solves the problem of material constitution. Sorry?
Yeah, that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like there's this problem in metaphysics, problem of material constitution, which asks like the relationship between an object and the thing that it's made out of, right? And obviously the distinction between the object and the thing that it's made out of, but we don't want to enumerate those as two things as absolute identity relations would dictate for us to do, right? And it doesn't seem to fit our intuition, right? Like if you have a wooden table that's made out of wood, we don't want to say there's the table and the wood there. These are two objects, right? We want to say that's one and the same object. So you apply a relative identity there. You say like the wood and the wooden table are one and the same sort of predicate, same wood, but distinct, things, right? They're counted as one material object, or the lump of clay in the statue, right? The lump of clay in the statue is the same clay sortal, but distinct forms or isomorphs, if you want to apply like Aristotelian notions.
It's just the idea is just they're the same of one thing, but a different of
correct.
another.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So if you have one lump of clay, Nargis, you can make it into one figure, right? And then you can smush it together. You're dealing with the same exact atoms, and you can make another figure.
Correct.
So in one sense, it's the same thing because it's the same atoms. But in another sense, they're different things because they're different images, like they're different figures. That's the kind of idea.
Now, like, this is absolutely true what Bob says. I think, like, microarray takes it a little bit further because, like, the problem with just leaving it at that is that it can result in, like, modalism, right? You just have these different times, right? Microarray expands the view a bit by saying, no, you can have multiple distinct hydromorphic compounds at the same time simultaneously, like with the pillar in the statue. Let's say, like, like you have the lump of clay, you form it into like a pillar and a statue simultaneously for one and the same clay, right? Microarray here takes it a little bit further than the traditional Aristotelian view, where he says, well, then we would count these as two hydromorphic compounds, the pillar and the statue, but they're counted as one material object, even though these are two distinct hydromorphic compounds. So that, yeah, you would have a real distinction between the two hydromorphic compounds. They're fully the clay sortal, right, each one, but they're not counted as two clay objects, but one clay object, because they're made out of the same lump of clay, like Bob was saying. From there, you just apply that analogy to the Trinity. The divine essence plays the role of matter, the persons play the role of hydromorphic compounds, and there you go. That just, for me, that's like my favorite model of the Trinity, by the way.
But the Father has aseity, right? How are you sure that the Father has aseity, right?
Yeah, this depends on the model. Like, there are Trinitarians who say like the Father is absolutely identical to the essence, and like the person. That's like the monarchical view, I think.
Yeah, I know that view well. Yeah.
I don't take that view. I think the view that the three persons are relatively identical to the essence. So the essence of
the monarchical model. Yeah,
sorry?
Why don't you take the monarchical model?
Oh, like there's many issues with it. I think like it is tritheistic, but I think like Albedo can like explain it further.
You want to escape
it's not that it's
for the Trinity. I think it really results in tritheism.
Sorry?
I said you can't escape relative identity. It will result in tritheism.
Relative identity does not result in tritheism, I don't think, right? Because you will
The
have
lack of.
Oh yeah, the lack of. Yeah, but I think like the way monarchical Trinitarians are going to say it's monotheistic is by saying there's one source, right? There's this Father that's the ultimate source for these two other beings, right? The Son and the Spirit. I mean, they'll say there's one big G God, right? Which is going to be the Father in the nominal sense, as he's the source. Then there's like two other small G's in the predicative sense, right? They're fully defined, the Son and the Spirit. The problem with that is you will have to concede that in some sense there are three gods. Right? Yeah. But I mean, it's still. I mean, you could still say monotheistic in the sense that it has this one source, and for a lot of people, it is. For a lot of people, that's fine. Like for a lot of people, that resolves the issue for them. For me, it's not aesthetically pleasing to me, right? To say that in some sense there are these three gods, it's not pleasing to me, right? To say that. For me,
Even three gods is not Is that technically pleasing or is it logically?
Yeah, I don't really like to say that in some sense there are these three gods, small G gods, especially when talking to Muslims, right? It might not be that good.
Why? They're right if they say. I mean, if they're right if they say the entailment of such a model is tritheism, right? Like three gods. I think that
In
would
some
be
sense, right? But in other sense, it's monotheistic. Right? If you're
yeah,
counting,
like Albedo was saying, like if it's qualitative, then it's just like how it's motivated or how it's understood. So he was saying some time ago, like if it's qualitative, then yeah, I mean, no one ever says like there are three gods, right? Although that is the natural entailment of the monarchical model.
correct.
It's saying like yeah.
That's
So
what's
it's not
driving.
quantitative, so it's kind of cool still. I mean, that's not I do like that model, but I do think it has problems.
The model is good because it doesn't like relative identity is very controversial, right?
Yes.
Again, a lot of people don't really like it. It can be construed as
No,
like
it sounds
right?
like a cult, like it really.
Yeah, it can be like construed as a cult, that type of thing. With monarcho-trinitarianism, it avoids these controversial relations that one might like incur as a cost in his metaphysical system, right? Like you're not adopting these controversial identity relations like relative identity. That's like the cool thing about monarcho-trinitarianism, I guess. But I don't like to say that in one sense there are these three small g gods. It doesn't boost well for me.
But that would be like the entailment of contingency, right? Of son to father, for example. That would be the necessary entailment. That a small g does follow a capital G in such a level.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what do you think about personal identity? So specifically, I'm asking this because you said we have to adopt controversial identity assumptions. It seems to me that doing personal identity, like your identity over time, you're already committed to these so-called controversial identity assumptions. Specifically, you're identical. You're the same person as you were 20 years ago, in some sense, but in a different sense, you have different features.
Yeah, you can say like you could motivate relative identity and say no, actually we have to accept it in a way. If you want to say like you're the same person over these periods of time, right? Actually, like some people have divided rejoinders to that, like Venus, for example, would say, well, actually a really good solution to the problem of personal identity over time is A theory of time. Like if someone is an A theory of A theorist.
I think you mean B theory.
No, actually, no. So if you're an A theorist of time, you didn't really exist 5 minutes ago. Because the past was
like, come on, man.
Well, it totally has criticism that the past doesn't exist because there's A theories where the past does exist.
But Venus was assuming that the A theory of time that says that the past doesn't exist, right? From there, the problem for personal identity would exist, right? Because the past and the future don't really exist; it's only the present. So, like,
no, but that doesn't really solve the problem because there's still the proposition that you were the same person that you are now, right? You can still, on A theory, you can still make meaningful statements about the past and the future.
Well, I guess like on A theory of time, the past doesn't exist. There wouldn't be this relations that we're asked to state what it is, right? Because
not so much about relations. It's about explaining the truth of certain propositions, like proposition you were the same person that you are now has a true value on A theory of time, right? Because the true value propositions about the past on A theory.
I don't know, maybe, right? Yeah, but I do agree with you, like generally, right? Like this is a problem, right? Personal identity through time. I don't
think
feel
the
like
solution would be actually certain people adopt perdurance theories, as in you exist as person stages, but these person stages are just like parts of you.
Yeah,
they're not like the entire person is composed of person like parts.
Yeah, like this.
But that's like a really bizarre view on my.
Yeah. I mean, these other answers like, oh, you know, there's like a billion down throughout these different time intervals, or oh, there are these billion parts of this one person. It doesn't seem to fit my intuitions about this, right?
And there's like the time worm. There's the time worm version where you're just like,
yes, that's the endurance account. Sorry, thank you.
Well, there's different interpretations of that. There's endurantism too, and there's like basically once you're talking about time worms, then you can treat part and whole relations separately. So,
okay, yeah,
Joe. Why you always do that stuff?
Well, the
the overarching point here is that if you reject these so-called controversial identity assumptions, then you have to adopt something like time worms or person stages per Durance accounts, which seem equally problematic.
They don't use functional identity. The Coptics don't use functional identity, is basically what he's trying to say. They use a mystical explanation.
No, that's another good point you brought up. Functional identity is another example where identity persists despite the differences in properties between two different objects.
We say it's a subsistent relationship, and Coptic would say it's a real hypostasis. It's just less abstract under the Coptic view.
Yeah, so it seems to me there are no good arguments against the relative identity view.
I don't think there are like good arguments. Like in the end of the day, it's just going to be a matter of intuition, right? Like some people, I was just saying it's controversial, but I don't think there's going to be an argument per se.
But the natural intuition people have leads them to relative identity. It doesn't lead them to the idea that
I agree.
Durance or time worm views. Like it doesn't lead them to the view that you exist as a person stage, and right now you're just part of a four-dimensional time worm. That's a really bizarre view that philosophers have conjured up.
I agree. I think actually, also I really like relative identity just as a standalone solution to the problem of material constitution, right? Like asking a question of an object and the thing that it's made out of, the relationship between them. I think relative identity does a really good job in solving that. For me, at least, it fits my intuition to apply relative identity.
The Coptic, when was relative identity introduced?
I think Pierre Geach formally introduces it in 1960 by writing paper.
Oh wow.
But even people with an atheist that had nothing to do with theism.
No, this is Thomistic. This is Thomism. What we're talking about.
Yeah, people might say like it echoes Aristotle, like Michael Ray makes the point that relative identity actually goes back to it, but he never uses the formal term relative identity, right? Michael Ray believes that like material homomorphism actually it does use relative identity in a way, but I mean Aristotle says like one in being but not one in number, or one in number but not one in being, right? And
but you can say act is F, but X is also G, and F and G are not identical. Isn't that a form of relative identity?
Yeah, so you have like two things that are the same F but not the same G, right? So there's a distinction between them, but yet they're counted as one thing, right?
Or like the ship of Theseus thought experiments would be like some Greek philosophers preferred relative identity solutions to the ship of Theseus.
Yeah, some people argue that. Yeah. So they'll say it's not like a new concept, but formally speaking, using the term relative identity and formalizing it was done by each of the 1960s.
So it's not some implausible fringe view that theists or Christians have come up with to solve Trinity, the problem of the Trinity.
Yeah, like Michael Ray believes that the Church Fathers actually held to like a form of relative identity when drawing out the doctrine of the Trinity.
Well, it's not the kind of worry that you should even be concerned with, because whether something is like weird is like irrelevant. So.
Correct. Like to solve the problem, the logical problem. Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Well, you don't solve the problem. You use a mystical explanation. You're using patristics. Catholics are using a more metaphysic and a deeper explanation. You're going to say, well, there's no relations with the persons, and we're saying no, there is real distinctions. So you want to get away from using relational. We're saying the essence, the attributes are not the relational qualities. The essence is the same. And you believe, and does he believe that Jesus is the Logos is the first cause, right? I think
So the reason I said that, Sully, is because some people say this is just an ad hoc move Christians make. It seems to me that's the most popular objection, is that it's logically coherent, but the metaphysics seems ad hoc.
Not ad hoc. Like I said, you can justify relative identity by providing it in these different contexts, right? Like isomorphism, material constitution, personal identity over time. And once you accept relative identity because of these, then you can apply to the Trinity, right? So at this point, it doesn't become ad hoc, the move that you make by applying relative identity to the Trinity.
Yeah, so seems to me in like regular mundane situations we use people apply the concept of relative identity.
Correct. That's the claim Michael Ray actually makes. Like, for example, let's say you have a piano that's made out of wood, right? A wooden piano. When you go and sell the piano, do you say, hey, there's the piano plus the wood? No, you just sell it as one object, right? From there, you actually did use relative identity in a way. You did count it as one thing, even though there are distinctions within the piano, right?
Yeah, but that has like counterexamples. Like some people might say the piano, the composite object, is different from from its parts. Oh, sorry, it's from its material constitution. So they're not identical. Some like the wood.
I think, right? It's material from the sortal, right? But the thing is, but we're not counting them as two objects. The piano and the wood that it's made out of, right? We usually count it as one object. That's a classic example.
You count one as a part. You count one as a part, and the other one as a whole. So there's only one sort of like the piano, but the part isn't even counted. Like the wood is supposed to be the part of the piano.
Well, I think personally, I think it's a better.
The substance of the piano, whether if you cut them up in pieces of wood or bend them, or it's still the same substance. So, but there's different qualities in using that substance in different ways, and bending it or cutting it into whole pieces and so on and so forth. It's still made from the same substance.
Yeah.
So act. So if you say I've sold the piano and then the piano was cut down and made into a chair, then do you say that the piano and the chair are distinct, but the absolute identity is the same?
Yeah.
I don't think we would do that, right? I don't think we do that.
Yeah, maybe we should.
Say that.
If you modify, this analogy, maybe we wouldn't like. Yeah, so I was maybe you could construct like different analogies in which we wouldn't apply relative identity that wouldn't seem to fit our intuition, right? But the analogy I was providing, I think it seems to fit our intuition. Like when we have assuming that we're not going to cut up the piano to different pieces, right? Or whatever you want to do with it, right? Let's say you just have the piano and it's made out of wood, right? Usually we wouldn't count these as two objects, the piano and the wood. We would just count it as this one wooden piano object, right? Even though there's a distinction between the wood and the piano. And so by applying absolute identity, you would count them as two objects, but here we count them as. But usually the way we count these things is by saying that there's one object there. That would be an analogy of relative identity, because we are acknowledging there's a distinction, but we're not counting them as two objects, as what absolute identity relations would dictate for us to do. And from there, we are actually accounting by relative identity, as Michael Ray would suggest. And we do that often with many different other types of scenarios when it comes to material constitution and stuff like that. Like, for example, if you have your hand and you fold it into a fist, right? It's still the same hand, it's still the same object, with different forms of the same hand, right?
The Catholics are just going to say, listen, this distinction without division is grounded in relational of origin. It's origin. That's why you're able to make the chair from the substance of the piano, because the origin is of a substance that can be a chair also.
He's saying the same thing. I think he's saying the same thing. Couldn't hear you, Bob, at all.
I apologize if I interrupted Bob. Bob, maybe you wanted to speak and I kept interrupting you. I apologize for that.
No. What I'm trying to say is that our method is using philosophical and metaphysical explanation. They're using a mystical and patristic explanation, the Coptics. So this is the difference. They can appeal to mystery. We're actually explaining the metaphysics. Correct. They don't like to over philosophize the Trinity, so they'll appeal to mystery. But the Catholics are very comfortable with using this language.
I mean, that's correct. Like, people claim that Eastern Orthodox or Anti-Orthodox, these churches are very mystical. They don't have these very sophisticated metaphysical systems and trying to explain away these doctrines, right? But I mean, I like to engage with like analytical philosophy.
to intuition then, please. Thank you.
Mark, do you have a better explanation other than relative, I guess?
What do you mean? I'm a Thomas. So Thomas doesn't use the exact model of it because this was something he spoke about before they finalized. So if we want to use analytical philosophy, then we're going to get kind of lost a little bit. So I mean, it'd be nice if it's possible that we use the Thomistic framework, and then you guys can pick apart that. But when we have these general terms or we use generalities, then we're going to get lost in explanation and we're going to be talking past each other. So I think it's easier if we're going to attack the Thomistic model, we stick to the way, and then you guys try to steel man the Thomistic model and give us your objections. But just saying relative identity and an analytical sense is going to drive us away from what Thomas is saying, or Thomistic view is saying. So let's use the metaphysical baggage that the Thomists are using, and then argue from there.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but that rarely happens because Thomas Aquinas has so much. He wrote so much about his life that he has so much writing. People don't like it. No one's really ever going to be an expert. No one's ever really an expert in Thomistic theology, so it's very.
But a lot of people, the problem
That's
is.
strange though. Thomism is so convincing.
No, people
It is, but it's hard to it's like explaining.
I guess like all people would say, especially philosophers, that Thomism is like there's a lot of gibberish and unintelligibility. Like Venus makes that argument, like Venus makes right, Bob? Yeah.
It's complete nonsense.
Well, that could be an argument that you could bring up. That can be an argument that you bring up, but first you would have to steel man Thomistic view, and then demonstrate why it's gibberish.
All they have to do is ask what you mean, like when you make these statements, right?
Like what statement?
Like for example, that God doesn't have any properties, right? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Like what?
The persons are real distinctions. They're not separate beings.
No, I'm talking about like.
There's no distinction in the essence, but there's distinction between the relation of origin.
Yeah, like
so if you're just gonna ignore that and not look into what I said, I'll put it in the chat.
No, but Megatron.
And you're just gonna use, analytical philosophy, then we're gonna be talking past each other.
Yeah, like Megatron.
Actually, metaphysics for.
Yeah, like for example, also when you say like there's a minor virtual or major virtual distinction, there's like 13 different distinctions between objects. It's like crazy, like.
Bro, it's like act potentiality, bro. Stop, it's so nice.
Oh, it's so rapid.
I mean, that's so true.
I think
first of all, I don't think potentiality should be a way for us to explain God. So I'm not. Maybe you guys are used to talking to Muslims. They use that word, but I don't use that word.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
Well, neither do the Thomists because they don't think God has potentiality.
God cannot have potentiality because it's an actualized being. Why are we giving potentialities for like a contingent being who needs to get actualized?
Well, God is fully actualized.
Yes.
Yeah. We're saying it is the case.
God is actualization itself. Why would a God of potential is the making of a weaker God?
The Son does what the Father does. If you want, I can pull up the verse. I'm just, I'm using, I'm kind of like summarizing the verse, but.
Son is what the Father does. Is hindsight for when the Father did what the Son does. There we go.
Look at this cat in
I guess, Bob. If we say anything, I guess you could say it like that and just ruin every conversation. I mean, that's possible too. that that's allowed.
That is possible.
That's by the way, people
It's
are
John
saying,
5:19. So
Right now,
I'll explain it. It says the Son can do nothing for himself, but only what he sees the Father do. But whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise. That's John 5:19. These have deep, deep metaphysical meanings. In the framework of the Trinity.
Very deep. Very deep.
Yeah, Bob. I guess if you're not interested in the conversation, we could switch it. Unless you could change the conversation. Let's just change the conversation. I guess.
No, we don't have to change the conversation. It's very deep.
That's,
The wills are aligned.
Wait, I'm reading the chat, Peter. Someone is saying your argument. You think that the incarnation is a logical contradiction. It's not compatible with classical logic. Peter, do you think? Or?
No, of course that's fine. That's logic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I made a lot. The problem is like these people want to assume a lot of stuff in the background.
Yeah.
And I said some things in response to what he's saying, even if maybe part of it was indirect. I said he was trying to put forward as like, if he shows something is logically possible, that means he's ruled out like the actual world is. But logically possible kind of assumes this very specific logic, which I may or may not even be agreeing to.
Yeah.
If he's assuming classical logic, I'm already disagreeing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think classical logic is the one that describes this one.
Yeah.
You have a lot of crying bitches in the side chat.
This universe that somehow that vindicates classical logic. Oh, real world and therefore classical logic. It's like fucking
Well, classical logic is what we deal with in the real world, Sully.
Anyway, pi consistency is like Sully's most favorite, I think. Alternative logic.
In the real world. Yeah, in the real world, let's talk about pair consistent logic.
But even
about the Trinity.
Beyond that, his argument was like, if I can show a difference between the Father and the Son, that means they're different beings.
Talk about stuff. Don't people realize?
He was just calling out like distinction in person about albedo. That's what.
But that
Yeah,
doesn't tell
you literally have no fucking idea what you're talking about, man. Like, go read a fucking book.
every Trinitarian agrees that they're different persons.
Exactly. So it was an intuitive response. It was like, wow, distinct persons, distinct gods.
Yeah, but that's the right. And if he's just saying, oh, because my feels, I don't have feels.
Bro, it's not even a dawn time. What's wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, what's fun?
La ilaha illallah
I'm some kind of troll.
Yeah, so, but yeah, I mean, if he wants to make the argument that distinction there for different being, I asked him twice.
Did you tell her about relative identity?
Well, I did say that
No,
at first, but it never actually got touched on.
Yeah, so that would have solved the
But I don't understand. He had really strong opinions about the, semantics and the logics, but he also freely admitted that he read very little on the topic and wasn't really sure about, the meta-logic aspects of it. I'm like, well,
The moment you
why
say
do you have such strong opinions? Like, I don't understand. What's wrong with these people?
the minute you say three distinct persons, like his first response, anyone's first response would be one free gods. Like that would
Then they
be-
shouldn't engage.
I'm making why would you be really committed to something and also say, but I don't really know much about this stuff. But he's like, oh, you're wrong. You're really wrong. But I don't really know this really. Like you know more. Way more than me about this topic. But also, you're really, really wrong. And you're like, and I was like, okay.
It's just listen. If a Muslim is objecting against the Trinity,
It's
it's
not
because
about
there's
the
something
religion.
about it. It's something about it that they want it to be true, right? There's something about that. Well, it sounds like a Muslim objection when you keep saying to you, no, the persons are not beings.
It was an atheist guy. Charles was having this argument with.
Al is the one making comments in the chat.
Oh, Al.
No, Al is someone who just kept wanting to change the topic and wasn't allowed to. And now he's But he can come up. I invited him back up to make the argument if he wants to.
I think he's
Yeah,
one
this
of
is the reason why, like, engaging in Trinity with some Muslims. That's why I commend Mikhail, because at least he gives an explanation. He breaks it down.
Look up the Lord now.
He's
You
no
guys are
gross.
talking about whether the Trinity's possible and like other possible worlds and other
Oh,
universes.
here we go.
Other
Here we go.
That wasn't the topic here, dumbass. Anyway, Al, you can make the argument if you want to.
Yeah.
What a waste of time.
What I wanted to do was bring it back to the actual topic of
Yeah,
Trinity. That's what I wanted to do. So that's
No,
not changing.
that's fine.
That's
No,
not
it was changing the topic from what we were talking about then.
What happened was Albedo pointed at something shiny and you all jumped
Oh my god.
You're too dumb to realize otherwise.
Yes, there was a tangent about something they disagreed on.
Yeah.
So you were in fact changing the current topic.
Relevant to the
Thank
topic.
you. Thank you. Now you say that, but nobody agrees with you and nobody cares. Can you just make the argument?
Thank you for
It's
agreeing
good.
with me.
I really like Al. He's a good guy.
Yo, I
He's a fucking
feel
retard.
whether the Trinity is possible in some other universe with other logics, who the fuck cares?
Exactly.
That's not what was said, you fucking retard.
Exactly. And
I think he's talking about some other universe already.
the reality is Albedo.
Even Nargis understood, even Andrew understood.
No, they didn't. Which is why they raised questions and then completely
Andrew's
folded.
tracking more than you guys.
He had questions. He wasn't tracking. He was like, well, he wondered a bunch of stuff, and then he didn't really like object to the responses he was given. How is he the one tracking? Fucking moron.
Yeah, I
You're
did
like
ask quite a few
34 is a
questions.
proposition. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Alright, let's just like fuck you.
So my question to you, Albedo, is this: if we're talking about Christianity, whether traditional or any variant, we might have a variant understanding of Christianity. Which type of logic does it appeal to?
I mean, we can just use classical logic because I don't think it's going to be inconsistent with that.
Yeah. So isn't if you word the proposition correctly, then it's not inconsistent with classical logic. But the reason why I ask this question is, if you look at fuzzy logic or paraconsistent logic, no Christian would use that, because what it does is it tolerates things like contradiction and mystery.
Jason Gill's a Christian who does, but you know he's obviously a minority. I agree with you.
Yeah. So using shiny objects in far distance and letting these guys jump on it doesn't actually address the issue. So we're dealing with classical logic. Why? Because it's this world, and Christianity appeals to classical logic, and that you have is incarnation of Jesus.
I disagree, but I think this world doesn't appeal to classical logic. But the question about whether it's a contradiction is something I already hold to. It's like I don't think contradictions are true. And so if the question is trying to show me a contradiction, then yeah, you would show me that in this world, like it's impossible. Like that can't actually be the case. And I would accept that if you could do that.
So you'd agree it's impossible. Incarnation of Jesus is impossible in this world, based on classical logic.
I'm saying if there is a contradiction, then it's not true in this world. That's what I'm saying.
If there is a contradiction, it's not true in this world.
Yep.
But isn't Christianity trying to appeal to this world? Wasn't Jesus within this world?
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you show me there's a contradiction, I'll just stop being a Christian.
Yeah, the incarnation is the issue.
Oh, look how you weren't tracking at all, Al. Look how you weren't tracking at all. Because that wasn't the problem.
I'm identifying the problem. I'm expanding upon it, and I've already said in text.
Yes, you misidentified the problem.
No, I'm addressing what someone else said. Don't speak for somebody else.
Oh my god.
He was trying to make the argument. You weren't. Your faculties didn't allow you to understand the argument. Your faculties didn't allow you to understand the argument, and this is your response.
I mean, that's just vacuous rhetorical
If you're ignorant, just be quiet. Let's educate.
So
sit quietly and listen. Well,
I mean, you can't teach anyone anything.
yeah,
So,
yes.
but go ahead.
No one cares what you have to say. I'm speaking to LB.
That's demonstrably false. But that is true of you, though. That is true of you,
Are
though.
you trying to
But
make
go
a
ahead.
friend, Bob? You ain't got no friends? Mute.
What is this?
I'm speaking to Albedo. So in other words, shut up.
Okay.
Muppet. Mute yourself. Because I'm speaking to Albedo. Mute yourself, Bob. No one wants to address you.
That's also false.
I said
Insult
earlier
is really funny to me.
I said earlier you're a Muppet. I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want to address
don't
you.
recycle your jokes, bro.
Don't speak with myself, Bob. You're beneath me.
Okay.
I'm addressing albedo. So either
You are molding hard, my dude. Just continue the conversation. I get you're really mad.
Did you not hear what I just said? There we go. Now mute up. Because no one wants to address you.
Stop molding.
Again, you're doing it again, Bob. I don't want to hear your voice. So I mute up so I can address you.
Shit!
You're doing it.
Go to some other room if you don't want to.
What do you not understand, Bob? What do you not understand?
What do you not understand?
What do you not understand? I don't want to address you, so be quiet.
I don't care!
So be quiet. Oh, you want to be my friend, is it, Bob? Okay, let's be friends.
No, you're a dumbass.
Yeah, let's be friends.
Just like continue your convo, but you don't get to impose your rules. Go make a room, and then you can impose your rules on that room.
My conversation with albedo.
Yeah, please.
No one wants to address you.
Please continue.
No one wants to address you.
Stop repeating yourself and just continue the convo.
But you know what be quiet means? Let's say in a different
Yes, but I don't have to take orders from you.
You know your mouth, put your lips together and don't speak.
Albedo, do you want to do this? Or like, he's about to be thrown out of the room. Do you want to do this?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
I don't want to do what you guys are doing.
Exactly.
No, I agree, which is why I'm trying to get him to move on.
I want to speak to
albedo. You guys are fighting.
Go ahead.
That's what's going on.
No, I just want you, albedo. I don't want to deal with muppets like Bob. Shows his intelligence. He shows his ignorance.
What would you like to know?
So going back to what I was saying, when we're talking about incarnation, how is incarnation coherent with logic or classical logic?
I mean, I guess like there's no inconsistencies given the rules.
Explain.
I don't know how else to. Like, supposedly you're coming to me with a problem rather than just asking me a question.
Okay, so you want me to define the problem?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay, so you believe Jesus has one essential being, right? Which is the same as the being of the Father.
Yeah.
Agreed? But there's different persons.
Between the Father and the Son.
Yeah, between the Father and the Son. So earlier, I think it was Christian, they were trying to make this argument. They were trying to say the mental states of Jesus and the Father are not the same. Yeah. Likewise, the physical states of Jesus and the Father are not the same. As a result, there's a contradiction. Because they're
contradiction?
So they would have to be the same to be the same being. Now,
yeah, but wait, before you move on, that statement I don't agree with.
I know, which I'm happy with.
Right, but that's like going to be the thing that needs to be shown. Like, why?
No, because there's a theological argument that you're presenting. So you're presenting a theological argument, and we can go with it. So the theological argument is we're not talking about the modes and the persons. We're talking about the essence. True.
Talking about the essence in terms of what?
So they have the same essence. They come from the same essence. They're the same being. They're not the same person. So that's the theological argument against it, right?
Yeah, because different persons don't imply the same or different essence.
The point, yeah. But the point being is this: if you look at the entity of Jesus and you look at the entity of God the Father, God the Father is non-corporal, right? He's eternal. Jesus the Son is human, mortal. In terms of mental, God is omniscient, immutable. Jesus is limited. He has experiences, he has growth, he has ignorance, he has pain. So the physical states differ, the mental states differ, the experience differs.
Yeah, but why were you saying that those are part of what the essence is?
No, what I'm saying is the theological response would be that the essence is the same, but the personhood is different. I'm just establishing groundwork here.
I'm just saying the essence is just, we'll just say the three omnis, just to make it easier.
Yeah.
If you think that there's more, we can talk about that, they're relevant. But,
no, that's fine.
Okay. So these other things about like one went through pain and one didn't is kind of relevant.
Yeah, so the Father and Son are the same being in essence, but they're distinct in personhood, right? This is what your claim is.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's issues with this. So first of all, what you're doing is you're redefining identity. So if we talk about logic and identity, it requires sameness of properties.
Yeah, I agree. But that doesn't tell us if we're talking same as y. That doesn't tell us if we're talking about just some of x and some of y, or all of x and all of y. Sometimes we just mean it within a context.
So explain the context here.
I have the same car as you.
Identity one again. It's like I am the same person I was yesterday.
There's so many.
But,
Like if I just
but
say
like,
I have the
I'm
same
not
car as you,
absolutely identical because there's differences between me today and me yesterday, right?
just think about this for a moment, and obviously this will be kind of just the ambiguity of the language, but just for now we'll work with it. If I say I have the same car as you, does that mean that we actually just drive the literal same object, or is it that we both possess the same kind of car? You know, because the language of same doesn't denote anything in specific. It just talks about similarities between another things. Right?
Yeah, but when we talk about same divine essence, see what you're doing is you're risking semantics here. Well, you're appealing to semantics. Calling two beings with radically different properties the same, you're stretching the ordinary meaning of identity here.
I'm just not talking about the entire
But
object.
again, if it was a personal identity over time is the way to do this because you know, okay, you're not the same in terms of all your properties as you were yesterday, right? Some of your properties are different.
That doesn't work either. Are you saying God was different than he is today?
Obviously, that's not what I'm saying, Sia.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
It could imply that.
It's the farthest thing from what it.
But this isn't the strongest argument anyway. So let's just
The point is this. The point is that there is a common sense usage of identity, right? Which doesn't mean that you share all the same properties, right?
No, in ordering logic, identity requires sameness of properties.
Listen to what I'm saying. There is an ordinary usage of identity, as in like I'm the same person I was yesterday, which doesn't involve all the properties being the same, right?
Do you agree with that? No. If you said something, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed a bit, so I think I cut off.
Saying there's no usage of identity where not all the properties have to be the same, right? Because like I'm identical to who I was yesterday, right? I'm the same person, right? But the point is that I don't share all the same properties as the person yesterday, right? Some change between then and now, right?
I mean, okay, we can do the specifics. Like, if you want to do the absolute identity, we'll just do it by like properties. We won't do it by like names of things.
No, I'd rather go on to the other points.
Okay.
But what I would say is if you look at I think it's Leibniz's law. Then what do you indiscernibility of identicals?
Yeah, but that's assuming the absolute identity.
Yeah. So if A equals B, then every property of A is a property of B.
Right, and we're trying to
This is
show
like
you
Yeah, but again, what you're doing is you're throwing a shiny object in the air and saying, "Look at that. We're dealing with God here. We are dealing with absolute."
And I'm saying you're trying to hold.
Why are you so fucking dishonest?
He's saying they're holding to immutability in God. Like, how are you showing immutability? That's what he's.
No, he's just asserting you must use this type of identity. He's just asserting we must use this because real world, I'm giving him an example from the real world, from ordinary language, right? I'm giving him an example and he's just brushing it aside.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
He's granting it, and he's just saying because it's God, immutability is under question.
We're not.
If that's
It's
how
not
it's
about
not.
We're not talking about change. Yes.
Yeah, you need to explain that to him.
Well, he didn't mention immutability.
Okay, let's move on to because this isn't the strongest argument, and I don't really want to, place my flag on this argument. The issue that I have more so is with incarnation itself, because it's paradoxical. So if the Son's fully human and he's fully divine,
one is mortal and one's not mortal or something?
They're mutually contradictory properties in the same respect.
Yeah, and there is a resolution to this that I was kind of opposed to at first, but maybe it seems okay. I think that this is like the thing I have the bigger problem with, but well, especially between the two. But of all the things I think are more problematic with Christianity, I think this is one of them. If I were to like put stock down on something, but we don't have to say that like the essential properties of a human are to be mortal. In fact, it seems like the story shows otherwise. Like conditionally, it seems like Adam and Eve could have been immortal if they hadn't, done anything wrong. Then they would have ate from the tree of life indefinitely. And that means they're just not mortal. But some people like to say the essence of a human.
You're right.
The essence of a human. Yeah. The essence of a human is like to be like a rational being or something, and the essence of God is to be like the three omnis. Maybe also to be rational too, but further.
Also, you know, like a lot of philosophers, like Joanne, for example, make the move by saying like, oh, like even though we're all mortal, all human beings, it's not like an essential property. They call it like a common property. It's found within all of us, right? But it's not essential. And they usually motivate by also saying Adam and Eve story before the fall, they were immortal, right? So like, but after the fall, all humans seem to be like immortal, and they'll say that that's just the common property, but it's not essential for you to be considered a human being, as Adam and human beings before the fall, and they did not possess that property, right?
Yeah.
So because we're dealing with being, right? Kind of being simultaneously not all things and being ignorant at the same time.
No.
And that's the incarnation paradox, or one aspect of it.
Okay, so you think Jesus is both omniscient and not omniscient?
Well, that's what Christianity asserts.
I don't think.
No.
I would say that almost every one of us will deny that.
It's not what we say, bro.
The human nature of Jesus. When we talk about the human nature of Jesus, are you saying that the human nature of Jesus?
Natures don't know things.
The human nature of Jesus, because this is why I went through it to begin with. I said to you, from mental properties, was Jesus limited in knowledge?
Well, limited is like probably going to be a dubious word there, because if you take the kenosis approach, they're going to say he emptied himself like, willingly. But what emptying there, I don't think means no longer is omniscient. It's more like chosen limitations to access.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Explaining what it is doesn't change anything.
Okay, well then we would just say he's always omniscient. I mean, that's really going to be the crux of it, is like he's never not omniscient.
Okay, let's look at it from a physical, because this is kind of wording for the sake of it. Because we established this at the start. I said God the Father is non-corporal, right, and he's eternal.
Yeah.
Jesus has a human body and he's mortal.
Yeah.
So that's not the same between the two, right? Their physical states differ.
Mm-hmm.
And we spoke about mental properties. God the Father is omniscient, immutable. And I think I said Jesus is limited. He has experience of growth. He has a level of ignorance, and he went through pain. So the mental needs are different as well. And then we spoke about experience, right?
Yeah.
Impassible versus passible. So we've established that already. And this is what leads to the paradox.
Okay, so do you want to, I think the probably strongest thing of what you said there is God is impassible, but can't be impassible because Jesus gains new experiences, something like that, right?
Yeah, but like, I mean, you gotta separate the problem of the incarnation and the problem of the Trinity. They're two different things. You can have the Trinity where like Jesus just never incarnates, right? And so the problem of the Trinity would still be there if there is a problem, regardless of the incarnation. So it's like these are two different things.
Yeah, do you think you are trying to like mold them into one argument and like Sully said, like the Trinity could be true even if like he never incarnated. So the incarnation problem should be like its own problem.
And this is genuinely asking, how did the Trinity become true without the incarnation?
Because the second person pre-exists the incarnation. Supposedly, Jesus already existed before he incarnated. That's what the second person is.
Yeah, but
in that context, he's just referred to as the Son.
Yeah, but we have to make it real, right? Jesus lived and was fully.
But it is real.
The point is that there's no
fucking God.
right?
Yeah.
And there is a separate sort of line of argument.
What I'm saying, Sonny, is you can't take it out of the context of Christianity. You can't cherry pick one.
But we can still focus on one thing at a time.
But let's focus on Christianity. Let's not focus on
that's not one thing. You're focusing on multiple different aspects of Christianity.
Yeah, I'm dealing with Christianity in totality.
Well, do you think there's a problem without the incarnation?
Say that again, sorry.
Do you have a problem without the incarnation? Because there are already
I really don't know what that means, because when I'm dealing with Christianity, what are we talking about here? We're talking about essence and person. That's the
I can't believe you vouched for this person, Alvito.
So we're talking.
Still like him.
So Alvito, we're talking about essence and person here, right?
Really, really stupid.
I can be friends with, even if you think he's stupid. I can be friends.
No, I agree. I just like it surprises me. Yeah, that's continue.
I mean, the whole thing about the incarnation is where you're starting to talk about two natures. You should resolve the issue with the Trinity.
It's not about two wills, I think. Exactly, and you need to resolve the wills first.
Usually, it's like the problem is like the two-person problem. That's like what's sort of like the historical one.
Or like the problem a lot of people might pose is like, how can one person be, for example, fully omniscient, not omniscient simultaneously, right? Like he's either omniscient or yeah.
I think the impassibility one is kind of an interesting one. I actually had never really considered that one before. If the second person's impassible, but Jesus learns something, even in experience, that actually is interesting. I have to think about that. What do you think about that, Congressman?
He has a glorified body. He has a glorified body right
Are you
now.
talking about what the impassibility?
Spoke about
yeah, I mean,
Eucharistic miracle.
But you were talking about what, like impassibility and impassibility. Like how can one person?
How can he learn something like have like pain if he's impassible?
Yeah, so I really like the model that suggests the compositional model. Like a lot of people will offer like, the idea that composite objects can have multiple different aspects that can have contradictory properties. Like the body-soul composite analogy, right? Like you have the body being material, the soul being immaterial. So you can have you can say like the human being is both immaterial and material, but it's used in different aspects of one and the same being because it's a composite being. Likewise with Christ, he would be this composite object that has a divine aspect and a human aspect. These contradictory properties are going to be attributed to different aspects of one and the same composite being. So like people will suggest that the LPI, the logical of the incarnation, assumes that Christ is a simple being or a simple object and not one of not a composite object. Right?
So I'll be able to answer your question. Why am I not addressing one without the other? Why am I not? Because we're talking about so the last person that was speaking about being as well. I'm saying this is ambiguous now. Ontologically, it's ambiguous. So if we have two,
you can have composite.
So essentially what I'm saying.
Objects can have.
Sorry. So essentially what I'm saying, Albedo, is this.
Can you go now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying like you believe that you can have composite objects that can have different properties attributed to different aspects of that one and same object, so that Christ has a divine aspect and a human aspect of his own composite being. He would be impassible with respect to his divine aspect, impassible with respect to his human aspect, as being considered as a composite being, right, or a composite object, right?
But the issue about passability, though, is it seems targeting something very specific already, namely like mentality or something. Obviously they didn't really think of it, like they didn't use those words back then, but we're trying to translate it into modern impassibility is going to be like his mentality, whatever it is, doesn't suffer change through like pain, it's emotions basically.
Yeah, I mean, I would justify that also to his mind, right? I could say like, well, I mean, the mind is going to be ultimately like a concrete object, right? So you could say like a mind could be composite, right? So you can have like multiple different aspects of the one and the same mind, right? So there could be like a divine aspect and a human aspect of one and the same mind, right? So you can have like one and the same mind that has divine mental properties and human properties attributed to different aspects of its one.
So you want to say that Jesus like gets a, for lack of a better word, a bigger mind?
Sure, if you want to call it that, yeah. It would be like this one.
Kind of clumsy, but you know.
You know, one way it could also be construed as this way, right? You could say like, well, there are these two. Some people have offered this model, like there are these two minds that are counted as one mind because they're undivided, right? So like you can have these two particulars, and you're counting particulars by division, right? So that the two particulars are counted as one particular, even though they're still distinct. That's another.
Minds can be divided in like some, like we have like this subconscious and maybe the conscious, but it's all one mind.
Superconscious. Yeah, exactly. But however, like, wouldn't like three persons entail three distinct minds?
No.
Yeah, so like want to do that in modernity, although I don't think like that's required to be.
Like super consciousness, subconscious, and the conscious. Maybe like that. Maybe you're explaining it like that. Like one mind, but like three different states.
I mean, this is where it gets weird because in my model of the traits, which I take like the hylomorphic model, right, where you have these three hylomorphs, one in the same divine essence. I would just say, yeah, you have three hylomorphs, one in the same divine mind. You have the three hylomorphs, one in the same divine will. You have three, you would just apply it to all these different layers, so that yeah, each person have a mind. They're distinct from each other, but they're counted as one mind, right? So that like you have these three forms, one in the same mind, you can say, right, or three modes of subsistence, one in the same mind. So yeah, each person would possess the mind. They're distinct, but they're not counted as three minds, but one mind. The same logic with like gods, counting gods, right? The same logic or applying theory would apply to like the divine mind or the divine will. You will still get this one God. Yeah.
Do you want to say that like each person has its own mind, but also God has a single mind too?
Yeah, because sure, because if anything that's attributed to the divine essence would be attributed to the persons, right? But in a distinct sense, right? So yeah, each person. So yeah, the divine essence would have this mind that would be also attributed to the persons having their own distinct mode of this divine mind, right? But at the end of the day, they're just going to be counted as one mind, though. Three modes for one and the same mind. You can say, right?
The problem is that this then, if we're talking about the same being, because that's what Christianity asserts, then this becomes ambiguous ontologically. Why? Because if you've got two entities and they have different mental states or mental and physical states, yet you're still calling them the same being, then you're losing precision when it comes to
I mean, that's the whole point of relative identity, right? Is to say like there's distinction but sameness, right? So like yeah, we're applying relative identity for God, for the divine mind, for the divine will, right? So we're saying yeah, there's a distinction between mental states, but they're not counted as three, but one, right? Because of relative identity.
I think that like really, some of the Shias will try to make this like kind of similar point on the Sunnis, like if you want to try to divide the properties of.
Yeah, it becomes 99 gods, exactly. Like,
it's the same kind of.
Exactly, attributes that are distinct and separate than the essence, who are very much like 99 distinct attributes, therefore 99 distinct
You guys
gods.
doing it again. You're doing the relational qualities as the essence. That's what I'm saying. You guys just don't listen. You just keep making the same mistake. You just keep going around in a circle.
Bro, Bob, I'm just telling you. Albedo, the Shias argument for the Tawheed, right? So that is
yeah, but we're not talking about Tawheed. We're talking about Trinity. Yeah. I know, I understand. But, if he wants to understand the Trinity, he has to understand it is who. We're talking about who something is or what something is. These are two different things. This is the reason why they get confused. The nature is what you are. The person is who you are. They refuse to understand this and want to keep going over this straw man constantly. You just go around in a circle. Al has been told this 4 times, and then he just repeats the sentence.
Oh, is this guy a Muslim?
Never answered. Like he never answered. Albedo answered him and told him, "You're talking about the distinctions of essence. That's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the relational quantities. What something is."
Wait, is he? Is
He
Al
just doesn't get
a
it.
Muslim?
He's gonna keep doing it. It doesn't matter. It's just a merry-go-round.
You actually don't know what you're talking about.
Of course, and then you can say that too. Yeah, that's
You have
another
no idea
good
what
one.
you're talking
Yeah,
about.
just
You have no idea what you're talking about. We were having a conversation. Again, I'll
repeat it. Sure, we'll go over it again. One more time.
So I'm having a conversation with Albedo and Coptic at this point.
There's
Albedo,
other
is
people
this guy a
listening in
Muslim?
the room that listen to how you just don't pay attention.
No, you don't understand.
Oh, that explains a lot.
You don't understand the
You could
argument.
have just told me you was some dumb Muslim motivated.
It's funny. It's funny because as soon as someone's Muslim, all of a sudden what they say doesn't count. That's the nature of this room.
No, it just explains why you're dumb.
No, this is
Never mind. Go ahead.
Who's making a Muslim argument? Who's making a Muslim argument?
Are you being mean to Raj?
No one.
Having a respect.
Yeah, exactly. So
You're just not tracking what I'm saying.
So you tell no.
Go back to talk to Albedo. I wasn't talking to you.
You just
I don't know why you're talking to me. I wasn't talking.
Yeah, be quiet then, Chef. I was having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's why you're dumb.
You're still speaking.
It makes sense.
No one cares what you have to say. Be quiet.
You don't think Muslims have a reason to reject Trinity, though?
Of course, but I'm not making an argument from a Muslim standpoint. So if you notice what I said, and I was very specific.
That's not what was claimed.
Be quiet. There's specific arguments that I'm making here. What I'm saying is Trinity. It doesn't follow ordinary metaphysics. Christian theology puts a resolution there for it, but then it creates the issue of incarnation.
But it's in your religion to believe that there can't be a Trinity. So it seems that there's some kind of religious motivation.
Are you
could have skipped a lot if you just told me you were
Christian, Bob? Are you Christian, Bob?
No.
Okay, therefore you have a motivation as well, right? Okay.
A vision about what?
You have a motivation as to why you wouldn't accept Trinity.
Yes, but I'm not the one who's making the arguments against the Trinity, retard.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same.
I'm not the one making the anti-Trinitarian arguments, you fucking dumbass. So how could I be motivated in that direction? Fucking moron. I'm not making anti-Trinitarian arguments.
Even if that were
What argument?
Bob L, the degree to which you are motivated by the Quranic verses disagreeing with the Trinity and God having a son, that's a significantly stronger motivation than how God feels.
Here's an idea, dumbass. I'm a non-believer. I don't believe in the Trinity, yet I am defending Albedo's arguments. So how could I be motivated in that direction, my fucking monkey? You absolute ape retard.
I'm addressing Chef's point. Chef, so would you make the same argument?
Holy shit.
Would you make the same argument for an atheist that doesn't believe in
So
God?
fucking embarrassing.
Bob, be quiet. No one cares.
Yeah, I think, I understand your question, Rob. Everyone's motivated by something. It's just the point isn't specific. It's not that crazy for them to say that, oh, you're Muslim, that's why you're hating Trinity. Because you guys, bro, like, no matter what anyone says, you guys just say the same thing. Oh, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but God still can be. Like, sometimes it's like you guys are NPCs. You just say the automatic response instead of talking about what we just said to you.
They all come in here and they all have the same bottom of the barrel script. How could this happen? Why was it God? It's a logical problem.
Be quiet.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
You can't figure that, bro.
I'm Muslim.
So Chef,
I'll take you there, brother.
it boils down to
I have a question. Do you think that, I feel like one reason why I don't believe in the Trinity is because it's not explicitly laid out in the Bible. It's one of the things you have to do, like exegesis, to discover. You would think that, like, important metaphysical truths about the nature of the divine is that it's like a future thing, would be kind of like spelled out explicitly. Like, do you have a theory for why it is kind of like this thing that requires exegesis?
And also,
Wait,
same argument could be made by like Unitarian Christians as well. It's not necessarily that.
Quick for Coptic, everyone. Quick for Coptic. It says, in the beginning was the word was God, and the word became flesh. So yes, it's spelled that explicitly, sorry.
That wasn't said until the New Testament.
In Psalms 33:6, it says that there was the Lord and his word and his breath, all of which were creating. So there's the three which are distinct from each other, all of which are identified as the creator, which Isaiah says is Yahweh alone.
This is a question for Coptic, everyone.
Yeah, so for me, like the way I look at it, even if I concede you, right, that there is, like, yes, there is no verse that says, oh, there are these three, one tripersonal being, right, and throughout the stages. I agree with that, right? But for me, I actually don't believe that there is a concept called the plain reading of the text, right? We're always gonna have to appeal to some interpretive tradition when it comes to like these religious scriptures, right? And so for me, yeah, I will depend on like patristics, church fathers, and the way they look at these verses, and they've interpreted those verses. And for me, I like the argument I would make then for like apostolic Christianity, right? Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, right? As to why they're the true form of Christianity, right? I mean, the way I mean, my justification for Christianity would be like providing arguments for Christianity, then providing arguments for apostolic, and from there we could trust like patristic sources when it comes to laying out the doctrine of Trinity, their lenses of looking through the scriptures, right? But you're right, like this can be a problem, by the way, for Protestants, right? Who would say, yeah, we're not going to accept church fathers at all.
Bro, like imagine like Maimonides' model for like the monotheistic God, right? Whilst like scripture, especially the Old Testament, is like a fully anthropomorphic God if read quite literally. So yeah, I think these doctrines.
Yeah, so like the problem then also becomes exactly the problem is like with the biblical way of interpreting verses. A lot of times you find fathers saying, "Oh, this verse is figurative, this verse is literal," and like you never really know what the scriptures are trying to get at, except through some interpretive tradition, right, that lays it out very clearly and explicitly, like what we saw in the ecumenical councils that were led by the church fathers, right? So this is where I would make an appeal to patristics. I would say, yeah, I mean. And I think I would be justified in appealing to patristics, laying out the clarity that's found in the doctrines.
Do you have a theory for why these councils are needed? Why not just say, I'm a tripersonal being, blah 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 blah, and then also why the Old Testament doesn't keep harping on God is one over and over, and not say God is three over and over? Like why? Some of that.
Yeah. So I mean. Even if you had like a verse that says tripersonal being, right? That can still be interpreted in the modalist sense. Like you can still have modalists saying, oh yeah, there are these three persons that are identical to each other, right? But that they're distinct only in form, right? So but that's why I still don't think like there's such a thing as like the plain reading, right? This is where it gets very, very complicated, and that's why I think it's a waste of time when people try to debate interpretation of scripture without like having the hermeneutical keys. One of them being like patristic, some central authority that, finally submits the true correct interpretation of a certain text, right? And that's why I think actually a really good argument can be presented for apostolic Christianity being like a really good way to figure out which interpretation is the true interpretation of the text, right? So even if you think like there's these explicit texts that could have been said, you would have still had people who would have still want more clarity. Oh, this could still be a modalistic, we can still spin it into a modalistic sense, right? It's a tripersonal being. Well, yeah, I mean, modalists say there are three persons, but they're considered as three forms or three modes at different times, right?
What about the point about how God in the Old Testament keeps harping on about how he's one, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad? Why is that? Like, why not say, I'm three? Like,
yeah, I mean,
seems strange.
Yeah, the way the patristics actually interpret that, right? That is a concern, by the way, that was addressed by certain church fathers. Like, why wasn't this like more clearly expressed in the Old Testament, this threeness thing, right? And they'll say, yeah, God didn't. I mean, that's going to be their interpretation of the situation, right? They'll say like, oh, God didn't want to, like, it wasn't time yet to reveal the whole truth of the nature of God. They were still in this very preliminary stage, right, where they were just trying to get the blunt to action and to have this established kingdom so that the Messiah can come through. And once the Messiah comes, then he can reveal this tri-personal relationship between the two persons, right? Through the incarnation service, right? So, like, a lot of people interpret by trying to explain why God then wasn't more explicit about the multi-personal relationship that existed, right? And the nature of God back in the Old Testament. So they'll say it's a preparatory type of thing. People wouldn't have been concerned, like, it wasn't really that concerning for God to reveal his true nature of being like one of threeness, right? That's going to be the way they justify that.
So, Tom, I have a quick question for you, right? Like, so, like, with this kind of like model of explaining that God is one, right? Like under Christianity, right? That God is one despite having like three persons, and this does not necessitate that there are three gods, right? How do you respond to, like, let's say for example, every paganistic faith, right? Let's say the adherents of those faiths, they come up with the exact same model, but it would apply to like all of their gods. So for example, like let's say someone, they come up with a form of like Greek mythology or any other form of paganism, like Hinduism or anything like that, and they come up with the same exact model, right? Would you also say that they are following a monotheistic faith if they give the same line of argumentation that a Christian would give to explain that it's really one God with three persons? Like, would you say that they would also be monotheistic if they presented the same model from a logical sense?
Can you repeat the model again in a very short sentence? Sorry, it was cutting out for me. So how does three persons would be?
Yeah. So I mean, I've been listening so far, right? And it seems like like there is a model being presented that prevents any kind of like logical contradiction um, between monotheism and the fact that there are three persons, right? I'm not saying that Hinduism, I'm not saying that these faiths, that they present the same model. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what if someone, okay, from each one of these faiths, they come up with a version of their faith, right? They basically say that all of their beings that they worship, right? That these are all just personalities. These are all just like persons of like a godhead, right? Like a trinity, okay? And they make the same line of argumentation. So basically, okay, if they're multiple gods, right? Maybe they don't even call them gods, right? Let's say they use the terminology that wouldn't entail any logical contradiction, but they find a way to argue around it, right? And whatever deficiency they find, like they find within their system, they explain it away by saying that there's some sort of dual nature. Like they give the same line of argumentation, but for any kind of like paganistic faith, would you also accept that they're monotheistic?
I guess not.
Bro, Hinduism is monotheistic. What are you speaking about?
No, I mean I don't think you were specifically referring to it.
These things, they give the same like logical argument or the same model for their god. Like how? What is that?
I mean, if you're saying
I
like.
think it is very very similar actually.
That's not focused. Yeah, but that's not focused on Hinduism specific. Like he wants to say in general sense. If you have like a pagan system, if you have
My question, I wasn't talking about any particular faith. I don't really care about any particulars, right? And I'm not saying that they do make this argument. I'm giving a hypothetical scenario of let's say some paganistic faith, right? Doesn't matter which one it is. It's hypothetical here, but they're presenting the same model to justify monotheism the way that like so far you guys have been presenting, like some of you guys have been presenting to explain that there's a monotheism and that Jesus has dual natures. Like let's say someone has it's not just like three, but let's say there's like a billion persons in there. It's not a trinity, right? But it's like a billion of different persons, but they make the same argument that it's like one God. Yeah. Would you also say that would be monotheistic?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So like, so for me, like the symmetry breaker, I can say it between the Trinity and polytheism, right? Is one of division, right? The three persons are undivided; they share one and the same essence. In these pagan polytheistic systems, let's say like the Greek pantheon, they believe that these different gods are divided, right? Each one was in a different. I mean, if you want
want to use spatial terms, right, in a different space or what have you, right? They were all undivided. And so, yeah, I mean, then you have multiple divine beings. There are multiple divine existences because they're divided, right? But in the Trinity, you have this unity between the three persons. And they share the same divine essence. And the model that I like that I shared is like having multiple distinct hydromorphic compounds rather than the same material source, being counted as one material object at the end of the day, right? So the divine essence, you would have these three persons sharing one and the same divine essence, all that being counted as one divine object because they're undivided, right? And so yeah, that's going to be the huge symmetry breaker. So, but if you want to say, oh, there's like these billion persons that share one and the same divine essence and they're undivided, yeah, then I would count them as one object. And yeah, that would be monotheism in a way, according to my standard of monotheism.
No, I definitely see what you're saying.
That's just modalism. That's just modalism, bro. That's it.
It still
You just described
qualifies.
modal.
Still qualifies as monotheism because it could. It's just different. Like Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, like are creator, the sustainer, and the destroyer, right? So these are basically like attributes of the same Brahman or the monad, the one. So it's not very different from Christianity and even Islam if you want to sort of see God's attributes as like just calling them different names, but they all share one essence with Brahman. So I don't know. This would be if I don't know if you take to Islam or not, but this would also be true for Islam.
It's true for Islam more so, because for Hindus, the different gods are just forms of the one ultimate essence.
Yeah, they're just attributes.
But no, they're not just
They are just attributes.
They're not just
Like each one, like Lakshmi, Vishnu, like Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, etc., etc. They just don't have language then. So yeah, they depict it pictorially because there's no such thing as like definitive language.
You refuse to accept the fact we're talking about the relational qualities, and you guys don't listen, and you keep saying attributes. You're just not interested in having the conversation at a high level.
My God, why
They're
is
just
that
not. They're
so
just not
wrong?
interested. They're just not interested in learning anything. They want to sneak in their metaphysics from what I guess the Sahaba has explained. Because Muhammad didn't go into any of that explanations. So whatever it is what it is, right? Just show them. And they'll continue to do it as many times as you say. They keep going back to the attributes. Such people. That's the reason why they don't come into rooms like nothing. They're going to be manhandled. Like I'm saying, they save space in Amir's room or the other guy's room. So we go over all of this is legitimate in the Muslim and not in the real world. This is this in the Muslim. Do watch Muslim. Last one.
Dude, what is Muslim?
You mean that's just.
Oh, that's shit. What shit?
Yeah.
Ultron. Andrew, you there?
I have another like follow-up question, right? Do you think that so basically any system of paganism can be like formulated into monotheism through this line of argumentation? So do you think, like from a Christian perspective, right? You know, like from a Christian perspective, you believe in the fact that the devil can whisper and the devil can mislead people and all of that kind of stuff. Like, so how do you feel, you know, with the fact that pretty much any pagan can sort of come up with a system to argue against you? You know, like they'll say they be able to.
How you know that's not what, that sounds exactly like what Muhammad did.
I mean, how so?
Say what you said again.
No, I'm saying, right? Like you can have pagan, right, that has like a system of pagan belief, right? They could come up with a model, okay, that logically, right, like the same model that has been used to say that Christianity is a monotheistic religion, right? While there are three persons, they're co-equal and all of that stuff, right? If the same model is used to say that there's one God, right? I'm saying that pretty much any kind of pagan or polytheist can come up with some way using like the intellectual gymnastics to basically argue that they're also monotheistic. So it almost becomes way to justify any kind of
But now I've already answered that, right? Like so like
depends
here,
on the religion, bro.
so like for example, Zach, right? Let's use an analogy there. Let's say you have a lump of clay and you form it into both a pillar and a statue, so that the pillar and the statue are considered two forms, one and the same lump of clay. Right? The lump of clay is concrete, by the way. It's not this abstract person considered as being like a trope. Right? That's not found within like these polytheistic, the earlier polytheistic systems, right? So like Zeus and Apollo, right, were not two hydromorphic compounds of one and the same essence, this concrete thing that they were sharing, right? Both were separated, both were divided, right? They weren't sharing the same concrete essence, right? Or concrete, what scholastics will call concrete universals or tropes. They can be also considered as tropes, right? They weren't sharing that. The way it's traditionally conceived that these polytheistic systems, the universal was abstract, right? You could say like they were members of one and the same abstract universal, but the essence itself wasn't like this concrete thing that was shared by these different persons. So they weren't like these different forms of one and the same being, right? One and the same existence. They were multiple divine existence or multiple divine beings. Zeus and Apollo as an example.
Yeah, I guess that's a good one.
Now, if you want to then say, well, they can, reconstruct the model, right, by saying Zeus and Apollo will share, the same concrete trope, right, so that they're one divine being, then sure, but that's not the way it's been traditionally conceived, these different polytheistic systems, right?
No, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it may not be done traditionally, right? But I mean, look, the thing is, like, there are multiple different kinds of groups that claim to be following the Old Testament and the New Testament. They're Unitarian Christians. Whether they're considered actual Christians or heretics or not, that would be a side discussion. Depending on where you're coming from, right? But I think that this kind of this could possibly, I think, make monotheism something that could just be argued away with any kind of pagan system. I just think that it could undermine monotheism.
But he just gave you the argument against that. So specifically, Zeus and Apollo are supposed to be distinct physical entities. They're not the same substance, but Jesus and the Father are supposed to be the same substance.
Yeah, traditionally. But look, the thing is, like, you could fit in different Christian denominations, people that, like I said, there are Unitarian Christians, right?
Views.
No, of course, mainstream, right? So I'm not saying, and I think this is what Nargis was maybe misunderstanding what I was saying. I'm not saying that Hinduism or these faiths do make these arguments, right? I know they don't, but I'm saying that if you have somebody who's really sad philosophy, you could pretty much have any kind of paganism, and they would basically find a way to formulate some model that would entail monotheism in the same exact way.
Yeah, you're presupposing Christianity's paganism, and that's really dishonest.
No.
So you can spend this and you can repeat yourself 100 times. You're basically calling Christians pagans.
No. Look, I understand that you have a model, right? But I'm wondering how do you it almost seems like if that model is true and it is monotheism, then systems that are paganism, that even Christians would agree is paganism, and then they can almost use a similar model to basically justify their belief in a way that would logically make it sense that it's
they're allowed to call us pagans over and over and over again. And
but I don't think they're that attracted
Like,
to like.
just.
There's no motivation for monotheism. It either is or it's not. And they're much older models. Believe me, like they're not trying to. They're not wannabe monotheists. The model entails monotheism because they all share. In Hinduism, all gods and goddesses in the pantheon share one essence with the Brahman. Similarly, the same with Christianity, where there's three and the triune. With Islam, like in your case, for example, if these attributes are distinct, right, than the essence, then you're having the same problem. So you might want to like work on Tawheed a little bit before asking this question. There are many models for Tawheed.
Yeah, I would disagree with you. I'm not interested in having that kind of discussion right now.
Yeah, well, anyway, so you're like a polytheist.
Look, I
That's all
definitely
I'm saying.
understand that.
I just think you're a polytheist.
Yeah, look, I think
No,
that your
no
whole.
offense, bro. No offense.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me what you think. I just think that that whole discussion of, that argumentation has
Like
been
you're
made.
the only monotheist. Like you think, oh wow, because you think Allah is quantitatively one. That's what you think. It's like a number one.
Look, whatever.
Bro,
I was just curious to see how you guys would answer that.
bro.
Look, I just asked a simple question. You guys give your answer. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
You're not giving any substantive critiques. You're just saying, well, you can formulate monotheism in a way in which there's no trinity. Instead, there are four people who are one God, or there's five people who are one God. Okay, so what follows from that?
I think that it undermines monotheism, and I think that almost anything can be any like paganistic belief can be logically justified to say that it's monotheism in that case.
Okay, I think when you say it can be logically justified, you're conceding the point. There's no logical paradox. There's no logical contradiction in Christian monotheism. I don't think you want to say that.
Look, for the sake of the question that I'm asking, I'm willing to grant that for argument's sake.
Okay, you're saying hypothetically, if Christianity can be logically consistent, then there can be other systems which can be logically consistent. So what?
Look, I was just curious to see how you'd answer that question. And I'm not trying to make a case that Christianity is paganism. I didn't make that claim.
It's not an interesting critique. I can concede there are other systems which can be logically consistent. So what follows from that?
Nothing. I was just curious how you'd answer that. That's it.
As far as logical consistency, it's obvious that the Trinity can be logically consistent because all it's saying is that X is F and X is G and G are not identical. And we have everyday mundane examples. X is an F and X is a G and F and G are not identical. So for instance, you are the same person as you were 2 years ago, but you're not exactly identical to the same person because some of your features changed. Or you can take a piece of clay, and a piece of clay, you can form it into a statue, you can form it into a column. The statue and the column are not the same thing. I think Muslims are doing a great disservice to their religion by running these really silly arguments against Christianity.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think these arguments are
No, but what's interesting is that like that El Nino retard that came in here earlier, they have strong opinions about the Trinity, but they haven't even researched like the basic response to the problem. It's just like oh, take 5 seconds to Google what is like the academic or most accepted response to this issue on the part of the Christian. Like they don't even bother doing that.
At least it's not. It's one equals three. At least it's not one of those numeric arguments anymore. Like I'm not seeing many of those. Oh, is 3 equal 1 and then like laughing at it.
particularly stupid. He said meta conversations are hypothetical. How could you say something?
He's a
that
Salafi, what
dumb?
do you expect? He's a
How could you say something that dumb?
He doesn't take metaphysics. He takes scripture, right? They're literalists.
Yo, Zach, you got destroyed by Nargis, buddy. Zach got destroyed by you, Nargis, so it's like really bad.
No, bro. He just needs to study a little bit, like, and not like see Allah as like quantitative.
Yeah, hit the books, buddy.
Yeah, but he's making like he's just observing things and seeing, and I think it's fine. I'll send you a hot Zach.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like what Bob was saying, you can easily search what Christian philosophers have said about these issues, right? And even if you don't want to read like philosophical papers, you can just watch videos. There are major Christian philosopher names, right, that have done videos and interviews about the Trinity, the logical of the Trinity, and all that good stuff, right? Like,
Yeah, but
search
you
by
guys
Korea.
face the problem of scriptures, right? Like Unitarians can fool you guys if you're just looking at it scripturally.
Yeah, scripture. I don't. No, but I actually don't think scripture. Like, this is the whole point that I was making. The problem with scripture is you can always look at the text and make it say whatever you want it to say. Right? I don't believe in this concept called the plain reading of the text. When it comes to religious texts, of course, right? Maybe with other, if you read like a Charles Dickens novel, what have you, yeah, you can like figure out the story without like there being an interpretive.
Yeah, but there are parts like in the text where he's like, I know Coptic, but then again, like he's gonna do a plain reading. Like, what else would he do? Where and Bible is like fairly plain. I mean, it's not that complicated in language, right?
You can appeal to like hermeneutical, like the hermeneutical key of appealing to patristics, right? And what they have to say about this. So if you have, for example, a consensus among all the early Christians that when Jesus says the Father and I are one, that Jesus here is talking about his divine essence that he shares with the Father, then we have a really good hermeneutical basis from which we can know what the text says based on that hermeneutical key, for example, right? But when I look at Protestants debating each other over the interpretation of a certain text, it never really goes anywhere. They end up in a stalemate.
Yeah, they don't have consensus. You know what I mean? There's just no way of like coming to a common understanding, and it's being read from a translation, which is nothing but an interpretation. So there are many of them, but like they're clear verses. Like I've seen Unitarians posit like when Jesus like does not claim godhood at all, and I've seen like the only verse that Trinitarians posit for the Trinity is the word became flesh, John 1:1, right? Which is fine. I mean, you just need one particular pointer to like a doctrine. But then this would be like the arguments, especially the Unitarian arguments against the Trinitarian schools and the other schools within Christianity. Like they debate very strictly scripturally, not philosophically.
Sam, you wanted to say something funny? I think I see.
Yeah. So I think that the meaning of a text is just the person who wrote down the text what their goals were to communicate. And so a lot of times people, they have this thing of like there's no true interpretation of the text. It's all just different interpretations. But I think that there is in fact a correct interpretation, which is what whoever wrote it was trying to say. And I think oftentimes it isn't that hard to know what they were trying to say as long as you like read the Bible as books rather than reading them as like a lot of people trying to read the Bible as like a Ouija board where they take like this part from this part, this part from this part, as opposed to like taking a whole like the book of Matthew. You just read that as a single book. I think you can just like kind of see what Matthew was trying to say. I guess you disagree with that, but that's how I see it.
No, I agree with you. Like a lot of people actually the majority of people I think take your view, right? That there is like this correct interpretation. You do like higher criticism of the text, right, or higher interpretation of the text. Look at what the intention of the author was, right, the historical setting of the author, just don't hold to it. But yeah, a lot of people, or I just limit the scope of this, right? So I would agree with you, but not when it comes to like religious texts, specifically like the Bible and the Quran and all of that, because unfortunately many interpretive traditions have arose concerning these books, right? And it becomes very, very difficult even to do this higher interpretive type of move because you will come up with a lot of controversy. No, the author didn't mean that. The author meant that. No, the author was here. The author was there. No, we can't really figure out the truth. You might get into that as well. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people do share your views.
Do you think that there is a one correct view, and that correct view is the person who wrote the text, what they were trying to say?
I do believe that there is a correct view, but from my Christian standpoint, it's not going to be per se what the author meant. It's going to be like of course it's going to be what the author meant, right? But the way, what God intended, and that's going to be revealed through the authority of the church that He laid out according to apostolic Christianity on how they view the situation, right? So like traditional Christians would say, oh, Christ founded the church, right? And He laid out the authority to the disciples, and then you have apostolic succession, and so you had like the students of the disciples, and from there they ended up interpreting the text, and that's where we get the interpretation of the text. It's that authority, right? Church authority that gives us what the true meaning of the text is, right? And so from that Christian standpoint, right, that's where I would lean more towards, right? Appealing to church authority and telling us what is the correct interpretation. So I do believe that there is a correct interpretation, and I do believe that's going to come from the church.
But the only way that can be right from the church, I mean, would be that whoever is doing the interpretation must necessarily be infallible. Because if you're like, right? So that would be a good condition.
Correct. Yeah, now Apostolic Christianity does say that these ecumenical councils are infallible, right? But they appeal to, so they are considered infallible. That's correct. So that they're considered as divine authority here on earth. Right? But I guess,
yeah, that's okay. Like if they didn't have that particular like property,
that would be a problem.
It would be a problem, yeah.
And that's actually one of the criticisms of people who lay out against Protestantism in a way. So yeah, I mean, there is no like divine authority telling them what is the correct interpretation. So they end up arguing and reaching stalemates without really knowing what's the correct interpretation.
Would infallibility like entail like no sin, or like how is the council understood as infallible? What is infallibility within the limitations of like the council?
I think like what's considered like an ecumenical council is having church representation, church bishops from different churches, right? All congregating and forming the council. So like during the times of the empire, right? Like with the Council of Nicaea, for example, the emperor ordered that that all bishops in all these churches, right, to attend the council. So you had representation from all the churches, right, and from there the standard was set for what the people serve as an ecumenical council. And actually, that tradition follows from like you could find it in Scripture as well. Like in the book of Acts, when all the apostles attended the Council of Jerusalem, they believed that this was done by the Spirit, by the Holy Spirit, because all the apostles were in attendance at that council. And so that tradition was maintained by church authority that all church representation should be attended to that council where you could serve an ecumenical council that's infallible, that's divined by the Holy Spirit. That's right, yeah.
Do you think that all of the books in the Bible have the same theological views, or do you think, for example, there's some scholars like Mark Ehrman thinks that the book of John and the book of Matthew don't have the same exact theology, and then the Old Testament and New Testament don't have the exact same theology. Do you agree with them, or do you think that there's just one theology throughout the whole New Testament? It's the same one?
I mean, this is so like I think like a traditional Christian would have to not agree with that criticism that's laid out by these academics, right? Even though it is very, very plausible, right? Like looking at it from the outside perspective, it's highly plausible that they did hold different theologies, right? And I don't really see that it would really benefit a Catholic or an Orthodox by saying that, right? Like I think church tradition would maintain that they did hold to the same theology, right? And so, in virtue of you having that justification for believing in church authority and church tradition, you will have to take the opinion that they did hold to different theology, even if it seems implausible in a way, right? Yeah. But I do like highly regard these academic criticisms of the Bible in a way, and I do think it's highly plausible that they did not hold to the same theology.
Like a lot of people were living in different parts of the world, hundreds of years apart from each other, different cultural milieus. Like, why wouldn't that affect, even if they're guided by God, like, wouldn't the cultural zeitgeist influence their writings? I don't know.
No, you're right. And that's like the same arguments that these secular academics are making, right? You're absolutely right. And I think they're very good arguments. I think they're highly plausible, right? Arguments. It makes sense, right? They were living in different times, different regions. That the region that they were in, right, would give them a certain view of their theology and the way they're writing and all of that, right? I agree. Yeah. I mean, but of course, I can't say that as an Orthodox or a Catholic Christian, right? It's who very much has this strict adherence to church authority and church tradition, right? So I will go here in a way and say, yeah, even though it seems highly plausible, given the evidences that I have for apostolic Christianity and for church authority, I will take the church authority interpretation of the matter that these authors held the same theology. So, so yeah.
I get it, man. I get it. I understand.
Dude, how does culture or like geography change the influence of the Holy Ghost when it's imparting like Asian of truth in the.
Well, I mean, the secular academics. I mean, you could say like the method they're applying here is like one of natural. They're applying methodological naturalism. It's like they're not going to take the whole idea of these are inspired by the Spirit or by God, right? So like, not taking that into account, then it becomes highly implausible that they have the same theology, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like if that's the claim, the Holy Ghost will operate as Holy Ghost at all times, no matter what the region is or the culture is, right?
But that's what the church fathers would say. Yeah, that's what the church. Yeah, that's what traditional Christianity would say. Correct. But it made me sound like Congress was saying, this is going to be like a discussion or a debate on the different methods because like these secular academics are using methodological naturalism, right? Whereas I would not use that when figuring out what the theology says in the Bible, right? I would have that prior background belief, right? That this is like infallible by God, written by people who are inspired by the Holy Spirit, that type of thing.
Hell yeah, brother.
Everyone should follow the CM Sully wars that are going on.
It's an epic battle.
But why aren't they having it in the chat and mouth on voice? You guys are up here on the stage.
Battle!
Big butter.
Option, Bob, della option.
Dell'adoption.
Option.
Delle.
Boy, so cute.
That's right, Muslims are really dumb, aren't they?
Where's Andrew? What is he doing at this panel?
I don't know what's wrong with Andrew these days. He doesn't. Yeah, where is?
I don't know. What is he doing, bro?
No, he's good. He's Gucci. He's probably doing the Lord's work, taking away the car of some 87-year-old grandmother.
How ironic for Andrew to be doing that job. I have recently come to know of his profession.
He's probably like repossessing, the like old heirloom, retired person. Can't, their social security doesn't pay out a lot because they were a house in the 50s.
God is a reaper of souls, and Andrew's a reaper of old people's property. He's just doing what Jesus would do.
He's Andrew the Ripper. That's what he is.
Not too much on Andrew.
Not too much on Andrew, y'all.
Yow.
Not too much on Andrew, y'all.
What happened to him? He's just not on the app.
I haven't seen him around. I have not seen him around. Timotheus.
He's on Discord.
This is true, he is on Discord. I mean, I haven't seen him hang around on Discord, but you can reach him on Discord if you want. Oh boy.
Where's Venus?
No idea.
He's sending dick pics to women. He's getting on his dick pic. His dick pic game's getting perfected.
Nothing much to perfect, but no.
And the one dick pic he sent me had a lot to be desired, I'll be honest with you. Now, I am someone who's a paid photographer, but still, you can do better, buddy. Come on, step your game up.
Who's drunk? Come on, give him a break.
Whenever a woman sends a sexy selfie, it's always this artistic thing with nice lighting and the guy is the laziest fucking thing in the world.
No. What about the composition, bro?
Exactly. I should specialize in taking really good dick pics for men, so that they can.
BFF's customer.
Do you think somebody's interested in this type of content?
Absolutely, what's wrong?
Sorry for being
Excel, baby.
Sorry.
It's art, okay.
Bob, what makes you the Trinity?
The Trinity specifically?
Yeah.
I mean, I've staked a few issues. They're not so much contradictions. I don't think the contradiction problems go very far. At least I've heard satisfying responses to them. Trinity specifically. I have aesthetic issues with it, and not just aesthetic, but it's not entirely clear to me for the people who claim that the Trinity is this metaphysically necessary arrangement. It's not. It seems weirdly convoluted, and it's not clear to me what. It's not clear to me, for example, what the Holy Spirit is. But why does that need to be a separate person? It just seems like I don't understand the personhood of the Holy Spirit, for example. I get Jesus, I think. You could say the Father is one person, and God took human nature, and there's something about human nature that requires a different perspective, one that couldn't have just simply been gained by the one person. God, the Father has certain qualities that the Son doesn't have, and there's something gained, or something new gained, or some different perspective had. So I understand why there needs to be two persons. That makes sense to me. Like the incarnation couldn't have been done getting all that it needed to get just having one person. But I don't get the Holy Spirit.
I don't get like the I don't get the like God on earth, right? Like it's I get God on earth, but I don't think it's efficient as a system. Like a human demonstrating like his highest potential is more feasible, like practical and efficient, rather than like a criteria that cannot be met by a human, such as God, to emulate.
So it's less like a debunking of the Trinity and more like it doesn't quite make sense to me, or like it's not, the constellation isn't very satisfying, or there are some issues.
Doesn't the Quran say God could have a son if he wanted to?
That's rhetoric, I think. Rhetorical.
What? Rhetorical? Okay.
It's like saying God cannot have a son. I think that's how they mean it.
I think what the Quran explicitly says,
how could he wanted to?
How could God have a son? Something like that.
how could God have a son if he
That's
doesn't
not what it says. So when the Quran says God could have a son if he wanted to, that's rhetorical for saying God couldn't have a son. Okay, got it. Makes sense.
Like how could God have a son? If he wanted to, he could, but how could God have a son?
Well, Nargis, when two gods love each other very much.
I completely agree with Bob. The Holy Spirit seems completely contrived for like numerological reasons.
100% math is the problem.
These guys are
The numerology.
I always just find it kind of weird, the idea that an all-powerful, omniscient being can like cause himself to not have his omniscience and omnipotence, then be God. Like, isn't it being God like having those qualities? Like, I can't just say I'm God. The reason why I can't say I'm God is because like I'm not omniscient. I'm not.
That's tricky business, isn't it?
No, but they it's justified in a way, like they say that because God loves so much, he can limit himself. But yeah, that wouldn't define.
But it wasn't still God then.
It would
No,
define
because something that I've always thought was like kind of interesting is so omniscience, knowing all true promises, whatever. And something that's like always added that is never explicit, but it's like certainly not entailed from those things, is like the clarity of which he has access to them. So like opaqueness and all of that. That doesn't seem out of accord with having omniscience, because it seems like we might still want to say we know, I don't know, the capital of, I don't know, Alabama, even if we can't immediately.
Yeah, like these sorts of critiques assume no difference between dispositional knowledge and the current knowledge. That is knowledge you're just like thinking about right now, as opposed to knowledge you're disposed to produce or disposed to think about if somebody asks you, or if you're like, if you want to recall it or something like that.
What kind of
Does this mean that Jesus has like a discursive mind in a way that the Father doesn't?
You have a dispositional, so in a way, the Father doesn't. Sure.
I was going to ask, what kind of omniscience do you think the Father has? Is it that kind where, it can go and compute the answer, or it's just like instantaneous, but then, Jesus is different?
I mean, omniscience just broadly just means knowing everything, whatever that amounts to. It doesn't tell you what kind of knowledge, it doesn't tell you the scope of the knowledge, and it doesn't really tell you the clarity of the knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I know omniscience generally doesn't, but I'm saying, what type do you think that God the Father has? Is that an open question?
I think, this might be modeling. It sounded like Adam was trying to give a different kind of composition to Jesus' mind than like the Father's or the Spirit. So he might say that it is like more or less like different in maybe in function.
Okay.
So, like, do you think Albedo? Do you think like I could be omniscient? Like, could God grant me omniscience under whatever, like the same kind of omniscience He has?
No, I don't think so. Well, because He's not. Well, we would be changing what Bob is. I mean, so I guess it depends on what facts we're holding fixed, but I take it that Bob has a limited mind and to hold an unlimited amount of things is impossible.
That's what he's asking.
Aren't you going to say the same thing about like the man Jesus?
But like I'm fine saying if I was granted omniscience, maybe I wouldn't be the same person or something. But let's just say I would be a different person. But could he do that?
Yeah. Like, could he make another being that's omniscient?
Yeah, but not omnipresent.
Yeah.
But omniscient. Yeah, why not?
I don't the thing I'm trying to figure out with this. Sorry. You answer first.
I don't see an immediate problem, but I haven't really thought too much about it.
That's fair. The reason I'm asking is like, I don't think these are like knockdown arguments against the Trinity or blah blah blah. But I do think there are some things that don't quite land, which is, I get the idea of having like dispositional versus like a current mental states or whatever you want to call it, a mind. That kind of makes sense to me. Like there are a bunch of stuff I know that I'm not immediately recollecting. Like they're not apparent to me right now. But I'm thinking about like having that limited kind of having limited knowledge in that sense allows me to have like discursive thoughts. Reason about things. Do this and that. I don't quite grasp the like on-off mode. I can choose to, because I don't think like there's a sense in which it doesn't make sense to me to choose to not know those things, but not in this like dispositional sense. In some other, it has to be in some other sense, right? It's not like we're saying, well, God, Jesus knows everything. He's just not currently thinking about them. Like that's not what we mean, right?
No, I don't think so.
What do you mean?
It almost has to be like repressed in some way. That's the only way it would make sense to me.
Right. There is some way in which Jesus is like through some act of volition using his whatever causal powers are necessary. I don't know. Right. Blocks himself off from that knowledge, and he's saying like even if I wanted to right now, I couldn't know this if I didn't flip this other switch, which is that's also kind of weird.
I don't know if there's going to be like a very satisfying answer to that.
Maybe not. Because like imagine you have some subset. Right, but it's like think about what that would mean. Like, okay, so you have some subset of knowledge that you're making opaque to yourself. And so, but you could unmake that. You could make it transparent, but then you know which propositions those are. Like, it's weird to think about. It's unintuitive. Oh, right. You just cast the reverse spell. Right.
It'd be a systemic access spell,
That's right. The spell knows what propositions need to be unlocked. You don't need to know.
Yeah, I mean, the other two persons of the Trinity have, they're keeping them.
Yeah. They're keeping them in check. That's right.
So it's not like everybody's forgotten.
No, that's right. All those are held in the Father's mind, but yeah. It's like a RAID arrangement of hard drives.
Could God
Make, you know what that means?
Could Jesus completely become not a god? Is it metaphysically possible for Jesus to be like, okay, I'm using my magical powers, I'm now just a guy. I'm no longer a god guy, I'm just guy.
No, someone else has to wish him to be not God.
This is just a plot of Superman too.
We saw this in Aladdin.
Yes, I was just going to say Superman. That's what he did. He took away his pet right. He went into that thing, and then he wasn't Superman anymore.
What would you say?
But then it's that thing that moved his powers, right? Unless if you're Jesus, the idea he's asking is like, could Jesus do it without needing a thing?
I mean, Jesus is still a person, right?
Right.
Right.
Could he lose his divine essence?
I'm just trying to understand what
Could the Father yank it? But that doesn't make sense because Jesus is God, right?
I'm trying to understand what
divine essence.
God, even though he's not omnipotent and omniscient, why is he still God? And
Which
how
you
could
can actually think Jesus loses his divine essence?
By not aligning
We're
with
asking
another
if.
God, for example. By not aligning.
Yeah, the view is that Jesus is both fully divine and fully human, so Christians don't think he loses his divine essence.
No. The thought experiment is just wanted to. Could he undo his? Yeah. Like I think the answer is no, but
It's hard to
that's
be
what the question is.
God human is kind of a hard combo.
You think?
I mean, it's easier than man bear pig.
And what?
Man bear pig.
Man bear pig is hard to eat. That's
Yeah.
Okay, so in what sense? Why is Jesus God? In what sense is he God?
He has all the divine attributes.
So he's omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipotent.
That's right.
Okay, but then, in what sense did God become a man then?
In what sense can God become
Like,
a
isn't
man?
the whole point of
Jesus is the essential property.
is that he became a man and shit, and then he he didn't become a man. He's not a man.
Okay, here's how Jesus' essential properties are divine. His accidental properties are human. There you go.
accidental. Wait, but that's like an essential part of the story. It's not accidental. He's got to be a person in order.
Just by accidental, I just mean.
Right?
So just accidental, it just means the essential accidental distinction in philosophy. It doesn't mean just accidentally he became a man.
It means
So what's the sense of accident then?
It means like imagine what it means to be an apple. Like red doesn't seem to be like a necessary property of being an apple. You could be an apple without being red. That's like an accidental property.
Yeah, but an essential property would
be that it needs to have like, I don't know, apple DNA, or it needs to be at least descended from apple trees, or like grown on apple tree. I don't know, something like that.
Or have sweetness, like
Accidental properties are whatever properties you can have without you or it ceasing being the thing that it is.
Sounds like a lot of denies Jesus' humanity.
Essences are stupid.
True.
But I mean, I was thinking about that. There's a problem with that. Even some of the core attributes of God that we tend to think they are, you could try to play tricks with. Can we remove this? Let's say God was like a duality instead of a trinity. Like that part is that essential or not? Like we can play all those tricks all day.
Yeah.
What? Why? How is that a trick?
Like 5 gods. Like 5 different modes. Like
All of those would be accidental. Right, all those would be accidental, right?
Are you just merely saying it's logically possible that there are other necessary entities besides Trinity?
Yeah,
that was just an example. I'm not meaning to attack the Trinity, but this idea of when we query this, you just say it's an accidental property. I can't put my finger on it, but it's not very satisfactory.
All it's saying when it says it's an accidental property is that Jesus could have existed without becoming human. Right, there are other possible worlds in which he chooses not to become human. But if he does, he takes on the properties that human beings generally have.
Okay, but I forgot where we're coming from. Like, what was this an answer to? Something happened and then you said accidental. What was
Sam was asking, right?
So I'm just understanding in what sense is Jesus God, and then could he lose that? Like, what makes it that he has that property? Yeah. Like, and then they're saying that he's just omniscient and all that stuff. And then I'm like, okay, well then, in what sense did he become a human? If he's like this fucking guy
this is kind of the question. Is like, are the essences incompatible? Right. So is there anything that's essential to being a human is in conflict with something that's being essential to being God? Yeah. The easiest resolution is going to be just to say no. Like, no. There are any like incompatibilities between those. Yeah.
But do you think that that's right? Is that your view, Stellar?
I mean, I'm an anti-essentialist, so like whatever people want to stipulate about these essences, I really don't care. It's all just nonsense.
It's all just gibberish. Yeah. Okay.
Phenomenology forever.
When you say beef, like I wanted to ask you, beef, maybe Bob and anyone else. Do you think like the story of Jesus is a beautiful one, like God?
Yeah. That's what
It's a, yeah.
Beef, I have an example for you. I want to get your thoughts on this. Imagine you have a fingernail, and you lose that fingernail. Now, do you think you're still the same person?
Yeah.
Okay, is that an accidental? So presumably you'd say that's an accidental feature of you, right?
Sure.
But you would say that's a part of you.
Yeah.
The essential features of fingernail, are those the same as the essential features of you?
No.
No? Okay. So how can it be that there are apparently two different physical entities that are part of you that both have different essential natures?
Yeah.
It's because essentialism is down.
Okay. I can make sense of persistence without essentialism, but that's a separate issue. Like as soon as you say something persists, like something persists to die or something like that, you'd have to say that.
What if things don't persist?
Right. So that's just
What if
sort of like
things are impermanent?
So presumably you think that your thought at least persists for like a second or two, doesn't it?
I don't know. That's a weird way of talking about it. It seems. If you're just saying like it occurs across the time interval, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean by persistence.
So
It's just a
persist
critical
means
thought.
like stays the same over time as time moves forward or whatever.
I mean, presumably do you think there's some sort of a subject who experiences thought that persists? No. But I mean, okay, if you don't think that person exists or there's any persistence of a subject, then how can you make sense of any sort of epistemic probability on your view? Anyway, this is a whole can of worms that I don't want to discuss.
We can all ask random questions.
But I'm not a random question.
Go ahead.
Okay, but Agamemnon. So in the analogy, you're saying that Jesus is the toenail of God, and that although Jesus has different persistence conditions, he's still part of this like broader thing, which is the divine, and that but they don't have the same persistence conditions. They don't have but they're still part of the same object, which is the
No, I mean, it was just the response to what you said. You said, how can Jesus become a person how can Jesus become a human if a human has completely different essential features from God? Those are incompatible. Okay, here's the counterexample. There are two physical things which are parts of you, which have different essential features, incompatible essential features actually.
And so if Jesus didn't have omniscience, omnipotence, and all that stuff, he would just be a man, and he wouldn't be divine. That's your view?
Yeah, if no part of Jesus had those essential features, I would just say he's a man.
So Jesus is the fingernail. Does that mean when he gets crucified, he's a hangnail?
Yeah, good one, man. Yeah.
You know what that means?
That was pretty good.
Not bad.
I think that the story of Jesus is a better story if he loses omniscience and omnipotence, because then the fear he feels, the danger he's in, is real danger, real fear. If you just know at any second you can just like warp reality to like make it not be the way you want it to be, like there's no sense in which you're afraid of anything.
I think it's even cooler that he can do that, but it's like not the right thing to do, right? So he like restrains.
Yeah. That he chooses.
What's actually the Christian narrative is that Jesus
voluntarily empties himself.
Check this out that came to mind, right? I don't know if it's too simple, but is there a range of things that God could become? You know, you said, well, he became a human, and that human part, that's just accidental. Could he, like, if he wanted to, like, become maybe like an animal, you know, it would still be God, but that other animal,
It has to be
like
right?
Would it be that, or is there like some kind of range that only humans God can turn into?
Yeah, I remember. Can he be like an ant? Like, can he be an ant?
That's like asking, could you replace your fingernail with, I don't know, some, like a metallic plate or something? And would you still be human?
No, I'm not saying would you still be human, right? God, you said God was able to like become a human, and the human aspect of him is like accidental. Is there a range of what it can turn into? Could he, like, for example, like
could you say something image bearer, we're made in the image of God, something.
No, but I anticipated that, but I guess saying something different. I don't know, maybe I got misunderstood me. Not that that's not what I just said. I wasn't confirming or denying whether God could actually do that or not.
But I mean, these questions are interesting. Can God unite with like these animals? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in Buddhism is that, right? Like, you become the monkey god.
That's why it's not going any further. Theoretically, it looks interesting.
My preliminary response would be that I haven't thought about that, but it would be like if God turned into Satan, maybe that would clash with his nature in some way.
Okay, let's not pick something where it's like his nature is gonna like something evil, So that would be more likely to be possible than Satan. But I can see why, like, a Christian might don't want to like start like thinking that God could have come as a frog and stuff like that. It might be like insulting, but it just looked interesting to me when you're saying like it's accidental, but does it have a range? Does it have like something that it can like only these things is what God can come as? So much. But anyway, we can move on. No problem.
And would he just be a limited god if he could just be human, right? Like, so Hinduism doesn't shy away from this, Chris. Like the monkey god Hanuman, or even the god Ganesha. Like, it keep going on and like manifesting even like in the tiniest of things in nature too. The snake god, But that question's really good, Chris.
Okay, so yes, God could manifest himself. So what really interesting follows from this?
Well, I don't know. I think it's the idea that God could become a frog kind of changes. Like, okay, doesn't that's kind of strange that like God is like a divine frog that somehow is omnipotent but still a frog somehow.
No, but you get the idea that you can combine two different entities with different essential natures into one entity, right? It's only strange if you think that like God becoming a frog means that the entity itself loses all of the divine properties, but that's not the Christian view.
I mean, did you hear my explanation of like composite objects? Like you can have, like a body and a soul forming this one composite human being, right? You would have these body essential properties, maybe soul essential properties, but they compose this one human being, right? That's fully a body, fully a soul, essentially a body, essentially a soul. But they're one and the same composite object, right? And they can even have contradictory properties, but they're assigned to different aspects, right? Like the body aspect and the soul aspect, like the body being material, the soul being immaterial, right? But they're referring to different aspects of one and the same composite object. And I think like the analogy can be served here with Christ, right? Like Christ is this composite object, right? Composite person, composite being that has a divine aspect and a human aspect, right? Would that, like, what do you think of that before?
Do you think Jesus is omnipotent and omniscient and all that stuff?
Yeah, and with regards regards to his divine aspect, he would be omnipotent, not with respect to his human his composite being, right? Something like that.
But wait, when you say with regards to his aspect, like if Jesus is just where you meet Jesus, he could just like turn me into a banana.
Correct.
If he wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess what's weird is that like that doesn't seem like a human thing. That seems like essentially non-human. And, like part of the definition of a human is that they're not able to do that. That they're like a creature on this earth.
But maybe we can qualify it by saying he can do that with respect to his divine, with his divinity, but not with respect to his humanity, right? And there's a real distinction between the divinity and the humanity, right? So there are these two aspects or parts of his one composite being, right? The divine aspect or part can do that, but not his human aspect or human part.
You don't have to adopt this competent view. You can just it even works on non-reductive dualism.
Yeah. You said it. Yeah.
Mental state, which is non-physical, and then you have a physical body, and that like the two are somehow connected through psychophysical laws.
Yeah. I know your model, so yeah. I think that can also work.
What makes Jesus and God part of one composite object? Like suppose you didn't have the view that Jesus was omnipotent and omniscient. He was just a man, but he was part of this composite object where part of the object is omnipotent and omniscient, part of it's not omniscient and omnipotent, but it's like one object. What makes them one object? What makes them connect to each other that me and God, me and the Father,
Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit interesting. So when it comes to material objects, this can be easy, right? If they share the same spatial location, right? Now when it comes to, this is where it might be a little bit unintelligible. We'll have to appeal to mystery, because we will say there might be this lack of division, so they're not separated, Jesus and the Father, or what have you, right? But what does that mean when there is no spatial location, right? Then that's going to be unintelligible in a way. That's going to be
No, that's not going to be unintelligible. You can just say they're functionally unified. So there's you don't have to go to a spatial location to unify physical object. You can say two physical objects or two material entities are identical, just in case they're functionally unified. Like for instance, you could being is genetic locus or piece of DNA is one gene, just in case it's functionally unified.
I didn't maybe think about it this way, with dysfunctional unity. Because usually when we think about objects being united, if you take one object and unite it with another, we take it to be they share the same spatial location.
All right, what do you think makes a gene a gene?
Depending, so if you have a gene for eye color, for example, that's
what makes a gene for eye color a gene for eye color? What gives it its identity conditions?
If what do they call it? When it becomes a phenotype, when it gets activated and it triggers the eye color type in the individual, right? So you want to say this functional thing, right? You want to bring it back.
Spoiler. It's not going to be at these shared spatial locations, because you can have multiple nucleotides in different spatial locations, which is still classified as part of the same physical entity, which is a gene.
Yeah, so you have two genes, right? And you want to say they share the same functionality, so they're counted as one gene, right? Even though they might be in different spatial locations.
Well, I'm not going to say there are going to be two genes. I'm going to say there are going to be many different nucleotides which don't share a spatial location. Yet we classify them as the same gene because they share a functional identity.
But counting objects, right? How many existences are there? You're going to say there are multiple concrete things there, right? Multiple concrete.
You can't just say Kitover.
It's not a physical object. So a gene isn't a physical object.
It was a gene, not a physical object.
Yeah.
I think a gene would be would be a physical object, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so Sully, wouldn't you say if you have like multiple distinct physical objects in different spaces, they're counted as, you would say, I mean, they would possess different spatial properties, for example, according to like Leibnizian identity, right? Or there's certain ability of identicals if two things share different predicates, then they're two things, right? So if you have these two things that are separated, having different spatial properties, for example, right? Then they would be counted as two objects there, right? You would have these two objects, two concrete existences. From there, yeah.
Do you think functionalism regarding the mind would be a counterexample to that? Because a lot of functionalists think there's just like one unified consciousness, even though the particles which realize or constitute it would be separate physical, would have separate spatial locations.
I mean, then you would have to say, like, in one sense, yeah, there's one mind if you're taking into account this functionality factor, but in another sense, there are multiple distinct concrete things there.
Well, that just shows you that you don't have to build a mystery to say that in some sense, yes, there's one physical entity, as long as Jesus and his divine and his human nature are functionally unified.
Yeah, but I mean, we do still use the language, right? That the Father and the Son are undivided, right? They're united in a way, right? Don't we use that? So what does that mean, right? Maybe that's the concern beef wants to say. And here we wouldn't they're not merely functionally united, right? You want to say they're also ontologically united somehow, right? And I don't really, I will just appeal to mystery when it comes to understanding what that really means. I do believe that it does have meaning, but we just don't have the access to understand, cognitive access to understand its true meaning, right? So
I guess in that case, I'd like to ask what you think the difference between ontological and functional unity would be. Like, why do you think functional unity, at least in some cases, doesn't imply ontological unity?
Yeah, because you can have, I guess, even with the analogies you use, right, you can have multiple distinct things that are separated, but they have the same functionality, right? So, my intuition tells me there that we would count these as multiple distinct objects in virtue of them being separated, right?
Okay, so do you think there are multiple separate minds on, given functionalism is true, do you think there are multiple separate, that entails there are multiple separate minds? Sorry, when a human has consciousness, do you think there are multiple separate minds?
No.
Okay, so then we count one mind even though there are separate physical entities composing it. And presumably on this view, mind is physical.
Yeah, here you can say that multiple parts for one and the same composite conscious object, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say